Apocalypse, my items upgrade infinitely. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176 Super Firepower, Experience Summary, Love. The dreadnought was lying on its side, with its 4 turrets all pointing towards the target, and an epic-making roar emanated from its 10 huge cannons, dreadnought cannons that provide super firepower, but the power system hidden inside it. Being able to propel a 20,000-ton steel behemoth, sail on dry land, and gallop across the battlefield, this powerful kinetic energy is the truly epic-making technology of the dreadnought salvo of 10 giant cannons. After one round of bombardment, the next round of shells is loaded again. Shells weighing up to 1 ton are automatically loaded and ready to go, waiting for instructions. The launch button was in Chen Yan'an's hand and she continued to press it. Although the panel shows that the firing rate reaches 1 shot per second, considering the influence of various factors in reality, such as the locking deviation caused by recoil and the need to re-aim, it is difficult to achieve the ideal optimal state Chen Yan'an estimated. The actual firing rate is about 1 round every 2 seconds, and a 1-ton cannon with a damage of 390 can fire rounds 30 in 1 minute. There are 10 gates in total, which means 300 pieces. Directly covering 1 square kilometer with tens of thousands of Zerg, the force of the attack on the insect swarm far exceeds that of the 15 tank replicas on the front line. As the salvo of shells streaked across the sky, they hit the rolling tide of insects in front of the human warrior formation with great accuracy from behind the first line of defense 5 kilometers away in the rear. The heat wave shock wave generated by the explosion, even the soldiers 1 kilometer in front of the insect nest, making them grimace in fear. The long-range covering fire strike lasted for more than a minute and were struggling on the verge of death. Then the second-level regiment hidden in the team, armed with shotguns, completed the final harvest. 1/10 of the Zerg of the Queen Mother of Heicheng was directly wiped out by this wave of covering attack. Adding the 2 groups of elite second-order Zerg that died the day before yesterday, the loss is huge. Even though the Queen Mother of Heicheng has accumulated thousands of second-order tiger spine worms, she still feels painful when faced with the huge losses at this moment. So when the smoke cleared, the suburbs of Heicheng turned into black scorched earth, and no insects could be seen anymore. Even the red beetles, which are the most numerous and widely distributed, disappeared without a trace. Under the order of the Queen Mother of Heicheng, they all hid deep in the underground wormholes and refused to come out. Seeing this, Chen Yan'an ordered the frontline soldiers to start cleaning up the battlefield and not advance any further. Because according to the detection of life radar, the underground of the Heicheng suburbs ahead has been dug deep into the ground by the Zerg, and a large number of stacked mother nests have been dug out. Among them are many life sources of the second-order Zerg. If the dreadnought goes deep into the enemy's territory, it will easily be harassed by the second-level Zerg in close combat, and will not be able to take care of the soldiers on the front line, ultimately causing unnecessary training losses. Although actual combat is actual combat, it is not a real decisive battle. Its main purpose is to allow all soldiers to quickly grow into first-level awakeners and reach the basic standards for participating in the war. By relying on the long-range support of the dreadnought, the crisis of suffering heavy damage can be eliminated and actual combat can be turned into routine training. In the past, the fleet was only capable of guerrilla warfare and could not achieve infantry tank coordination. Each batch could only train 150 new recruits, and if they encountered dozens of second-order Zergs, they had to evacuate in advance. Now, with the powerful firepower of the dreadnought, it is entirely possible to carry out practical training for all personnel. This will allow the recruits to quickly accumulate experience and overcome their psychological fear of close combat with the Zerg, allowing them to grow up quickly and have sufficient psychological preparation and practical experience to participate in the final battle. Today's large-scale practical training is like a mock exam, and the final battle is the graduation exam. Once you pass it successfully and survive, they will become elite forces that can stand on their own. As for now, every soldier is eager to become stronger. Even the members of the second-level regiment want to kill more second-level Zergs before the decisive battle to further improve their strength. Strength is the basis for killing the enemy and the guarantee of survival. The dreadnought's first battle, the first large-scale training of the combatants, ended in the annihilation of the Zerg. Big win. However, watching the soldiers throwing the remains of black-backed worms and tiger-backed worms into the storage space hatch at the rear of the dreadnought, Chen Yannian found through statistics that nearly a quarter of the worm corpses were missing. Especially the second-order tiger spine worms. There were about 130 to 140 of them in the observation statistics, but only less than 100 were finally recovered. This means that more than one-third of the tiger spine worms successfully survived the bombing of the dreadnought. Chen Yannian recalled the previous battle process and found that the actual firing rate of the super firepower was too slow, which led to the second half of the bombing more than 30 seconds later. This allowed the remaining half of the Zerg in the Zerg tide to react, seize the gap between the artillery bombardment, drill into the wormhole in advance, and hide underground. The Zerg are not like the zombies in science fiction movies. They will not stand still and allow you to bombard them. Especially with the Queen Mother's control, her reaction speed is actually not slow. At least she can avoid a large amount of the subsequent firepower coverage of the dreadnought. It seems that the first round of salvos in the future will need to switch to pulse electromagnetic gun mode, firing magnetic storm bombs to first paralyze the insect swarm with electric therapy, and then use traditional gunpowder shells with a faster firing rate to cover and harvest. The significance of actual combat training is to find out the gaps, identify the problems, solve them, and thus summarize a better combat mode, and these will also become important factors affecting the success or failure of the decisive battle. The first battle was a victory. After cleaning up the battlefield in the afternoon, returned to the camp and celebrated. When they were conducting actual combat training, Lin Feng did not follow them. The commander of the entire battle was Chen Yannian, and the front line was in charge of the regiment commander and each captain of the surface combat situation. So this afternoon, Lin Feng and Long Yu were carrying out purification treatment on Zhang Liang. Shenji accompanied her out of the teacher's apartment and performed the operation in an experimental research building. Using more than 10 tons of fish meat and a second-level insect egg, Lingai melted and multiplied a fleshy biological nest in a clean laboratory. It is only half the size of a classroom. Under the control of the dragonfly, the small biological nest grew many fleshy tentacles and blood vessels, connecting to the second-order insect eggs. Then the organic soup inside the eggs gradually entered a semi-solidified state, and the volume of the entire egg expanded several times, changing from a long oval shape to an egg shape. Zhang Liang did not see this scene. As the Queen Mother's incarnation, the fewer people who knew about Lingai's identity, the better. When everything was ready, Zhang Liang walked into the secret laboratory with Shenji holding her on her shoulders. When she saw the wriggling red and white mountain of flesh and the second-level insect eggs it was linked to, her face turned pale on the spot. The characteristics of the Zerg also unconsciously appeared on his body. Fangs and spikes grow from the gaps in the shell. This is the instinctive process by which the tissues in an organism automatically enter a state of alert after sensing a threat. A few drops of blood flowed out, it quickly healed itself. Zhang Liang caught a glimpse of the blood on Shenji's arm, and a look of guilt emerged on her face at the same time. She also felt deeply disgusted with the insect armor on her body. Shenji quickly comforted him. Okay, this little injury is nothing. You see, I completely stripped away the Zerg characteristics from that, and even restored the genetically assimilated tissues inside my body to their original state. This is the Zerg biotechnology we found when we entered the underground Zerg nest. This researcher Ling is an expert in Zerg research. She was the one who pulled me back from the brink of death as soldiers in the camp rushed to the battlefield in the afternoon. They came here under the leadership of Shenji. After mustering up her courage, Zhang Liang walked towards the second-level insect eggs, stepped on the desk, and stood in front of the insect eggs. There was a hole with a diameter of 40 centimeters reserved on it, and she could just jump in. Zhang Liang's body trembled slightly. Do you want to take off your clothes? The scorpion slightly. It's okay not to take it off. It will be more effective if you take it off, and the surgery will also take less time. Zhang Liang swallowed and began to unbutton her coat. Lin Feng wanted to turn around and leave, but was stopped by Shenji. Her entire body has been covered in insect armor. Brother Feng, you are here, and everyone feels at ease. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly and stopped. When Zhang Liang took off her coat, her entire body from head to toe was covered with a layer of black and yellow hard beetle armor, even spreading to the top of her head and the back of her head except for a little bangs left on her forehead. All the hair on other parts of her head had fallen out. The assimilation of Zerg genes directly destroyed her scalp, wiping out the hair follicle tissue. The hard shell covered the head, turning the once graceful girl into an insect monster. It is no wonder that Zhang Liang's temperament changed drastically, and she even fell into the abyss of self-consumption. These changes don't matter if they happen to men. Some young people with a second-year syndrome might even find a man wearing biological armor all over his body inexplicably handsome. As for her and other things, they are not as important as strength. But for women, especially young girls who are not well versed in the world, the psychological impact of this ugly change is enough to cause irreparable harm. But in the eyes of the cicada, what he saw was more detailed. Judging from the quality of the insect armor on Zhang Liang's body and her weak aura, her condition was not just poor as Shenji described, but very bad. Wait? Long Yi's voice suddenly came out before the girl was about to step out with her feet covered with insect barbs. The other three turned their eyes to her. Long Yi frowned slightly and stopped the girl's action. In her current condition, she won't be able to survive the surgery. The energy of this amount of tissue is only enough to peel off the insect armor on her body, but it cannot repair her serious injuries. Injury? Shenji asked puzzledly. She stays indoors and has never participated in frontline combat. How could she be injured? Long sighed, and without further ado, he looked at the slightly agitated Shenji, and pointed at the trembling girl on the desk. See. Look carefully, you men are just too careless. Didn't you notice that the zerg scales on her body are not of the same color and luster? Even when shedding their shells, they were all molting at the same time. Those scales that have faded in color must have been plucked out by her own hands, even the skin and meat. At this point, Ling Yi realized belatedly and said, I was wondering why her assimilation speed was so fast. It turns out it was because of this. Little sister, haven't you learned that harmful stimulation will speed up the repair and proliferation of cells? You know, that's how muscles are built. You've been doing this secretly before, so it's no wonder they've spread to your head in just a few days. Enough. Stop talking. Lin Feng interrupted Ling Yi's mumbling and continued, let's get to the point. How can we solve the problem now? We need more biomass? Ling Yi shrugged, this is easy to solve. We just need another 7 or 8 tons of fresh fish meat and add it to the biological mother nest. We can restore her to her best condition first and then perform tissue stripping, but it just took a little longer. The surgery, which was supposed to take less than an hour, now takes 2 hours. Lin Feng nodded and patted Shenji on the shoulder. It's not a big problem. I'll ask Li Ran to make the arrangements. Shenji nodded silently, and then he saw Zhang Liang hugging her left arm with her right hand, sobbing quietly. He then walked forward, picked her up, and held her tightly in his arms. Long Yu watched with great interest, staring at Shenji with a playful smile. You guys do your thing, don't worry, I'll just watch from here. Hey, just pretend I don't exist. Much of human unpredictability stems from the complexity of emotions, and the most complex of these is the romantic relationship between men and women. The behavior of forming a partner is, in most cases, the result of genetic inheritance. The first task of life's evolution is to overcome the instinct of genes in the body that often affects individual judgment in order to continue. What Long Yi wants to learn is how to find other influencing factors in humans besides genes. For example, moral concepts of good and evil, or what humans call love at first sight. In this way, he can perfect his own emotional theory and form and maintain a long-term and good partnership with Lin Feng one's life. That is love. So what Long Yi said before, actually had another plan. It was all for the purpose of witnessing and observing the emotional changes of Shenji and the other person at this moment, and collecting template data. The data requires a lot of experiments to obtain. In the 13th division, apart from the couple Lin Feng and Shen Yanayan, there is only Zhang Liang. A female human. Changes were also under her guidance and control with the foundation of a third-order life form. Ling Yi might need to start from scratch in terms of emotional cognition, but when it comes to planning and layout, he is not bad at all. Especially before she was transformed into a war machine, she was originally an advanced Zerg responsible for scientific research. Unfortunately, the sense of shame that was born in humans under the influence of civilization brought this emotional experiment to a hasty end. After a simple kiss, Zhang Liang turned her head away with a red face in embarrassment, causing Shenji to glare at her fiercely. The latter just shrugged angrily, shook his head, and sighed with regret. Shenji was so that his fists clenched. However, when he thought that he still had to rely on the other party to cure Zhang Liang, he suppressed his anger. Not long after angry, Lin Feng rushed back, bringing with him a team of auxiliary soldiers, carrying fresh live fish and placing them in the corridor. After dismissing, he and Shenji moved the live fish into the laboratory and poured them into the cracked mouth of the biological mother nest. Zhang Liang was not afraid this time. She directly drilled into the modified second-level insect egg. As the hole was sealed and closed, she gradually fell into coma. Lying, they left the laboratory. Lin Feng looked at the remaining insect shell fragments on the ground and asked Ling Yi, who was watching them leave, "Are you interested in?" Long Yi pinched his brows, and suddenly his legs went weak, and he collapsed into Lin Feng's arms. "It's already troublesome enough to deal with this one, and you still want me to be your logistics nanny? Of course, it's not impossible, but we have to clearly mark the price and give me both physical and mental compensation." Lin Feng twitched his lips. "What are you thinking? Zhang Liang's case is just an isolated case. What I want to say is," looking expressionlessly at the affectionate Ling Yi in his arms, Lin Feng continued, "can you mass-produce the membrane wings of the blue-winged insects, or the dorsal membrane wings of the second-order wind-winged insects? It's the green carapace that was peeled off from Zhang Liang. They're of great use to me." Difference of several dozen words to 4,800, saving 0.01. Chapter 177 Wind-wing Insects, Mass Production, Departure for Jincheng. The biological armor on Lin Feng's body can enable him to fly, which Ling Yi knew. The source of this function is the synthetic material provided by the pair of muscular membranous wings on the back of the green-winged insect, which is then integrated into the armor by Lin Feng's special abilities. At this moment, Lin Feng was looking at the broken second-order insect eggs. The waste liquid was mixed with the insect tissues peeled off from Zhang Liang's body, including fragments of the transparent membrane wings of the green-winged insect. After taking these off, the girl's skin recovered and became smooth and flawless. When she left, she finally revealed a smile from the bottom of her heart. Long Yibin thought that Lin Feng called him to make use of the biological mother nest stripping and purification ability to reduce the infection of Zerg genes and extend the combat life of the genetic assimilation regiment under his command in the future, but his real purpose. But it made Long narrow his eyes and ask a question in return. Hearing the other party's question, Lin Feng nodded and admitted, "That's right. The number of blue-winged insects is very small, and the wind-winged insects have not even been seen yet, which makes it difficult to collect biological materials related to flying." Lin Feng shifted his gaze from the Zerg organization on the ground to the biological mother nest behind Long Yi. After the peeling surgery, it remains active and can be transformed for other uses. If this biological factory can mass-produce the materials I need, you can propose any conditions. Not only does the armor need to be integrated with membrane wings to synthesize the ability to fly, but even the future dreadnoughts and their replicas will need to use the membrane wings of flying insects to provide the additional attribute of ground effect flight. This is also the reason why they can ignore terrain factors and roam freely on land. When the dreadnought was upgraded to the pinnacle of the second stage, its average speed was no different from that of the winged chariot. This was because the second stage orange quality membrane wings had not yet been obtained. That's why its driving speed has stagnated. Green-winged insects are rare in number, and wind-winged insects are even more elusive, cruising above the clouds without revealing their true forms. I had never thought about this problem before. The team I led at that time only consisted of dozens or hundreds of people. 1/10 of the elite troops are equipped with flying armor. They still need to hunt down more than 500 green-winged insects. Not only is it time-consuming and laborious, but it may also be noticed by the Queen Mother, who will set up an ambush, which is extremely dangerous. In the future, as the number of combat soldiers increases, the demand for flying will only become more and more urgent. Clustered flying soldiers have the best timing and terrain in direct battles with the Zerg. If each of them is equipped with a shotgun, they can break into the rear of the Zerg tide and start killing indiscriminately. In this way, even an elite team of dozens of people can suppress a swarm of tens of thousands of insects within a few minutes. Although the firepower of the dreadnought battleship is enough to destroy any Zerg, once Lin Feng has chosen a base and established his roots, he will face the same dilemma as the current federal capital. When surrounded by several or even dozens of Zerg queens, the demand for air strikes and the pressure on air defense will increase exponentially. So now we must plan ahead and make preparations early. Especially since the decisive battle of Wucheng is imminent, if we can train a group of flying soldiers before the decisive battle, perhaps there will be unexpected miraculous effects. After hearing Lin Feng's answer, Ling Yi was silent for a moment and then slowly spoke. "Do you know why there are so few second-level wind-wing insects? Because their production cost is extremely high. Flying ability and spiny worms are not compatible." You have also been to Shenji's world of killing and understanding the environment of the spiny star. Spiny worms have never evolved flying genes since ancient times, So the green-winged bugs and wind-winged bugs are actually the product of genetic fusion. Their flying membrane wings are derived from the flying species that the Zerg found on other planets. They created first and second order flying soldiers to deal with the enemy's air force. The cost of producing a green-winged insect is about 10 times that of an ordinary black-backed insect, and the cost of producing a wind-winged insect is even higher, reaching more than 20 times that of a second-level tiger-backed insect. That's just 1 point compared to the production cost. The food they need to survive is more than 10 times that of spiny worms of the same level. After all, the energy consumption in flight is proportional to the flight speed. Green-winged insects need to re-eat to recharge after flying for 2 or 3 hours, and second-level wind-winged insects need to eat even more frequently. So flying Zerg are relatively rare on the battlefield, and they are rarely used to attack ground enemies because the cost is too high and each one is precious. Many Zergs that have not been hit by air strikes have not even had their queens breed second-order windwings. The same amount of biomass can be exchanged for 20 tiger spine insects, which is the most cost-effective. After introducing the Zerg's flying units, Ling Yi looked down at the fragments of membrane wings in the cocoon egg skin. So if you want to use a biological nest to synthesize membrane wings, you will have to spend thousands of tons of fish meat in the early stages to build a nest that can hatch membrane wing structures. After that, the production cost is that every 10 tons of fish meat can produce a pair of membrane wings, and 10 tons of meat is enough to satisfy the needs of 10,000 people to survive for 2 days. The cost of doing this is not low. Once the biological mother nest is built, it is very troublesome to move it. The reason why the Zerg invasion and expansion are so slow is that a mother nest in the underground cave needs to be disassembled, transported, and rebuilt. There is no point in defending Wuchen. There are plains on 3 sides and Tehu Lake behind us. There is no place to defend and no place to retreat. Even if you want to build it, you can't do it in Wuchen. Maybe you can try it in Jincheng, which you plan to take over later, but let me make it clear in advance that I won't do this for nothing. Long Yi stretched out his right index finger and shook it. When the decisive battle is over, all the subordinate Zerg of the Queen Mother in Jiangbei will belong to me. After the Queen is killed, these Zerg will be leaderless and flee in all directions. It will take time and effort to kill them, and the gain will not outweigh the loss. Then you can just follow me and sneak in after you kill them. You can take over the out-of-control swarm of insects and then launch a surprise counterattack against the Queen Mother of Heicheng. Well, this is a perfect plan, right? And it's good for both you and me. Lin Feng chuckled. It's a good plan. You can kill someone with a boro knife. It will also be a good opportunity to continue to block the attack of the Queen Mother of Heicheng, allowing your Queen Mother to successfully enter the 3rd stage. Long Yi smiled faintly. These were her original private plans. After observing Shenji and the other person, she gained a new understanding of how humans get along with each other. So he took the opportunity to tell it to let Lin Feng know his follow-up arrangements. Being honest with each other is the first step to building a closer relationship. Fortunately, Lin Feng didn't mind anything and just continued to speak. In the final battle, I just want to kill the queen and complete the transformation of the team. You can do whatever you want with the rest. But before that, you have to build the biological mother nest first. After you follow me to Jincheng tomorrow, find a place to build it. I will prepare the necessary materials in advance. After that, the roar of an engine was heard outside the house, and the ground and the entire building also shook slightly. They should be the soldiers who went out for actual combat training and returned with the dreadnought. Lin Feng walked to the door, turned around and left a message: clean up this place and leave no evidence, then leave the experimental building to shrink and dissolve, while narrowing his eyes, thinking secretly about something. On the other hand, after listening to the reports of Chen Yanyan and the frontline commanders, Lin Feng concluded, this victory is the debut of the dreadnought battleship. It can effectively deter the ambition of the Queen Mother of Heicheng and buy precious preparation time for the final decisive battle. But you are lucky to win this time. Because in the encounter in Changcheng, most of the new second-level Zergs under the Queen Mother, such as the long-range attack Pulse Scorpion and the tank Flame Armor that is completely immune to shotgun damage, were eliminated by me and Captain Shenji in advance, resulting in the Queen Mother of Heicheng not sending them out this time. Otherwise, according to your attack strategy, as long as the Pulse Scorpion is a few kilometers away and the Pulse Cannon is fired from a distance, there will inevitably be serious casualties. Next time during training and actual combat, remember to send out a few scout teams, select the elite soldiers in the team, and then have the members of the regiment lead them to go deep behind enemy lines, conduct long-range reconnaissance in advance, and eliminate the second-level Zerg hiding in the cave. But this mission is quite difficult. After the new flying armor goes into mass production, we will form a flying battalion that will be responsible for hunting down the Zerg Air Force and attack the new second-tier Zerg hidden behind the Zerg Tide. Upon hearing the new news announced by Lin Feng, all the commanders present showed expressions of excitement and anticipation. After all, the ability to fly is definitely a life-saving weapon on the battlefield, and it can also double your combat strength. The effect brought about will be a qualitative leap, just as Lin Feng introduced. This will change the battlefield ecology in the future. Surface combat, which previously was limited to the sand table, suddenly became three-dimensional, from two-dimensional to three-dimensional. War strategies and troop deployments also had to be changed accordingly to adapt to new offensive means. The meeting the captains of the chapters please stay for a while. After left, only Lin Feng and 8 team leaders were left. There are a total of 9 late-stage second-order fully awakened people on the battlefield. Any single one of them would be a capable presence in any organization on Blue Star today, but in Lin Feng's eyes, this is far from enough. Among the top combat forces, only himself and Shenji have the ability to fight against a peak second-level tiger spine worm alone, and Wei who can face the Queen Mother directly, and have the strength to challenge her. So Lin Feng needs stronger cutting-edge power. Regarding the genetic modification plan that the federal leaders have been promoting before, also known as genetic warriors, you should have a general understanding of it, especially the veterans of the 13th Division. Colonel Qin Hu, a second-level awakener born in the 13th Division in the past, is such a genetic warrior. In fact, there are natural genetic defects in the physical attributes of humans. This will cause the awakeners who naturally enter the second stage after killing the tiger spine worm to be much weaker than the tiger spine worm in terms of physique. But don't worry. Drinking the organic nutrient solution from the second-level insect eggs you killed will repair this defect during the awakening process, but just repairing it is not enough. The warrior hunter worms that were stitched and hatched by the Zerg Queen are also the humanoid second-level Zerg that caused the tank's loss. They are synthesized from Zerg genes and human brains. They have the powerful physique of the Zerg and the spiritual wisdom of humans. Their strength is far superior to that of human awakeners of the same level. In the future decisive battle, we will engage in close combat with them, in order to reduce unnecessary losses, so I plan to conduct a preliminary trial of the Gene Warrior project. Anyone who is willing to undergo surgery to integrate Zerg genes to gain a strong physique can submit an application before tomorrow morning and go to Jincheng with me tomorrow morning to undergo the surgery. Don't worry, the success rate of the operation is 99%, and the safety is absolutely guaranteed. After becoming a genetic warrior, you will receive a 100% bonus to your physical attributes, just like what happened to Captain Shenji before, but we currently have corresponding solutions to purify these pollutions. Anyway, you can consult Captain Shenji about the specific situation. This is not mandatory, it's just a quick way to become stronger. Let the members decide for themselves. As long as the future genetic warriors can overcome the difficulties, they will be able to grow into a powerful person like Captain Shenji who can stand on his own. Okay, let's notify them. After saying that, Lin Feng stood up and left the meeting room. Then he found Chen Yanyan and Li Ran, informed them of tomorrow's travel plan, and asked them to arrange the subsequent training. Shenji will stay. Now, apart from me, he is the only one who can deal with a group of second-level Zerg, especially the warrior hunters. I am worried that the Queen Mother of Heicheng will send some here to test the situation or sabotage the camp. In this case, Shenji will come forward. Don't worry, I will be back the day after tomorrow at the latest. Don't worry about my safety, just stay on guard at all times. After dinner, Lin Feng centralized the processing of the biological materials collected during the day. Thousands of pairs of black spine insect jaws can be used to synthesize a large number of level 10 red armor, or be equipped with level 19 red armor to greatly enhance the defense capabilities of grassroots commanders. With less than 100 pairs of tiger-backed worm jaws remaining, Lin Feng first upgraded his Flying Tiger armor to the maximum level, Flying Tiger armor LV29/29, orange quality durability 10/10, defense 1000, basic form, arm guard, full body armor, tiger bug power, unconditional, variant, absolute defense, explosive scale armor, flight mode, charged call, upgrade reserve. 16 upgrade conditions, incorporated gold quality material because no other materials were added. The efficiency of the simple orange quality giant jaw decreased as time went on. In the end, only the basic defense power increased, and even the new variant state did not appear. However, after reaching the maximum level, The conditions for upgrading to higher level will show the quality of the materials for the next stage. Gold quality material, corresponding to the third stage. Lin Feng instantly thought of the golden light that appeared in Long Yi's eyes when he activated his spiritual realm ability before. It seems that the Queen Mother must have the third stage golden variety material if the second level battle group is powerful by then and can directly drag out the corpse of the high-level Queen Mother. Maybe they can fuse and upgrade the LV-29 Dreadnought battleship. However, if it wants to achieve a cross-level upgrade and kill a high-level queen, it still needs to continue looking for one. The Huaichang area further north of Jincheng is also full of large lakes and reservoirs, and the other three queens that invaded Jiangnan province should all be there. While Lin Feng was combining the remaining orange jaws into level 20 Black Tiger armor, he was thinking about the future. After a night of rest with Chen Yan'an, the next morning, when he arrived at the square, he saw 60 or 70 second-level awakeners who had come to submit their applications, including the leader of the second-level awakening regiment. Looking at the two regiment leaders, Lin Feng nodded. Let's go. Remember to bring the corpses of those second-level tiger backworms. They are one of your primarchs. Chapter 178 Jiang Chengcheng, Danger Prediction, and the Divine Man. In the stern warehouse of the Dreadnought, several corpses of second-order tiger spine worms were unloaded. There are 5 in total, transported by 5 heavy trucks. Although each tiger insect weighs only about 10 tons, its huge size makes it difficult for ordinary trucks to fit it. The purpose of bringing them to Jincheng, as Lin Feng said, is that these tiger spine worms will be the genetic originators of the 72 members of the regiment present. The raw materials needed to carry out genetic modification surgery. The genetic fluid from the brain tissue of the tiger spiny worm was injected into the body of the experimenter. But just one is enough for 20 or 30 people. After they loaded the cargo and boarded the troop carrier, Lin Feng drove the military jeep and gave the order to set off, with his companion Long Yi sitting next to him. What are you doing so early? I'm not awake yet, Long Yi yawned and complained. She is getting more and more adapted to life as a human being at the same time. More than 1,000 spiritual attributes are hidden in her head, which is only the size of a football. She has no biological mother nest to use as an extra power bank, so every time after activating the state of mind, she needs to rest for a long time to recover. Lin Feng smiled. The task is heavy, so we better hurry up. As he said that, he stepped on the accelerator and started the car. Several military jeeps, 2 passenger buses, and 5 heavy, loaded with members' supplies, left trucks the camp, drove onto the elevated road, and headed northwest for Jincheng. The desolate roads were lined with abandoned, dusty and broken cars. Especially at some important checkpoints, the vehicles left behind by the refugees had blocked all passages. Fortunately, in order to facilitate the transfer and transportation of goods between the two places, Han Yuxin had specially sent people to clear 2 lanes of space on each blocked road to allow trucks to pass smoothly. In the hands of the awakened, a car weighing several tons can be easily lifted and moved by 6 or 7 people, and even a truck can be pushed aside at present. There is a cleared passage at the entrance and exit of the highway. After getting on the highway, the convoy's speed increased sharply, and it only took 1.5 hours to reach the outskirts of Jincheng. The communication signal here has finally returned to full strength after Han Yuxin integrated the survivors' forces. Many infrastructures were reopened. Among them is the most important basic communication service. They even burned oil to generate additional electricity to keep the signal tower from Jincheng to Wuchang operating normally. Long before the departure, Han Yuxin had arranged guide vehicles along the way to bring Lin Feng and others smoothly to the temporary base in Jincheng. When the jeep military vehicles and heavy trucks docked at the riverside pier, Han Yuxin had already led people to wait along the riverside highway to welcome Lin Feng's arrival. When the 72 second-level awakeners on the bus lined up under the leadership of Lin Feng, the aura they exuded made the survivors who were blocking the street corner and watching nearby tremble with fear. There are many leaders among them who wisely surrendered. Most of them are first-stage awakeners, or not even awakeners, and have only killed enhanced humans of red beetles. However, in Han Yuxin's promotional introduction, the hundreds of first-level early awakeners who swept through the entire Jincheng urban area were only less than half of the military force in the hands of the forces behind them. After taking over the remnants of the 13th Division, Lin Feng's strength expanded several times in just 1 week. He now has thousands of awakeners and more than 160 second-level awakeners. This powerful force is one of the top ones, not only in Jiangnan province, but also in the entire federation. Apart from the capital city where a life and death defense battle is ongoing, there is no other place that can gather such a strong lineup. At this moment, these 72 second-level awakeners directly confirmed that Han Yuxin's propaganda was true, and also indirectly deterred the ambitious people hiding in the dark. After all, it only takes one second-level awakener to kill a small force of nearly 1,000 people. When the physical strength reaches more than 10 tons and the explosive speed exceeds 100 meters per second, every second-level awakener can be called a real-life version of Superman. It would be no problem to own a small city and build your own survivor base outside. Of course, in addition to highlighting their own strength, Han Yuxin was also paving the way for Lin Feng to take over power in the future. Did not publicize that Lin Feng's team was the 13th Division of the Federal Army, although doing so would quickly win the support of a large number of people and ensure the order and stability of the temporary base. But the 13th Division is a designation granted by the Federation. Lin Feng couldn't let anyone use this kind of handle an excuse when the Wuchen decisive battle was over. All the systems and titles would be overturned and rebuilt. He didn't want to be disgusted by the temporary meeting of the Northwest Security Zone. When he established a permanent base in the future, some layout needs to be prepared from the beginning. For example, the title related to one's origin. In her propaganda, Han Yuxin deliberately separated her own forces from the 13th Division that crossed the river. Lin Feng is not the successor commander of the 13th Division, but a civilian who grew up step by step from Haichang to the top. Now he holds a powerful force and becomes the savior who still defends the Wuchen defense line. After the 13th Division left, the 13th Division's resolute withdrawal caused quite a stir and panic in the urban area of Jincheng. Many opportunists who changed their minds with a win spent all their wealth just to buy a ticket on the same ship, or fled with their families overnight. The withdrawal of the 13th Division also freed the gangs in Jincheng from their last concerns, allowing them to treat civilians more unscrupulously. After all, when the only guardian of order left, Jincheng completely turned into a steel jungle where the strong preyed on the weak. Therefore, the 13th Division had a very bad reputation among the survivors at the bottom. Many of them were workers who took the call of the Federation at the beginning of the apocalypse and stayed to build the Wuchen defense line. But the 13th Division left the front line without even saying hello, abandoning them. Jincheng, the capital of Jiangnan province, was completely exposed to the Zerg and left to be slaughtered. In fact, this matter cannot be blamed on the 13th Division. It's just that their existence must obey the orders of the top leaders. They cannot solve logistical problems and cannot hold on for too long. Now that Lin Feng has taken over Jincheng and wants to establish his own ruling order, he must put an end to the moral kidnapping imposed on the team in advance. What he wanted to save was the entire human race, not the 100,000 old, weak and sick people in Jincheng. At this time, Han Yuxin was walking in front to guide Lin Feng. Behind Lin Feng followed Long Yi and other members of the battle group. As for this woman, Chen Yannian briefly introduced her background information to Han Yuxin yesterday, but he did not mention the Queen Mother's clone. Only mentioned her background as a researcher. This time she came together to cooperate with Lin Feng to complete the transformation plan of genetic warriors, so Han Yuxin didn't pay much attention to her. I only think of Ling Yi as a scientific researcher like Ling Shuian and Director Ling. The office of the temporary base is located in a 5-star hotel building overlooking the river. The main consideration is accommodation and food issues, which can be solved on the spot. A few minutes later, in the top floor conference room, Lin Feng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the busy survivors below, who are using fishing nets and other homemade fishing tools to catch fish on the riverside and on the cross-river bridge, on the sandbanks and islands in the distant rivers, and on the edges of natural parks. There are even more people fishing. Long collapsed on the sofa, rubbed his eyes, and looked at the humans on the riverbank catching fish in large numbers, his face full of heartache. Han Yuxin took off the woman's suit she was wearing and changed into a slim white shirt and a hip-hugging miniskirt, looking like a personal secretary. Holding up the file rack in her arms, Han Yuxin walked behind Lin Feng with her long round legs wrapped in black stockings and wearing a pair of gray, black and red high heels. She glanced at the unruly and uneducated Ling Yi, then smiled and said, "Thanks to those gang leaders who have done so many bad things, the people are now very docile and have not made too many demands for the time being. They have to work hard to solve the problem of food and clothing every day. But some people are not satisfied with this and are secretly instigating others to disrupt order." Lin Feng nodded, not caring too much. "Has Betty been notified?" Han Yuxin opened the folder, which contained various arrangements and records. She pushed the frame. "I've got it. She'll probably be here before tomorrow. Do you want to meet her here? If you rush back, she might ask to go to the Wuchen front to meet with you in person." Lin Feng shook his head. Forget it, let's meet her first before leaving. It's not safe in Wachun camp right now, especially for her. We'll probably leave tomorrow afternoon, and we'll arrange a time to meet her then." Han Yuxin nodded, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. It was worth it that she applied the facial mask yesterday and went to bed early, and finally her complexion returned to its best condition. "Make arrangements for Lin Feng's overnight stay with all my heart." Then she looked at the things below the list and continued, "There is something I think I should report to you." Lin Feng turned his head away, waiting for the next word's person, but the superpowers she awakened, what? Lin Feng thought of the weeds that were still alive on the duck, and her ability that had been awakened in advance, and he immediately became interested. Han Yuxin took a deep breath. "According to the danger perception ability you described, she has undergone some new changes after fully awakening. Zhang Chengcheng now seems to be able to sense danger in advance." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sense in advance? You mean, before the danger appears?" Han Yuxin nodded. "A few days ago, during our expansion, we were ambushed by the enemy with sniper rifles from a few hundred meters away. As a result, Zhang Chengcheng, who was following the team and looking for his parents, gave us a warning in advance and asked us to hide in the houses on the street." Within a dozen seconds after she finished speaking, a member of the front row was shot from a distance. Fortunately, he was wearing red armor, so he only suffered internal injuries to his chest and a slight concussion. If the enemy has heavy weapons, such as mortars or anti-material heavy snipers, there will definitely be huge casualties, and from then on, we discovered that Zhang Chengcheng's superpowers seemed to have changed. What she sensed was not the danger that existed at the moment, but the danger that was about to appear nearby. More like a prophet than a censor. Lin Feng's pupils shrank, and he immediately recalled the Sixth Order peak spine god he met in the spiritual world, and the girl next to him also became interested. She can't be called a prophet, it would be more accurate to say she has foresight. She should be able to sense in advance the dangers that may arise in the future for herself or the people around her. Lin Feng nodded and said to Han Yuxin, "Bring her over here. No matter what miraculous supernatural power it is, once you see it with your own eyes, you will know it clearly after identification." Han Yuxin, who had been well prepared, had always kept Zhang Chengcheng by her side. Now she was in this restaurant, and someone would immediately deliver the call in order to take good care of her. An elementary school teacher was specially selected from the survivors to be responsible only for Zhang Chengcheng. After entering the main office, Zhang Chengcheng dressed up and looked brand new, returning to the appearance of a little girl. She stood behind the teacher, sticking half of her head out, secretly observing the three people present. In addition to Han Yuxin and Lin Feng, there was also a strange ant she didn't know. Han Yuxin said calmly, "Let's go out first," standing in front of the glass window, then nodded awkwardly and turned away. Zhang Chengcheng, who had lost her sense of security, pinched the edge of her skirt and whispered, "Hello, Sister Han." "Hello, Uncle Lin." Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. He was 25 or 26 years old, so he should be an uncle, but Han Yuxin was almost 30 years old, so she became a sister instead. "Ahem, Chengcheng, come here, let me take a closer look." After Lin Feng opened his mouth, he placed his hand on the little girl's head by touching it. The most detailed identification introduction immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Zhang Chengcheng, LV11/10 horsepower 65, VT 60, SPR 100 superpower awakening, danger prediction, danger premonition, ability to sense hostility and impending danger within 10 meters of oneself, within the present and the next 5 minutes. Each use has a 10-minute cooldown and consumes 40 points of mental attribute value. Once the mental attribute is less than % of the full state, the ability cannot be activated. Note, the target creature's spiritual attributes have been greatly exceeded, and its weak constitution cannot bear it. Excessive consumption of spiritual attributes will cause permanent damage to its physical and mental aspects. Note, this prediction result is only based on the factors of the existing time and space. The prediction of the future will change accordingly with the quantitative changes of different weight factors. Lin Feng frowned slightly. It seemed that what Long Yu said was right. He was not a prophet, but only had a prediction of a certain period of time in the future, and it was not something that was destined to happen. For example, the sniper ambush that Han Yuxin mentioned before was avoided safely thanks to Zhang Chengcheng's reminder. But even so, this ability is still very amazing. After all, it can predict the future, although it can only predict danger. But when used during battle, it is the key to changing your destiny and reversing success or failure. It's a pity that Jiang Chengcheng is still young and can't fight or participate in high-level battles. Otherwise, if this ability is placed in the hands of an adult, he can quickly grow into a powerful awakener. Compared with its potential and the effects it brings, the cost of overuse seems insignificant. In Lin Feng's opinion, if one wants to scientifically predict what will happen in the future, one can only use large quantum computers with terrifying computing power and a database stored in advance to predict what may happen in the future. However, with limited resources, we can only establish a model of the development of lower life in a limited environment, such as bacteria and single-cell microorganisms in a culture dish. Therefore, Jiang Chengcheng's ability would make Lin Feng and Long Yi feel incredible. Chengcheng, when you use your ability, is it the scene you see in front of you, or the dangerous consequences that appear in your mind? Lin Feng withdrew his hand and asked. Jiang Chengcheng frowned, trying to think of how to describe that wonderful experience. It was like a cartoon on repeat. After closing my eyes, the things around me play at double speed in my mind, and then they go back to the starting point like a movie. This process does not exceed 5 seconds, but the picture in my mind can last for several minutes. Lin Feng nodded and looked at the woman on the sofa. Ling Yi shrugged and slowly stood up. Perceiving danger in the near future is almost an instinct for higher-level beings in the universe. Just like when you're on edge, you will instinctively sense potential danger, but her long-term foresight is very rare. For the Zerg or other races, they would need a machine as big as a building, which consumes a lot of energy to run the machine and collect all the variable data. In the end, they can only make predictions within a certain range, and her ability to directly predict the future is almost an ability that only gods can possess. This may be related to the structure of the human brain. After all, humans have hundreds of billions of brain cells at birth. This number is extremely rare even in the entire universe and among all civilizations on all planets, but her ability to directly predict the future is almost an ability that only gods can possess. Nature still requires balance. As you grow and time passes, brain cells are constantly consumed and cannot be regenerated. They will gradually decrease to the normal value of about 10 billion. Perhaps the younger the child is when he awakens, the stronger the superpowers you will have. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight. Although very young children have a lot of brain cells, they are unable to develop and use them because of their underdeveloped bodies. Your name is Jiang Chengcheng, right? As he spoke, Ling Yi walked up to the little girl, half squatted down, and spoke from the bottom of his heart. Remember, use this superpower less in the future. It is not a pleasure for you now, but a burden and a nuisance. It will seriously affect your natural growth. Seeing the adults hesitant to speak, Jiang Chengcheng nodded as if he understood. Lin Feng touched her head. Go and play, future. Han Yuxin swallowed and nodded as a non-combatant who only does logistical support work. She has never thought about it so much. Now, judging from the serious attitude of Lin Feng and this researcher, Jiang Chengcheng is more important than she thought. Thinking of this, Han Yuxin suddenly remembered another thing and quickly said, "Oh right. Previously in Jinchang City, there was a person whose abilities seemed very similar to Jiang Chengcheng's." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and he and Long Yi stared at Han Yuxin in front of them. Yuxin slowly flipped through the contents of the folder and found relevant information in the last few pages of records. That's a group of superstitious doomsday cults, calling themselves the Doomsday Cult, predicting the end of the world. You know, in many troubled times, these things stir up trouble and fool the people. But this group of forces is a little different. At the beginning, other gangs in Jinchang City all respect this group of people very much, although their overall strength was not strong. It is rumored that their top management is composed of a fake monk, a real Taoist priest, and a blind fortune teller. Some of them can predict the future and see what is about to happen. Before we took action, they seemed to have anticipated this and fled ahead of time, abandoning the believers they had deceived and escaping to Jiangbei. Because I didn't do anything bad, so, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Jiangbei, you mentioned Liuyuki, isn't she also in the suburbs of the small town in Jiangbei? Han Yuxin realized that something was wrong and her face changed. It is theoretically possible for quantum computers to predict the future, but it's also very sci-fi. Chapter 179 Biological Nest, Genetic Glands, and Superman Project. Immediately asked, so should we send someone to search now? That group of people is not very strong. They are just a few first-level awakeners. Lin Feng pondered for a few seconds and shook his head. Forget it. I'll go when I'm free this afternoon. I have to take care of the important things first, be it the 3 charlatans who might have the power to predict the future as Han Yuxin mentioned. or Liu Yuki from the small town in the north of the city, none of them could affect the overall situation of the decisive battle in Wuchen. If we put the overall situation first, we must do the right things first. The genetic modification plan for the 72 members of the regiment is more important than anything else at the moment. We have been delayed here for about half an hour to cooperate with Han Yuxin's performance, and it is time to leave. Lin Feng walked up to the other party and explained, send the collected fine steel to the steel mill in the south of the city. Also, chop off the second-order giant jaws of the 5 tiger spine insect corpses we brought and send them there. Ask the employees there to work overtime and produce a large number of tiger tooth chainsaw swords as soon as possible, and take them away along the way. Also, the daily consumption of these tens of thousands of people is not low, and the fish in the big rivers are not inexhaustible. Jincheng can only be regarded as a temporary base. Once the daily fishery output begins to decline, we must prepare to migrate. Before that, we need to collect all the available materials in Jincheng and its surrounding counties and towns, as well as the storage of food. This must be put on the agenda now. The rich fishery resources in the major rivers are the result of the federal government's long-term fishing ban. Before the end of the world, the tugboat starts and the big net is dragged in. All the fish will be caught in one fell swoop. 100,000 survivors means 100,000 mouths to feed. Even if each person eats 1 kilogram of fish per day, that would require 10 tons. It would not last long relying solely on the rivers and lakes. And transporting the fish back and forth from Tehu Lake would consume even more fuel times that of ordinary people. Only 10,000 combat soldiers will need more than 10 tons of fish meat every day, and when they are put into combat, the consumption will be even greater. In the future, feeding civilians will not be a problem. The key is how to feed the tens of thousands of awakened people. Fortunately, we don't have to think about things so far in the future. Lin Feng naturally didn't mention it. Han Yuxin nodded, understood. One last thing, the task you specifically assigned me yesterday can only be completed tomorrow. Lin Feng frowned. That was a temporary suggestion he had made after solving Zhang Liang's problem yesterday. Thousands of tons of fish meat are piled up in a factory. In order to build the biological mother nest of Lin Feng's plan, to hatch the membrane wings of green-winged insects and wind-winged insects, and eventually cultivate a group of flying soldiers. Even if all the auxiliary troops and survivors went into the lake and river, it would take 2 or 3 days to catch 1,000 tons of fish. The current amount of dried fish in stock is only about 100 tons. Don't worry about this, take us there first. Lin Feng thought for a moment and decided to deal with this matter first. Fish meat is easy to deteriorate, and when it deteriorates, the microorganisms will increase sharply, which will consume the nutrients in the meat and vein. Soon, under the leadership of Han Yuxin, Lin Feng and Long Yi arrived at the target location, a large warehouse at the dock by the river. This is the largest port in the entire Jiangnan prefecture, with a daily cargo throughput of more than 300,000 tons. The logistics transit warehouses in front of us each cover an area of more than 20,000 square meters. It is even easier to stockpile thousands of tons of fish. Several old stone boats found in the rivers of nearby towns and villages, as well as cleaning boats for inland sanitation, were used as temporary fishing boats and docked on the shore. At this moment, there are still hundreds of auxiliary soldiers who are busy with fishing operations. As a regular army, they can obtain fuel supplies and return with a full load every time they set sail. Just a few nets can catch large fish weighing several tons. The drying work is also carried out in the dock. Square face made Lin Feng and Han Yuxin hold their breath, and even made them cry. Lin Feng suppressed the churning in his stomach and looked at Long Yi. You can go by yourself. Just set up the program in advance. It shouldn't be a problem, right? But Long Yi walked in with a swagger as if nothing had happened. In fact, for the Zerg, the smellier something is, the more delicious it is. They have a preference for rotten substances because they are easier to digest. Although Long Yi only has a human appearance, his internal organs and brain thoughts are actually those of a high-level Zerg. Not long after, Long Yi, who had disappeared in front of the two, slowly emerged from the darkness. At this moment, she had changed from the listless and tired look when she came, to radiant and energetic. Lin Feng understood at a glance that this guy had definitely taken advantage of the fish and meat resources in the warehouse to enrich himself. It's done now. We just need to pile fish meat in there. It will grow on its own. Just remember to tell the employees not to stay too long. The cicada patted his clothes to get rid of the fishy smell. Lin Feng nodded and told Han Yuxin, who was in tears, to continue. The latter left with a gloomy face. and the carefully dressed up was ruined by the stinky fishy smell. After resolving the issue at the biological factory, the parked convoy set off again and headed for Laotian Nature Park. On the other side of the river at the stop opposite the mountains, we arrived at the final destination of this trip, Jinchang Biological Research Institute. The second-order tiger-backed worms whose giant jaws were cut off became much smaller. Ling Shuyan quickly sent people to deliver them to the research building and ordered her subordinates to cut and extract them. After she finished giving these instructions, she walked out of the research building. When we met again, she was wearing an open white long gown with an oversized shirt underneath to hide her impressive figure. Her eye bags were swollen behind her lenses. Due to the high intensity of work and research, plus staying up all night, her appearance looked very bad, but she was extremely excited. She walked quickly over and looked at Lin Feng, the woman behind him, and the 72 second-level awakeners. Seeing so many powerful people, Ling Shuyan was sure that what Lin Feng said on the phone before was true. And she immediately stepped forward enthusiastically to welcome them into the laboratory building. With so many perfect samples, for Ling Shuyan, although the operation process will be tiring, the collected surgical experimental data are more valuable. First, let them follow the medical staff to do blood tests and initial skin tests. We need to know their natural adaptability to Zerg genes so that we can prepare the appropriate concentration of gene concentrate in advance. Ling Shuyan looked at the awakened people behind Lin Feng and pointed at the white coats on the left side of the hall. Lin Feng modestly and arranged for 2 late-stage second-level captains to lead the team members to do a physical examination first. Seeing that the woman behind Lin Feng did not leave with him, Ling Shuyan's eyes flashed with a strange look. This is Ling Gai. She is a survivor I found in another city. She used to do biological research and had been to the underground Zerg nest. She is very familiar with the Zerg's habits and social structure. Lin Feng talked nonsense and gave a brief introduction. Ling Gai then smiled at the woman in front of him. She did not hide her aura. The powerful aura of a second-level awakener shocked Ling Shuyan, but she quickly recovered and smiled back. Welcome to visit us, future. Long smiled without saying anything and nodded slightly. Ling Shuyan then walked to the right aisle and introduced as she went upstairs. We are relatively small, and the surgical equipment we collected from more than a dozen hospitals in Jinchang can only equip these 10 operating rooms. We have enough manpower. 10 surgeries at a time will take at least 2 hours to complete. If there are 72 people, that would 16 take hours. Considering the rest of the surgical staff, the earliest we can complete the task is tomorrow morning. Lin Feng nodded, and under the of the other party, he entered a floor with laboratories on both sides. Even though the entire space was illuminated by the ceiling lights, one could still feel the cold and solemn atmosphere emanating from the air filled with alcohol and disinfectant. The operating room was staffed by 2 surgeons and 3 assistants, all fully armed. Through the double-layer soundproof glass, one could vaguely see their eyes hidden behind goggles. Their gazes were calm, but they were staring at guidance introduction. She walked to the stairs enthusiastically. It will take some time before they can enter the operating room. The extraction of the brainstem fluid from the tiger spiny worm is not yet complete. We can go to the laboratory area upstairs to visit. There is an introduction to the latest transformation technology. Ling immediately became interested and moderately to follow. Ling Shuyan narrowed her eyes, smiled, and stepped onto the stairs. An iron door with an electronic combination lock appeared in front of everyone. Seemed to be heavily guarded. After Ling Shuyan entered the password and fingerprint verification, it slowly opened the door. After experiencing the disinfection gas and ultraviolet rays inside for sterilization, the 3 of them put on masks and entered. Unlike the bright and airy operating room downstairs, the environment here was gloomy. The curtains were closed, only the workbench in the laboratory was lit, and only 1/3 of the light tubes in the corridor were on. Just like in a hospital ward in the middle of the night. It was dark every few meters. Ling Shuyan turned around and said, electricity is in short supply recently. The institute's electricity is supplied by a separate generator. In order to ensure the normal operation of the operating room, other areas are trying to reduce energy consumption as much as possible. Lin Feng nodded. Even in the temporary base where Han Yuxin was located, only a few buildings had electricity. And the survivors were still living in a primitive environment where they had to start fires and boil water. If the experiments at the institute were not important, it would be impossible to supply precious fuel resources here. Another major consumer of coal and electricity is the steel forging plants in the southern heavy industrial zone. After explaining a few words, Ling Shuyan led the two to a large laboratory where some staff members were drip irrigating nutrient solution into the biomass in the culture dishes and recording the cultivation progress. The most eye-catching ones are the cylindrical sealed glass containers placed on the wall. Each container is filled with transparent liquid and contains a flesh-red, slender creature the size of a fountain pen. The reason why it is called a living thing. Because this thing was still wriggling in the container and showing amazing activity. Is this muscle tissue? Lin Feng recalled the pictures in his biology book and still had some vague impression of them. Ling Shuyan shook her head. Muscles don't have the ability to change genes, especially the body of a second-level awakener. This is a gland that can carry Zerg genes. It comes from Shenji and the other two primarchs. It is also the site where their ability to assimilate Zerg genes and their specific characteristics are expressed. You can call it a gene gland. After it absorbs the Zerg gene fluid, it breaks it down and stores it, and then places it into the zygote assimilated Zerg cells nearby. Of course, the gene glands can also be directly implanted into the body of the experimental subject, but doing so is like taking insect meat. Not many people can resist it even for a second-level awakener. It is difficult to adapt in a short period of time, and there will be many sequelae, and the zygote can control the gland's discharge volume, allowing the modified genetic warrior to have a gradual adaptation process, so as to avoid excessive assimilation and distortion, which would lead to the failure of the operation. The creation of gene glands combined with zygotes will be the greatest biotechnology since the end of the world. Ling Shuyan's expression flashed with a hint of fanaticism, and she was somewhat excited. It will also be the guarantee for mankind to resist the Zerg. And all this is thanks to Mr. Lin's generosity. Lin Feng stared calmly at the genetic glands that were shrinking and expanding in the culture medium, like living breathing creatures. He did not respond to Ling Shuyan's compliment, but instead asked about another matter. How's Kinhu doing? This technology should have been put into mass production in the capital, right? Ling Shuyan was stunned for a moment, then replied, Yes. You are familiar with Kinhu, and you should be aware of the plight of the federal capital. They are in urgent need of technology that can improve their strength in a short period of time, mass produce, and have low costs. While speaking, Ling Shuyan's eyes kept glancing to the side, secretly observing the changes in Lin Feng's expression. Although the other party agreed that the ownership of the technology would belong to the institute, they also allowed Ling Shuyan to send it to other federal forces. But that being said, if Lin Feng is actually not willing to share it, Ling Shuyan also has to consider the other party's attitude. After all, once the performance of the genetic warriors spreads, it will not only be Kinhu and others who want to obtain it. The exchange of benefits during this period is not much lower than the transformation of the technology itself. Other research institutes scattered across the country also have the latest discoveries and corresponding technologies. For example, the headquarters is conducting research on the superpowers of awakened people. It was because Ling Shuyan obtained some information from them that she was able to find the source of Shenji's supernatural powers so quickly, and thus cultivate glands containing Zerg genes. Perfect genetic modification technology in a short period of time. Especially at the moment of doomsday, Ling Shuyan, as a pure scientific researcher, naturally hopes that different places can share what they have and what they need with each other to ensure that human strength is sufficient to survive. Fortunately, Lin Feng did not show any displeasure during her explanation. Lin Feng's expressionless face actually showed that he was thinking about the appraisal results that appeared before his eyes. Gene gland, orange quality evaluation, a perfect mixture of human awakening cells and Zerg genes. It can stably transfer Zerg genes into human flesh and achieve genetic assimilation. Note: this technology is somewhat dangerous and can easily pollute the original human gene pool and affect the awakening expression of other genetic characteristics. Note: this technology creates a new hybrid species under unnatural conditions, which will affect the artistic conception inheritance of both humans and Zerg. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, then asked, if Shenji and his peers' abilities can be transferred through genes in physical tissues, can other people's? Ling Shuyan swallowed her saliva. She felt that she had underestimated the wisdom of the man in front of her. He was smarter than she thought. Even Ling Gai, who was standing by, narrowed his eyes and looked at the wriggling genetic gland. Facing Lin Feng's calm gaze at this moment, Ling Shuyan hesitated for a long time before telling him the secret news she had just learned. Yes, theoretically speaking, as long as it is a human superpower, it can be transplanted to other human beings, starting from the original mass of newly born stem cells. They are induced to activate the expression of genes with corresponding special abilities. This is something the headquarters is currently researching. I heard from them that they are currently planning to cultivate a perfect human being. The Gene Completion Project, a perfect superhuman warrior that combines most of the superpowers of humans, according to their superhuman plan. The new human beings born will become the children of prophecy who will save the world, and will be able to directly reach the third level. The potential of a fourth level strongman of human beings is very great. Chapter 180 Gene Fusion, Egg Trading. Lin Feng sighed and made no other comments. Ling Shuyan pushed her glasses and said nothing. In the face of life and death, even the law is not worth mentioning, let alone useless morals. Only by surviving can you judge what is good and what is bad, right and wrong. Lin Feng thought of the son of the prophecy of salvation she mentioned, and then asked, according to what you said, the transplantation of superpowers can only start from newborn embryonic cells? Do you want to artificially breed the next generation? Ling Shuyan pursed her lips and nodded. The pale green light from the low-temperature glass box reflected on her lenses, making it difficult to see the gaze behind her. Yet, but it's obviously too late to start from the beginning, so the hospital had to settle for the next best thing and look for young people before adults and teenagers whose secondary sexual characteristics have not yet matured to conduct experiments on transplanting special stem cells. The former can accommodate 2 to 3 superpowers, while the latter is more compatible and can master at least 5 or more superpowers, including rare psychic abilities. Lin Feng's face darkened, and he recalled Jiang Cheng whom he had just met at Han Yuxin's place this morning. The cost of doing this is not low, right? Even if an adult awakener undergoes Zerg gene transplantation, he will have to endure both mental and physical torture, as well as the sequelae of his own lifespan being rapidly consumed. Ling Shuyan sighed and did not refute. The rate is still very low and cannot be put into mass production. It is just an initial small batch experiment, and you're right, the price is too high. Even if a qualified product can leave the laboratory intact, its vitality will be overdrawn to only a dozen years. Stem cells are the source of life. One superpower has just the right amount of load on the body. Although a collection of multiple superpowers is extremely powerful, the consumption of stem cells increases exponentially. I know this sounds cruel and immoral, but if we don't do this, it will be difficult for humans to resist the Zerg invasion due to their lack of high-end power, especially the high-level Zerg Queen. As she spoke, Ling Shuyan pointed to the sealed jar in the glass box, which contained the newly proliferated gene glands. Gene warriors are just a shortcut, a last resort to deal with the war on the front line. Perhaps you have already felt it vaguely. Gene warriors are modified from Zerg genes in essence. They are a combination of human and tiger spine worm genes, which means they are half spine worms. When facing the Zerg Queen, they are easily affected by their powerful mental power. At the very least, they will just lose their combat ability, but at the worst, they will be controlled by them, like a swarm source of their strength. Moreover, the higher the Zerg's genetic fusion, the stronger the genetic warriors will be, and the easier it will be for them to be manipulated by the Queen Mother. Gene warriors can only be used in surface city defense battles. They cannot go deep underground to kill the Zerg Queen. Last time, when Kinhu returned safely from his first underground exploration with your help, he told me that he felt a palpitation in his heart while in the underground insect nest, and at the same time, a voice of calling kept echoing in his head, especially when he entered the state of genetic assimilation. The feeling of being out of control became stronger and stronger, so I want to tell you in advance that if you trained and transformed this group of second-level gene warriors in order to attack the underground Zerg nest and kill the Zerg Queen, then you must be prepared in advance for them to get out of control and turn against you in the middle of a battle. Lin Feng shrugged and didn't care. Don't worry about it, I know this very well. Their duties are to guard the entrance of the wormhole on the surface and clear out other second-level Zergs coming to support them in the passage. Killing the high-level Queen Mother can only be accomplished by me. Then he brought the content back to the point and asked again, so the Federation's Biological Research Institute intends to artificially create a group of perfect awakeners. How can their strength reach the third stage? Without the life energy taken from the Zerg, can we achieve the promotion and awakening out of thin air? Ling Shuyan turned around and stared at the man behind her with a deep gaze, then shook her head. I don't know either. Maybe this is the problem that the headquarters is trying to solve, but please rest assured that most of the teenagers who participated in the experiment did so voluntarily. If they resisted, the experiment would fail. Just like our modification genetic surgery, the mental and spiritual state is more important than the physical strength. Procedures, however, the last thing in the apocalypse is Avengers. Ever since the alien Zerg invaded the blue planet, causing the deaths of hundreds of millions of people in the Federation and hundreds of millions of people being displaced. The seeds of hatred have been deeply planted. Sooner or later, this young generation, who are full of hatred and grew up in the flames of war, will wipe out all these invaders without leaving a single one alive. As she spoke, Ling Shuyan clenched her fists and looked determined. Lin Feng slightly, thinking of Shenji, who was always at the front line and fighting tirelessly. In fact, after becoming a first-level awakener, he didn't have to fight so hard anymore. As long as you don't overuse the genetic assimilation form, you will naturally not become indistinguishable from humans or insects. But he did not retreat, but fought all the way to the end. Becoming stronger in order to kill insects and killing insects in order to become stronger are two completely different concepts. His parents and relatives were all killed by the Zerg, and no trace of their bodies was left. If it weren't for Zhang Liang, who depended on each other, Shenji would probably have decided to die long ago. Die in the artistic world of fighting with a king's spiny worm. There are countless orphans like them in the densely populated coastal cities where people have fallen. If Liu Yuki had not been lucky and her relatives were still alive, she might have taken this path and followed him, fighting all the way. However, Lin Feng didn't pay much attention to the headquarters research. He was just a little curious about how they would cultivate the third-level Superman they planned. This may be helpful to me. Okay, don't be too nervous. My moral sentiments are not that high, and I won't meddle in other people's business. I just think their superhuman plan is a bit too radical, especially the burden of awakening superpowers on children even if they have great potential. Their basic foundation is there, and it is difficult for them to be as experienced and at ease as adults. Lin Feng replied calmly. He saw that Long Yi, who had been holding it in for a long time, looked like he had something stuck in his throat and couldn't help but speak it out, so I quickly spoke up. Turned the topic. Ling Shuyan is not like Han Yuxin. The latter would not speak out even if she guessed it, but the former was able to infer the true identity of Long Yi from Long's unrestrained long speech and various clues. A clone of the Queen Mother with self-awareness. For Ling Shuyan, there will never be a more perfect research material than this. As a companion of the Queen Mother's incarnation, it was hard not to be suspected and speculated about whether he had been controlled by the Zerg. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble as much as possible, Lin Feng ended Long Yi's hesitation and advance. Ling Shuyan heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this, and then revealed a slightly meaningful smile. No problem. Regarding technology sharing, I have uploaded the genetic transformation warrior plan. When there is any breakthrough progress, we will be notified. I will contact you in time. Lin Feng nodded, glanced at Long Yi, who had narrowed his eyes behind him, and said no more. After gaining a general understanding of the Federation's current biotechnology, the members of the Second Order Regiment, who went for physical examinations and tests, came to the operating area downstairs with their test reports. Ling Shuyan looked at a notification message on her mobile phone, so she hurried back to the next floor with Lin Feng and the other person who came to visit the experimental floor at this time. The first group of awakened people who participated in genetic modification had made all preparations. They took off their clothes and equipment, wearing only a thin light blue coat that fitted them from front to back. After being disinfected, they entered the operating room and lay on the operating table. The doctor then performed local anesthesia on their waist and abdomen through the transparent glass window of the operating room. Lin Feng watched quietly as the assistants checked the surgeon's report and injected different amounts of tiger spiny worm gene concentrate into the gene gland, and then implanted it into a hexagonal flat black box. That is the zygote that will be sewn into the tail of the awakened person's lumbar spine. It is only 10 centimeters wide and half the size of a palm. After debugging, the doctor began to use a needle to inject the diluted gene solution into the suture area. The trace amount of Zerg cells in it would devour the patient's human tissue, and then engage in a fierce fight with nearby human cells. This instantly causes local redness and swelling. Large number of macrophages and Zerg cell corpses accumulated into clumps and formed blisters. Pierce them for disinfection. Repeat this several times, and with the powerful self-healing ability of the second-level awakener, the wounds will continue to heal and scab, eventually forming a circle of blue-gray rings similar to a tattoo. Then the suturing begins. The scabbed skin is cut open, and the entire zygote is sutured under the operator's skin. They are then stimulated to repair themselves, and the proliferating scar tissue connects to the glands and begins to absorb the gene fragments released from them. At the same time, it supplies nutrients to the gene glands, allowing them to continuously release Zerg genes. After devouring the Zerg genes, the newly formed cells in the scar tissue continue to expand, eventually spreading and enveloping the entire zygote. This external part of the surgery is now complete. The follow-up is more important post-operative observation. Those new cells that neutralize the Zerg and human genes and achieve a perfect combination will become similar to antibodies, and will hunt down and intercept the Zerg cells that were previously injected into the vicinity. When the blue-gray circle like a tattoo gradually disappears, it means that the genetic assimilation and transformation surgery has been preliminarily declared a success. Next comes the more important stage of specialized cell expansion, which will replace the weak original tissues and enhance the host's physical strength. Some black and yellow hard skin gradually accumulates on the body surface. Specialized cells have extremely strong plasticity and can activate the genetic characteristics of the Zerg and evolve the Zerg structure. Eventually a hard tiger insect armor is formed. The rapid changes in this stage will cause the human body to consume a lot of energy. The heavy sweating and the pain of assimilation made the awakened ones grit their teeth and tremble all over. With Ling Shuyan's approval, the assistants took out bags of milky white nutrient solution and injected them into the genetic warriors' throats with a hose. Some people who are conscious will take the initiative to smoke soon. The first 10 people who underwent the surgery completed the transformation from second-level awakeners to genetic warriors. The strength attribute value continued to rise with the infusion of organic nutrient solution and the crazy proliferation of specialized cells in the body. Ling Shuyan smiled and introduced, "After our all-night research on the second stage insect eggs sent last time, we have been able to initially replicate the organic nutrient solution contained in them, which is 50% as effective as the original solution. However, this organic concentrated soup cannot eventually develop into tiger spiny worm larvae." Lin Feng smiled but said nothing. He couldn't help but complained in his heart, "What I gave you was a dead egg. The life energy contained in it had long been absorbed. It would be strange if it could hatch." Life energy is the key to hatching tiger worms. Organic nutrient solution only provides a material carrier. A nearby girl finally couldn't help but ask, "This is too rough. Aren't you afraid that new cells will proliferate from the wound and cause a large area of ulceration?" Ling Shuyan shook her head helplessly. "There's nothing we can do. We've tried more cautious methods, but the awakened's physical strength is too high. Sometimes their wounds heal automatically within a dozen seconds, and ordinary medicines have no effect on them at all. Especially for the second-level awakeners. Even the knives used for surgery are temporarily processed from titanium alloy. Otherwise, it is difficult to cut off the accidental distorted assimilated tissue. Currently, those who can undergo the surgery must be at least mid to late stage awakeners of the first stage. Those who are lower than this level will not be able to withstand the invasion of Zerg cells and will instead have a high fever. This method has minimized the rejection reaction of the patient. The gene glands cultivated by Shenji and other original bodies can effectively reduce the intensity of initial assimilation through slow release. The cost is just that in the first few days, the physical fitness of these genes warriors will only increase by about 50%. As the absorption and fusion rate increases, it will eventually stabilize at 80% to 100%. Long curled his lips and said no more. In fact, a patient just underwent surgery and a small accident occurred during the proliferation and assimilation process. The scar tissue got out of control and developed into cancer. But under the control of her artistic conception ability, the distorted part quickly died and disappeared, and the assimilation was able to continue. Even if she didn't take action, the doctors and assistants would have discovered it in time, removed the part, and suspended the operation. But doing so would mean the failure of the operation, which would not only cause an irreversible overdraft of the awakened person's vitality, but would also leave serious sequelae. The person would be troubled by Zerg genes for the rest of his life, and it would be difficult to break through to the third stage. Achieving a success rate of over 90% is already perfect for Ling Shuyan. Due to limited conditions, this is the only option available at the moment. Then she pushed up her glasses, looked at the organic nutrient solution in the medical staff's hand, and said casually, "By the way, Mr. Lin, do you still have any extra second-level insect eggs from the last time you gave us? If he's still alive, that would be even better. You can easily defeat dozens of second-level Zergs, and come and go freely in the underground Zerg nest. I guess you have been to the Zerg's hatching nest deep underground, right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to be so fast with so many second-level awakeners, and all of them are early-stage awakeners who have just been promoted and have a restless aura." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and said calmly without changing his expression, "You are very smart. The second-level insect eggs can enable the awakened ones in the late stage of the first level to directly enter the second stage. At the same time, organic nutrient solution has various uses. Such a precious thing is far more profitable than selling live second-level tiger spine worms. But, with a value of a second-level awakener, I wonder what Director Ling can use in exchange? Or do you think that I will provide you with free funding in the name of scientific research? Ling Shuyan took a deep breath. In fact, the reason why she was so attentive today was because of this crucial moment. Of course, not the help a second-level awakener can bring cannot be measured by money or even resources, but at present, it seems that you are the only one who has a large number of live second-level insect eggs, and this thing is crucial to the advancement of the Superman project of the Biological Research Institute. If you are willing to contribute to the salvation of mankind, we will also be willing to meet any of your requests at any cost, including those who can seriously injure the Queen Mother, miniature nuclear warhead. Hear the last sentence. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly condensed. Chapter 181 Micronuclear Warheads, Human Gene Completion Plan. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and confirmed it again. Ling Shuyan nodded. That's right. Each nuclear warhead taken out of the intercontinental missile can be detonated individually through a code. It has an explosive power equivalent to 50,000 tons of TNT, enough to wipe out any life within 2 kilometers of the explosion center. Even if the Zerg Queen is made entirely of tiger spineworm jaws, she can hardly stand its devastating blow. She knew very well that for Lin Feng, who had already reached the peak of the second stage, he was still willing to take over the remnants of the 13th Division of Lu and lead them to hold the front line, even at the cost of precious second-stage insect eggs to help them advance to the second stage, as well as the current genetic modification surgery. Everything is for one thing. That is to kill the high-level Zerg Queen to complete the promotion to the third stage. Become the first third-level awakener on the blue planet. The attraction of a miniature nuclear warhead, combined with a second-level awakener, can rush into the underground Zerg nest. Even if the Zerg Queen cannot be completely killed, it can slow down their expansion attack to the greatest extent. This was Qin Hu's last resort, as he decided to fight to the death. But in Ling Shuyan's opinion, Lin Feng can definitely use humanity's only remaining weapon better than Qin Hu to accomplish the feat of killing the Queen Mother for the first time. What she needs to do is to gain the maximum benefit exchange possible. Therefore, the more second-stage insect eggs there are, the better. Lin Feng, who got a positive answer at this moment, frowned slightly and fell into deep thought just as Ling Shuyan mentioned intentionally. Everything he did now was to kill the high-level Queen Mother and enter the third-level life form, but his Zerg Queen is not so easy to deal with apart from the hundreds of thousands or even millions of Zerg under her control. Her own strength should not be underestimated. After all, it is a third-order life form that exists in reality. It is completely different from the third-order King Spiny Worm in the artistic conception world according to Ling Yi. The King Worm was just a condensation of artistic conception energy, and at most it only showed 1/3 of its strength in the real world. Even so, if the three of them wanted to kill him together, they still had to use all their skills and use the disaster of the collapse of their artistic conception to severely injure the opponent. There is only a glimmer of hope within those few minutes, and then he would have to face the third-order Queen Mother in reality. Her body was as huge as a mountain and contained tremendous vitality. It would be difficult for Lin Feng alone to kill her completely, even if the Queen Mother lost her ability to move. It's just like challenging the final boss in a game. In order to cause effective damage to the Queen Mother, Lin Feng chose the third piece of bound equipment and locked on the high-burst melee weapon, the Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword. Otherwise, with just a long-range electromagnetic cannon, it would be difficult to break through even the solid armor of a high-level queen, let alone hurt it. Even a LV-29 second-stage peak Tiger Spineworm has the rock-hard attribute of thick armor all over its body, and the queen who can give birth to it will be even more difficult to deal with. By then, with the LV-29 Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword, which has a damage of up to 4.5k, the damage is estimated to be reduced to less than, plus the other benefits of the Queen Mother, and the terrifying health recovery. It is difficult to kill the Queen Mother in full health in a short period of time relying solely on the damage of equipment. The longer the battle in the underground insect nest drags on, the more dangerous it will become. Delay would lead to changes, whether it was the large number of second-level tiger spine insects coming to support from the Jiangbei Queen Mother, or the other party, after feeling the danger of life, not hesitating to sacrifice his own level in launching the Divine Domain Advent. The Metropolitan Show speed down is a decapitation operation, causing therefore, it is necessary to have a powerful weapon that can instantly seriously injure the high-level Queen Mother. First, reduce its vitality by more than 50%, so that it cannot summon the Divine Realm, then the subsequent finishing blow will be much unpredictable easier. Lin Feng's previous plan was to rely on Long Yi injure the Queen Mother as quickly as possible. However, The success rate of this operational plan is still less than 60%, and all hopes are placed on Longai. If Shenji is unable to join the battle, Hao had no choice but to expend upgrade energy, activate the genetic radiation skill, delay the target queen's awakening, and use electromagnetic cannons and tiger-tooth chainsaw sword to inflict as much damage as possible on the opponent within a few seconds. Only when the opponent's health value drops below 50%, Lin Feng and others have a chance of winning. Otherwise, the divine domain will descend, and both sides will suffer heavy losses and there will be no chance of survival. However, this extremely dangerous and uncontrollable first attack plan can now be directly carried out with miniature nuclear warheads. Increase the combat success rate to over 80%. Compared with this, a few second-order insect eggs are nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Feng had already made a decision in his heart, but he still shook his head calmly. Nuclear bombs are too dangerous. They are a double-edged sword, just as you said. Even if it is a miniature nuclear warhead installed in a missile, the explosive power of a single one can reach a terrifying TNT equivalent of 50,000 tons, and the explosion of just a few kilograms of TNT can flatten an entire building. With such a dangerous weapon, do I have to sacrifice a group of second-level Legion warriors to kill the high-level Queen Mother? Besides, my goal is to kill the opponent alone and become a third-level Awakener, rather than letting it die in a nuclear explosion. Besides, even if this Zerg Queen is very powerful and not completely killed by the nuclear bomb, how can I find it in the destroyed underground Zerg nest? Sighing softly, in the final analysis, the conditions for using nuclear bombs are too harsh. They are only suitable for blocking the expansion and invasion of the Zerg. For me, there is actually no reason to stick to them. Looking at the plump woman in front of him who is extremely nervous and trying hard to hold back her trembling, Lin Feng shrugged with a look of regret. Sorry, although the power of a nuclear bomb is indeed great, it is not suitable for my situation. Rather than using a bunch of second-level insect eggs to exchange for a deterrent that cannot be formed, it is more practical to transform them into real second-level awakeners. Ling Shuyan took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Although she thought Lin Feng would hesitate, she didn't expect that the other party had so many concerns, even listing the many disadvantages of nuclear bombs. And what he said is not wrong. She couldn't argue with that. Not all great power is a good thing. If you want to kill the Queen Mother with a nuclear bomb, you must be able to accurately lock the target's position in advance. Otherwise, the Federation's initial decapitation plan would not have been in vain. Several other nuclear-armed countries in the world have already conducted related nuclear strike tests, and the results were just as expected. With mediocre effects, a few of them can only temporarily slow down the Zerg's advance, but soon the distorted insect swarms that absorbed the nuclear radiation would leave their flesh filled with death radiation in front of the battle line to contaminate humans who would be willing to die by relying on nuclear bombs, an attack method that kills 1,000 enemies but injures 800 of your own people, unless it is absolutely necessary. Although the nuclear bomb is effective in Lin Feng's plan to become a third-level soldier's awakener, the conditions for it to be effective are too harsh, and the degree needs to be strictly controlled. But Ling Shuyan couldn't give up. If the deal is reached and she gets a batch of second-order insect eggs in return, it will not only be helpful to her research, but the headquarters will also provide more support to the Jincheng Research Institute. Moreover, the Human Gene Completion Program is completely controlled by the Research Institute, which is independent of the military. In order to prolong their lives, the superhumans hatched and cultivated by the program must naturally obey the orders of these researchers. This means that the Institute's voice will increase dramatically in the future, and it will no longer need to rely on other forces. When Ling Shuyan sent the research data on the second-order insect eggs back to the main hospital, the other party introduced the gene completion plan to her, emphasizing the importance of obtaining active insect eggs. We must get the living second-level insect eggs back from Lin Feng at all costs. Using the life energy of the second-order insect eggs and the characteristics of metamorphosis to achieve the transformation and birth of Superman after analysis, Ling Shuyan believes that the only thing the Federation can currently offer that is attractive to Lin Feng is the thousands of nuclear warheads that were secretly stored in the past peacetime. But now Lin Feng's analysis has shattered Ling Shuyan's only remaining hope. After forcing herself to calm down, Ling Shuyan made a concession. Although the micronuclear bomb does not match your plan, it is suitable for ambushing the Zerg in advance. For you, the entire southern part of the Federation, with a strategic depth of more than 1,000 kilometers, will definitely allow you to find a suitable ambush opportunity. Just because you don't need it now doesn't mean you won't need it in the future. Besides, our nuclear warheads are quite clean. The slight nuclear contamination they cause is not a big threat to the second-level awakeners. Even if it is not useful now, it will definitely be useful in the future, used. Especially when your power is further developed in the safe zone behind. The confidence that nuclear bombs can provide is not something that second-level insect eggs can buy. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and relaxed slightly. So how many eggs do you need to exchange for a miniature nuclear warhead? Ling Shuai swallowed her saliva, suppressed her inner excitement and nervousness, and finally came to the most important last moment. She asked tentatively, 50? Lin Feng's face turned cold. 50 nuclear bombs, isn't this too much? Although he still has more than 170 second-level insect eggs in his hands. A total of 380 pills were transported out from the underground hatching nest in Jiangbei was equivalent to taking away 1/3 of Lin Feng's remaining stock. Although after killing the Queen Mother and entering the third stage, there are still many opportunities to seize the second stage insect eggs, or even hunt the third stage early Queen Mothers in other areas. But Lin Feng has always been a man who never suffers a loss if he agrees so easily. All the previous performances would be in vain. He immediately asked in a cold voice, 50. Do you think my family runs a Zerg hatchery? 50 second-order insect eggs are equivalent to 50 second-order awakeners. If you are a little more ruthless, you can directly give birth to a late-stage second-order perfect awakener with such a high value. If you take it to the federal high-level officials or the military, who can't be exchanged for a nuclear bomb? I think those who hold great power would be happy to use a few nuclear bombs in exchange for the stability of their own position, especially since this is just a nuclear warhead. Without an advanced missile propulsion system, the warhead itself is of little value. Director Ling, it seems that the sincerity of the Biological General Hospital is not very high. If I need it, perhaps the senior leaders of the 13th Division would be more suitable trading partners. No, these can all be discussed. We can discuss them. Ling Shuai hurriedly explained, fearing that this would upset Lin Feng and cause the deal to fail. After a pause, Ling Shuai looked at the second batch of second-level awakeners who were about to undergo gene implantation and walked into the operating room, then continued, then, how much do you think is appropriate? Lin Feng smiled coldly and slowly raised his hand. Ling Shuai was stunned for a moment, and asked in a low voice with some disbelief, 5? Lin Feng nodded. 5 second-level insect eggs for 1 micronuclear insect warhead, not too much, not too little, just right. It's not enough, you can exchange it for more nuclear bombs. I'll eat as many as you can get. Seeing the embarrassment on Ling Shuai's face, Lin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and spoke slowly, you have to think it over carefully. Once I release the news about the second-level insect eggs, I think the high-ranking officials in the rear safe zone will definitely be willing to pay a higher price to trade even one. The physique of a second-level awakener is different from that of a first-level awakener. Each of them is like a little Superman. They may not be able to deal with second-level Zerg, but with the help of weapons and equipment, suppressing ordinary awakeners is just a matter of a few moves. At this point, Lin Feng's voice gradually lowered. But it was like a devil's whisper, your plan with Kinhu is too obvious. Those old guys won't let him do whatever he wants. A city full of monsters made of genetic warriors, what reason is there to defend it? The federal capital needs to be defended because it is the only remaining symbol of hope for mankind. What Kinhu did is like drinking poison to quench thirst. At this point, Ling Shuai's face turned pale, and she suddenly felt cold all over. The air in her lungs seemed to be sucked out, and she felt stuffy and suffocated, swallowing up the rationality in her brain. Lin Feng looked at the next round of surgeons and continued expressionlessly, I am still willing to cooperate because of the human gene completion plan you mentioned. The superhumans created will at least be pure-blooded humans, rather than a hopeless genetic warrior. Perhaps you don't quite understand what I'm saying now. Once the Superman project goes smoothly, those third-level awakeners will give you the answer. After saying this, Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. 5. This is the bottom line I give for the sake of the future of mankind. If 5 isn't enough, you should seek help from someone else. I will seek cooperation from the top brass of the Federation. I think after seeing the performance of the Gene Warriors, they will be more eager to improve their own strength. Hearing this, Ling Shuai realized that if this deal failed, it would not only affect the headquarters Superman program, but even her genetic modification project. The purpose of her cooperation with Qin Hu is to use the overwhelming gap in strength after the defense of the capital to replace the power of the current top leaders, and then gather the strength of the whole country to counterattack the Zerg. If Lin Feng were to be now released and allowed to make deals with the Federation's top leaders, the current power gap between the two sides would soon be narrowed. Thinking of this, Ling Shuyan gritted her teeth and agreed, regardless of the bottom line of 10 coins given to her by the headquarters. Okay. 5 is 5. I will notify the main hospital and they will deliver the micronuclear warheads the day after tomorrow at the latest. I hope that Mr. Lin will also deliver the promised second-level insect eggs here by then. Lin Feng nodded and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I have enough in stock. I don't need these 17 or 18. If you have more nuclear bombs, you can exchange them all. I will accept any offer, although I don't know why the Biological General Institute has nuclear warheads. I still want to remind you that the power that can form a deterrent is the real power. The nuclear warhead in your hands is just a hot potato. It is more important than anything else to turn it into a high-level Superman with multiple superpowers as soon as possible. After saying this, Lin Feng slumped down on the bench, closed his eyes and rested, not saying any more. After hearing these heartfelt words, the distress on Ling Shuyan's face quickly relaxed. Lin Feng has thoughtfully helped her think of a response strategy. As for the source of the nuclear bomb, it was naturally arranged for genetic warriors such as Qin Hu. The top brass originally planned to launch a long-range attack to suppress the Zerg invasion, but after learning about the underground nuclear explosion decapitation plan proposed by the headquarters and Qin Hu, they readily agreed in agreement. After all, it can kill the Queen Mother and solve the hidden dangers of the Gene Warriors at the same time. What reason is there to refuse this action that kills two birds with one stone? At this moment in Jinchang Research Institute, Ling Shuyan thought of her response and pushed up her glasses. Then Mr. Lin, please take a rest first. If you need anything, you can find a staff outside and they will arrange it for you. I have to report the situation to the headquarters, so I need to be away for a while. Please forgive me. Lin Feng waved his hands and was too lazy to open his eyes. After this tall woman from the north leaves, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked at Long Yi, who was staring at him with a smile. The woman's face was as cold as ice, and she spoke in a low voice. The Human Gene Completion Project. You are playing with fire. Chapter 182. Artificial Multi-Powered Person. Formulate Decapitation Plan. How come editing one's own genes can also cause unknown dangers? Long stared at the genetic modification in the operating room, and a faint golden light flashed in his eyes. She put away her sneer and continued, didn't you already mention that? From that little girl named Zhang Chengcheng, we can see the price of superpowers. The load of using superpowers by those artificially cultivated multi-powered experimental subjects will be dozens of times that of other beings of the same level. This not only means that their growth potential will be squeezed out, but also that frequent battles will consume their vitality. Individuals who can undergo genetic modification surgery are the hope of all mankind, but now they are forced to go to the battlefield and madly overdraw their lives. These talented young men who could have grown into the third or even fourth rank were transformed into tools in the hands of the research institute, shouldering missions that did not belong to them. Lin Feng sighed. He knew that this was a matter of digging his own roots. However, the Queen Mothers from all over the country were coming aggressively, and there were also the third-level King Spinal Worms that were about to enter the battlefield. The future of mankind has long been dark. If you don't try your best to survive now, you won't even have the chance to resist in the future. If it is really possible to artificially cultivate a third-stage gene-edited Superman, as Ling Shuyan said, and possess multiple superpowers, he will have some ability to resist and fight back when facing an Zerg invasion. Compared to these, I am more curious about whether they can directly cultivate a third-stage life form. Lin Feng opened his mouth slowly and asked the question in his mind. The scorpion slightly. In theory, it's entirely possible, be quickly cultivated. However, this technology is cheaper than gene fusion. The life created is like a walking corpse, without the ability to think, so it is called a corpse slave. Naturally, it does not master the power of the fourth level of artistic conception, but simply reaches the fourth level in terms of physical strength. In the eyes of true fourth-order life forms, they are nothing more than a mass of moving flesh, and pose very little threat. But for primitive civilizations on planets where cosmic life has not yet emerged, even if they have a group of third-order life forms, a fourth-order corpse slave is enough to deal a dimensionality reduction blow. So many alien colonization and development groups will go to the interstellar trading zone to buy these biological weapons to suppress the resistance of the natives of the colonized planet. They are good quality and cheap, and they work every time. As for comprehensively improving the strength of hatched larvae, we need to edit and evolve the genes of all the people born, which greatly reduces the resource consumption of starting from scratch. Even so, to complete such a great national genetic ascension, it will still take hundreds or thousands of years of hard work, as Director Ling mentioned just now, although it is the same idea. It is more crude and simple. They will start with a cloned omnipotent stem cell group, which is nothing more than using the vitality of the second stage insect eggs, consuming a large amount of resources to give birth to the second stage cells, and then induce them to mutate accordingly. And finally form the corresponding mutant cells, and then implant them into the original host. Multiple superpower cells will greatly enhance the strength of these young men. Sighed, then seemed to think of something and changed the subject. But to prevent any accidents, it's best not to let these sick test subjects enter the fourth stage. Hearing the last reminder, Lin Feng frowned. Is it because their mental state is unstable that the spiritual realm they condense cannot be stably inherited in the genes of their race? The dragonfly snorted softly. Of course. Not only that, his own chaotic spiritual world will also have a fatal impact on his descendants. This is very common in the universe. A considerable number of cosmic civilizations have perished because the supreme being of a race fell into madness, causing their genetic heritage to be severely polluted, and this civilization has no scientific research value. In the future, those descendants who enter the third stage will enter a state of madness and chaos. Even if they manage to escape from it, it will affect their lives. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the Superman project was more dangerous than he had imagined. However, as long as I become a fourth-level life form first, I can avoid this from happening. Ling Yu looked at Lin Feng, who was lost in thought, and continued, having said that, the potential for evolution of you humans is actually very great. Many of your superpowers have the potential to be transformed into artistic conception. The fourth order beings born in the future will be able to easily suppress others of the same order, so once you successfully enter the third stage, you can start collecting special superpower genes and accumulate a gene library. While they are in urgent need of second-level insect eggs, we should directly ask them to share those mutant. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and nodded. He knew that the last day referred to the Federal Institute of Biology, that group of crazy scientists with wild ideas and unscrupulous behavior. Long Gai once said that the requirement for advancement to the fourth stage is to collect at least half of the genetic sequences of one's own race, thereby entering another biological level. Since then, he has become the only fourth-level life form in the tribe. Only after a long period of sedimentation, and the racial genes have evolved into a sufficient sample capacity, can new cosmic life be born, or wait until a position in the fourth order life sequence becomes vacant and hold the next round of supreme evolution competition. For example, the Zerg Queen. As for humans who have never produced fourth order life, whoever can enter the fourth stage first will become the master and king of mankind. At the same time in the future, we will strive to reach a higher level. You're right. How is it? Can the transformed genetic warriors resist the mental control of the Queen Mother? Lin Feng lowered his voice. Ling Gai shrugged. The success rate of this operation is over 90%, but the mortality rate is negligible for a second-level awakener. As for the mental control you're worried about, as long as you stay 1 kilometer away from the Queen Mother, it won't have much of an impact, especially if there's a layer of soil between them. Warrior hunters. As for the decapitation plan, the remaining 82nd level members, under the leadership of several chapter leaders, will assist us in going deep underground. By the way, there is no need to worry about Shenji being controlled. As long as he can master the killing state, even a late-stage third-order Queen Mother will have a hard time affecting him. The King Spine Worm is notoriously dangerous and could go berserk at any time if it weren't cheap and easy to breed, and its various attributes were very balanced. It wouldn't have been chosen as a war machine. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. That's good. If Shenji can successfully join the battle, our chances of winning will be at least 10% higher. Hearing Lin Feng start to evaluate the chances of winning the decisive battle, Long began to think about this problem carefully. Although her original plan was to enter the game in person, abandon this clone, and delay the Queen Mother Jiang Bei as much as possible so that she could not summon the Divine Realm. This allowed Lin Feng to successfully complete the kill and enter the third stage. This can also move the other person a little, but even so, the final success rate is not high with Shenji's containment. The winning rate is only 60-70%. After the transaction here is completed, the nuclear bomb will be added. How to make good use of it and maximize the chance of killing has become something that Lin Yi needs to consider. The lip-reading exchange between Lin Feng and Ling Shuyan had already explained in detail the various defects and shortcomings of the nuclear warhead in killing the Queen Mother. How to transport it to the Queen Mother unexpectedly, and then escape unscathed before it explodes. The restrictions on using it are no less than sacrificing oneself, and this time I can't sacrifice my life for justice again because of the collapsed wormhole tunnel. Lin Yi is needed to command the Red Beetles to help Lin Feng and others dig it through as soon as possible. At this time, Lin Feng was also thinking about this matter. The reason why he could directly agree to Ling Shuyan was that he had thought of a countermeasure in advance. The size of the micronuclear bomb is only half the size of a person, and the diameter is about 40 to 50 centimeters. Can they be stuffed into the second-order insect eggs and then sent in by the Red Beetles? Last time when we went deep underground, didn't we see a group of Red Beetles walking all the way to the deepest bottom nest and delivering food to the Queen Mother? If the Jiangbei Queen Mother wanted to into Tehu Lake when the decisive battle sneak broke out, she would definitely go at full speed. As you said, this would consume a lot of energy, so it must prepare a lot of food and eat while walking to ensure that its condition does not decline too much. After listening to Lin Feng's proposal, Long began to think about the feasibility of this plan. The logic of the plan is reasonable. But the key point is that any insect that gets close to the Queen Mother will be strictly checked. It must first deceive the Queen Mother's mental scans so that the Red Beetle carrying the eggs can get close to it and detonate the nuclear bomb. After thinking it over, Ling Yi, as the Queen Mother's clone, knew that the feasibility of doing so was too low. No queen would make such a fatal mistake. No matter how anxious or fast she is, she will not forget to check the second-level Zerg accompanying her and the swarm of Red Beetles handling logistics. Seeing that, Long Yi shook his head. He rejected the feasibility of controlling the Red Beetle and entering the wormhole. Lin Feng thought about it and proposed another solution. Since we know it's in a hurry, why not set up an ambush in advance where it might pass by, bury a miniature nuclear warhead, and detonate it directly when it passes by. And in order to shorten the journey time, it will definitely arrange for the Red Beetles to cross the river into Changchang in advance, plan a route exploration, and dig out some small wormhole tunnels. Otherwise, if we encounter unexpected situations on the road and slow down our progress, wouldn't it mean our efforts will be in vain? Suddenly, something brightened up in Long Yi's eyes. This plan was very feasible, as long as the Queen Mother of Jiangbei didn't notice it in advance. Now, the entire large area of land north of Wuchen is under the patrol and control of the dreadnoughts, so it is easy to bury a miniature nuclear warhead. Okay, then you and I will go there in person to find out the possible route and bury the nuclear bomb in advance, but we still have to make preparations for both scenarios. If all else fails, we can only make necessary sacrifices. Lin Feng nodded. The matter was temporarily settled. Ling Shuyan, who had gone out to make a phone call to discuss the matter, also hurried back at this moment with a smile on her face. Everything went well. Mr. Lin headquarters is willing to exchange 3 micronuclear warheads for 15 second-level insect eggs. At that time, a special plane will arrive in Huzhou from the northwest, and then it will be delivered here by land transportation. Lin Feng smiled, glanced at Ling Yi, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Ling Shuyan, and while shaking his arm, he said, "But I have one extra condition." Ling Shuyan was slightly stunned and put away her smile. "Mr. Lin, this price is already the bottom line of the headquarters." Lin Feng shook his head. "No. It has nothing to do with the quantity or quality of the second-order insect eggs. It's that I need your technical support." Ling Shuyan frowned slightly, but quickly reacted. "Mr. Lin wants to participate in the gene completion plan and build his own Superman team." Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "You want to follow me, right? How can you not get involved in a research project that can change the future? Tell the main hospital over there to remember to send a few copies of each type of superpowered stem cells they collected. When I enter the 3rd stage, I will go there in person." A hint of surprise appeared on Ling Shuyan's face. Even if Lin Feng didn't mention this, she would use it to put pressure on the headquarters, gain more say as a middleman, and participate in this plan. But I didn't expect that Lin Feng was also interested in this. Could it be that he wanted to study how to integrate multiple superpower genes as an adult? However, the challenge is extremely difficult, especially since the stronger the awakened person is, the immune system will also improve and evolve, and any special stem cells will not be able to survive. Otherwise, The General Hospital would not have chosen to focus its experiments on teenagers as a second choice after agreeing. The second round of surgical transformation is nearing completion. Watching the second-level awakeners walking out of the operating room one by one, they are excited to feel the extra power of the genetic warriors in their bodies. Many people even want to try out how strong their bodies will be after the transformation. They quickly put on their clothes and equipment, preparing to go outside for sparring. Ling Shuyan smiled and reminded, "Dear soldiers, there is a well-equipped testing center in the experimental analysis building next door. You will go there to undergo a systematic physical examination. By the way, you can also learn about the changes in your physical strength through the report in detail. There are also the rules of conduct for gene warriors and the key points to note when activating assimilation. They will all be explained clearly there. Please go over there first." Everyone then looked at their corps commander, the supreme commander of the 13th Division, Lin Feng. After Lin Feng slightly, he followed the staff to leave the operating floor and head to the experimental analysis building. Although he knew that Ling Shuyan's purpose was to collect the physical data of the genetic warriors, Lin Feng still had to let professionals explain to them the key points of genetic assimilation to avoid over-assimilation. When it was time for the lunch break, Ling Shuyan immediately instructed the medical staff in the operating room to go to the cafeteria for a break. Then he led Lin Feng and the other two to the small restaurant on the second floor of the cafeteria, where they had a fairly rich lunch. There are not only river fish caught from the big rivers, but also wild boars and other mountain delicacies that have been rampant in Laotian Nature Park in recent years. Although supplies at the Jinchang temporary base were extremely scarce, Han Yuxin still did her best to supply resources to the institute, and most of the good stuff was sent here to ensure smooth progress of the research. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng planned to leave in the afternoon and go to the northern district of Jinchang to look for Liu Yuqi while verifying his inner confusion about the future. I don't know what her special ability is. As for Longai, he needs to stay here and monitor the remaining 52 Legion members to ensure the successful completion of the operation. After Lin Feng had eaten and drunk his fill, he watched the jeep drive away, leaving the two women looking at each other in bewilderment. Ling Shuyan looked at Long Yu with a smile on her face. "Miss Lin, I wonder about your relationship with Mr. Lin?" Long Gai raised his eyebrows. "It doesn't matter, we were one family 500 years ago, Director Ling. The superpowers you have awakened seem to be very rare. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 183 Subway Shortcut, Charging Punch. "Goodbye Liu Yu 7. Your abilities seem to be scarce as well." Facing Long Yu's gaze, Ling Shuyan was not at all timid. She spoke calmly and asked back. Because the aura of a second-level awakener released by the opponent was not strong, Ling Shuyan, who was at the peak of the first level, was completely unaffected by it. The reason why Long Gai did not mobilize all his mental strength was because there were too many genetic warriors nearby. Some individuals with keen perception may be able to detect that the aura they emit is somewhat abnormal. As the human clone of the Queen Mother, the content of Zerg genes in Ling Gai's body is actually higher. Once his true identity is exposed, it will easily cause unnecessary trouble. I wanted to test Ling Shuyan's superpower information, but was stumped by her question. Long Yu smiled and quickly responded, "I am more outstanding in the spiritual aspect. I have awakened the ability of control. I can not only control the Zerg with low spiritual power, but also some awakened ones with lower levels than me." Seeing Ling Shuyan's expression slightly changed, Ling Yi's smile widened, and he continued to comfort her, "But please rest assured, Director Ling. For the first-level awakeners, their spiritual attributes are too strong at the later stage. My ability cannot affect them." Ling Shuyan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but remained alert. She raised her finger and pointed at her temple, introducing herself. "The power I awakened is my brain, the re-evolution of the brain itself, but apart from being able to think quickly and do basic research in the rear, he doesn't have much combat capability. As for you, although the ability of mind control is rare, there are many similar ones in the federal statistics. If you want to strengthen this ability and make up for your physical defects, you can also consider genetic modification. It just so happens that we have recently analyzed the sequence code of the female gene progenitor, and we can cultivate gene glands that are more suitable for us. Miss Lin, won't you consider it?" Long Yu shook his head slightly. No need for that. I naturally don't need anything that Lin Feng hasn't considered. Becoming a genetic warrior will definitely do more harm than good in the future. Perhaps your Superman project is more suitable for in-depth research. By the way, based on my observations this morning, although the survival rate of the second-level awakeners is very high, I still want to remind you that such a rough implantation process, once a large area of distortion occurs, the damage to the awakener will be considerable. Next time, remember to use the instrument to monitor the changes in the surgical side in real time, to prevent the situation from getting worse and not being dealt with in a timely manner. Ling Shuian paused and stared at Long Yi, who was walking towards the operating laboratory building after he finished speaking, with a deep look in her eyes. On the other side, Lin Feng, who drove a jeep alone and left Laotian Nature Park, contacted Han Yuxin. Then several off-road vehicles gathered in the dilapidated and desolate urban area of Jincheng. After 2 months of wind and rain, the once bustling streets are in ruins, covered with dust and cobwebs. The sound of car horns echoes in the empty steel jungle, giving people the illusion of being in an abandoned ghost town. The grass and trees in the green belts grew wildly because no one took care of them, invading the road below and blocking the sunlight above. Moss also grew in the damp corners, gradually covering the tires and rims until it swallowed up everything. The city center, which was once packed with people, now only has a patrol team of 10 people who visit once a day. Lin Feng followed a leading car in front and looked at the Jiangnan prefecture, a 1,000-year-old capital that he had only visited a few times. If the frontline battles in Heicheng and Wucheng made him realize the cruelty and ruthlessness of war, then the desolate and silent prosperous city before him made Lin Feng feel more deeply what the end of the world is. Just 2 months, but it feels like 1,000 years have passed. There are too few people. We have recently arranged for manpower to search for supplies in these office buildings and shopping malls. Han Yuxin held Lin Feng's electromagnetic cannon, sat in the co-pilot seat of the jeep, and said, although most of the useful things inside, such as food, were looted at the beginning of the apocalypse, we are now a wealthy family, so there will always be things we can use. Lin Feng nodded. He remembered that the commercial district in front of him had once been extremely prosperous, and the several shopping malls at the intersection of Xin Street were filled with luxury goods, although those are really useless now compared with the real cowhide bags which cost hundreds of thousands. The artificial leather bags which cost hundreds of thousands can at least be used as emergency supplies when one is hungry. Remember to collect some cotton clothes and blankets. Although it is still summer now, this winter will definitely be exceptionally cold. We must prepare early. There are also remaining equipment in the university town. Take away whatever you can if you need to look for it again in the future. There will be nowhere to look. Jincheng is the capital of Jiangnan province, and most of the top colleges and universities are located here. Its scientific research strength is second only to the federal capital in the north. This is also an intangible wealth. Okay, I'll give the order. Han Yuxin nodded in agreement. She saw the sign at the intersection, indicating that the subway was just below. She recalled what happened when she was cleaning the city before, and spoke slowly. When the apocalypse first arrived, many people heard the sirens of air defense systems and thought a world war was coming. In order to avoid a nuclear explosion, they ran into the subway tunnels. This group of people suffered the most doubt, or they were already crazy when they were down there, so we can only send them to the research institute to make use of their remaining energy. I remember that the subway tunnel in Wucheng City was sealed by pouring cement down there, right? When, at this point, the whole car suddenly stopped. When Lin Feng was lost in thought, he almost rear-ended the car in front of him. Fortunately, the second-level awakener had a quick reaction and was able to get a warning in time even if he was multitasking. After a pause, Lin Feng woke up with a smile on his face and murmured to himself, I see. I see. Han Yuxin, who was interrupted by the sudden break, turned her head and asked in confusion, what turns out to be that? Lin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. It's related to the decapitation plan during the final battle. Because the subway in Wucheng was blocked in advance, I subconsciously ignored it. Several developed cities in the south of Jiangnan Prefecture basically have subway facilities. In particular, from the north of the Great River to Wucheng Tehu Lake, and Zicheng to the right of Changcheng, several subways have been built, and there are also direct routes from the riverside dock to Tehu Lake. Lin Feng recalled his memories of traveling around the area. If I were the Queen Mother, I would definitely not act in advance and expose my true colors before the decisive battle breaks out. Even if the human fleet deliberately ignores its existence, the Queen Mother of Heicheng, who is allied with it, will not allow it to do so, so its only choice is to use the original subway line to quickly widen this underground highway at the beginning of the war. Reach Tehu Lake in a few hours. The longer the war drags on, the more advantageous it will be. It may even cooperate with the Queen Mother of Haichang to encircle and suppress the Wecheng defenders, but it will only pretend to be cooperative, and we just need to make preparations in advance along the way if it wants to reach Tehu Lake as soon as possible. This is the only way it can go. Han Yuxin nodded. Although she didn't quite understand the meaning of Lin Feng's words, she knew that these things were closely related to the decisive battle, and her reminder was also crucial. So he looked at Lin Feng with a smile and didn't ask any more questions. After Lin Feng spoke his deduction ideas intermittently and realized that he was a little absent-minded, he continued to say to Han Yuxin, "Tomorrow morning, a batch of second-level insect eggs will be delivered. The regiment and the insect eggs, the veterans of the 201st Company who first followed Lin Feng, were all first-order late awakeners after Lin Feng took over the remnants of the TH division. They were sent to cooperate with Han Yuxin to clear out the gang forces in Jinchang. Now that they have all been promoted to second-level awakeners, when they come to Jinchang again, both sides are very familiar with each other." Han Yuxin hummed twice. "No problem, my men know them. I'll just say hello." Lin Feng nodded and said no more. He began to think about which subway station would be the most suitable location for the decisive battle to capture the king. Half an hour later, the convoy crossed the Northern Cross River Bridge and entered the suburbs north of Jincheng. Unlike the bustling city center, this place looks like a rural town. There are fields and villages nearby, and there are very few densely packed high-rise buildings. The road is lined with golden rice fields on both sides. This year's summer rice has been ripe for many days, but the house is empty and no one comes to harvest it. After a heavy rain, they will sprout and rot in the ground. Lin Feng saw this and came up with a plan. Han Yuxin took out her phone to check the map and introduced, "The center of this district is 10 kilometers further north, and there are townships and some small industrial parks nearby. We should go to where Liu Yuki is first?" Lin Feng nodded. "Well, let's go check her out first." Han Yuxin then used the phone to contact the vehicle leading the way and drove towards a small town. After entering the county road and the rural road, the road immediately became much narrower, with only 2 lanes in both directions. In addition to the abandoned vehicles on the roadside, the convoy was blocked by several dump trucks blocking the road. Not long after, there was a traffic accident here. A square dump truck collided with a sanitation truck and fell sideways to the ground, so it was impossible to release the brakes and push it to the side. The subordinates got out of the car. Lin Feng still had some impression of one of them. He was the forest ranger who served as a guide when they were looking for the war granary in Laoshan. Although he is a native of Jincheng, his hometown is actually in the northern suburbs of the city, so he is also familiar with this area. He also seized the opportunity last time and has made it to the present day, where he is considered one of the top leaders in the base now. Faced with several overturned dump blocking trucks on the road, he was a little troubled. In order to maintain order in the base, only 3 vehicles were dispatched to cooperate with the leader's search mission. Apart from Han Yuxin, there were only 5 members. However, 5 awakeners in the early and middle stages of the first stage could not move a dump truck weighing more than 10 tons, and it would be useless even if a second-level awakener came. Lin Feng sat in the car, watching the people in front of him plan to use the off-road vehicle to pull the overturned green truck first, and then cooperate with the awakened people to push it to both sides of the road. This whole process will take at least an hour. So he got out of the car and came in front of the crowd. "How far is it?" The ranger was stunned for a moment, then quickly spoke. "It's about 2 kilometers away. The target town is ahead." The county-level granary mentioned in the intelligence is at the northernmost part of the town, close to the county seat. In the past, the North District was a subordinate county town. Later, as the urban circle expanded, it was incorporated into the city and became a district. But locals are still accustomed to calling it a county. Lin Feng nodded. "Okay. Everyone, get out of the way. I'll give it a try." As he spoke, he mobilized the flying tiger armor on his arm ring, changed into full-body armor form, and then walked forward. With just one hand, he pushed the dump truck weighing more than 10 tons directly into the field beside the road. The subordinate behind him, who was about to speak up to remind the handbrake but had not yet released it, was speechless. However, Lin Feng himself felt nothing. With his strength at the peak of the second level, he can burst out nearly 100 tons of force under extreme conditions, and an ordinary charged punch can also produce 60 to 70 tons. There is nothing wrong with destroying everything man-made, like the tiger beetle. Then he raised his right fist and swung it at the next dump truck that was blocking the road. This time, the powerful punch directly knocked the entire truck away at the same time, A big dent appeared in the middle of the car where the fist landed, and a big hole also appeared where the fist hid 100 meters away, making a rumbling sound. At this moment, the entire car has been extremely twisted, curled up and bent towards the location where the fist fell, and has become unrecognizable. After testing the strength, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. For an awakener at the peak of the second stage, he can easily solve the tiger spine worm in the early stage of the second stage with one punch. The gap between the second stages is much greater than the difference between the middle and late stages of the first stage. This is even more true for the third level above the second level. After trying out his skill, Lin Feng stopped wasting precious energy in his body. The calories absorbed from the lunch were actually not enough for this punch. The later the stage, the stronger those who possess absolute power will have to cherish the opportunity to take action. After clearing the roadblocks, Lin Feng looked at the stunned people behind him and returned to his jeep. Lead the way. The subordinate in front finally came to his senses from the broken dump truck and quickly got in and started the car. The group didn't walk for long before they entered the outskirts of the town. The fields on both sides of the road disappeared, replaced by single-family buildings and small villas built along the road. Soon, Lin Feng realized through telepathy and the keen perception of a second-level awakener that there were a large number of survivors living in the small town in front of him. The closest one to him was in a self-built building 100 meters away. Parking, Lin Feng spoke calmly and stepped on the brakes. Han Yuxin waved quickly. When the convoy stopped, he got out of the car and looked at the old scene nearby, which was just like the countryside in his memory. Come out, I know you're there. Lin Feng shouted loudly. His nose memorized the scent of the girl. Now as a second-level awakener, all his sensory abilities have evolved to the top level. The olfactory cells in his nasal cavity are even more sensitive than a dog's nose. And soon, after Lin Feng called out, a young girl in black sportswear slowly walked out from the narrow entrance of the self-built house in the village on the left. After 2 months of separation, Liu Yuki, who met again, had lost the youthful and naivety she had before. Except for her tenacity, her yellow face was now full of ferocity and vigilance. The watch in front has been defeated. Looking at the group of people in front of her, the girl gripped the hilt of the knife hanging at her waist. Her muscles tense. Lin Feng smiled. No, but it will be soon. What about the others, your Aunt Liu Ruojio, and the relatives you were looking for in Jincheng? Hearing this name, Liu Yuki, who was pretending to be calm, looked a little dazed, and then her face darkened. Chapter 184 Past Experience, Molecular Cutting, LV-10 Slashing Knife. Liu Yuki fell into trance for a short while. Lin Feng frowned slightly, somewhat incredulous in his opinion. Liu Ruojio, who has never changed her mind, is the one most likely to encounter an unexpected incident. After all, with her dependent personality that is submissive and obedient to Zhang Zhuan, it is difficult for her to survive in this doomsday war order is collapsing. What surprised Lin Feng even more was that Zhang Zhuan, this sophisticated egoist and highly educated hypocrite, did not live to this day. What about her fiancé, Zhang Zhuan? Lin Feng was curious about how he died, so he asked. Hearing this name, Liu Yuki's slightly depressed and sad expression immediately showed a hint of resentment and hatred, and her tone became unusually cold. Dead, killed by my own hands, with the sun shining brightly overhead on a hot August afternoon. Lin Feng thought this story would be a great way to cool down, so he suggested, let's go outside and talk somewhere else in the sun. As he said this, he walked into a small villa nearby. He easily twisted off the lock of the aluminum alloy door and sat directly on the sofa in the living room, which was covered with tiles. Staring at Lin Feng's broad back, Liu Yuki's expression changed. After struggling for a moment, she took a step forward and followed him. Lin Feng looked at the girl standing in front of the TV. Her wheat-colored skin made her look more youthful and energetic, but after experiencing the tragedy of life and death separation, she was no longer as optimistic and cheerful as before. This is also the characteristic of most survivors in the apocalypse. It's hard to see smiles on their faces, and in that sad face, half of the people are confused about the unknown future. It is already very difficult to survive in the end times. The other half is experiencing the pain and sorrow of the death of loved ones. Liang, and the remnants of the 13th Division under Lin Feng. Some of them will turn their grief and anger into strength, and their inner hatred into motivation to kill the enemy and seek revenge, but some are tired of fighting and want to leave the battlefield. Therefore, Lin Feng divided the system into 2 parts, combat soldiers and auxiliary soldiers, to ensure the combat effectiveness of the frontline soldiers to the greatest extent. And facing Liu Yuki at this moment, He wanted to know what the other party's choice would be after experiencing so many changes. Will they still follow enthusiastically like they did before? Why, he betrayed you. Lin Feng waved his hand and asked Han Yuxin and others who followed him to stay outside the house while speaking. Liu Yuqi nodded, looked at the withered potted plants by the window, and slowly recounted the tragic events that had become commonplace in the apocalypse but had actually happened to her. After escaping from Heicheng, we followed the large group on the highway and were stuck in traffic for a whole day and night before finally returning to Jincheng. Thanks to Miss Han's help and the canned supplies I got from joining the administration, we soon found my mom and grandparents near the university town in Jincheng. Because the two elderly people have difficulty walking and their car has run out of gas, they decided to stay at home and wait for news from us. After we reunited, we began to discuss what to do next. Should we follow the main force and continue westward, fleeing all the way to the safe zone? Or stay in Jincheng and observe how the situation changes? If the watching blocking battle is a victory, Jincheng will naturally become a frontline base to resist the Zerg invasion. The city's future status and development potential are self-evident. Most people chose to leave, but there were still more than 1 million people who stayed behind. A considerable number of those who stayed were workers who were responsible for transporting important machinery and equipment as well as supplies factory within Jincheng. As these important supplies were transported out of Jincheng in just 10 days, the number of survivors in the city also dropped significantly due to the shipping traffic. Although the remaining food in the city is enough for the remaining people to survive for many days after these people left, the decrease in the number of people has also led to the complete collapse of the existing order, which was already in jeopardy. At this point, Liu Yuqi looked up at Han Yuxin, who was issuing tasks in the eaves outside the window. Originally, the order in Jincheng City was controlled by the State Guard in cooperation with the Public Security Bureau. The State Guard left with Jincheng's industrial materials. The remaining security team of less than a few hundred people is simply unable to control the entire Golden City, especially since the weapons in their hands are even more crude and backward than those of the State Guard. The first areas to experience unrest were several remote areas in the surrounding areas. The survivors hiding in residential areas and shopping malls began to rob and seize the remaining food and medicine, and then formed gangs. From this moment on, I sensed a crisis. Unfortunately, I didn't know at the time that Miss Han was in charge of the remaining security team and was still maintaining the only order in the police station in the city center, so I told my mother and grandfather about my pessimistic predictions about the future, and they decided to quietly leave Jincheng under the cover of night and embark on a journey of escape. However, what I didn't expect was that Zhang Zhuan, who had always supported my grandfather, raised an objection at this time. He thought that the remaining food we had at that time was not enough to support 6 people to reach the safe zone alive. Even if we really got there, we would not have the capital to survive. Why not stay here, join a certain force, and serve as a doctor or nurse for them? Recently, street fights have become more frequent, and many enhanced people and even awakened people who have returned from the front have entered Jincheng City, attempting to establish their own rule of the leaders of the forces. Zhang Zhuan wants to stay. He knows very well that his character is about to fall into a very embarrassing situation after returning to the safe area behind. He will become worthless, and when Grandpa sees the state of my aunt, he will definitely not agree for them to continue to be together. Under my advice, he decided to leave Jincheng City first to avoid being involved in the fight between gangs. However, on the night we were preparing to flee, when we opened the door and walked downstairs, Zhang Zhuan appeared at the bottom of the building with a group of gang members and asked us to come over. Under the coercion of the gang, I became their thug, while my mother and aunt provided medical treatment, and because of this contribution, Zhang Zhuan successfully became one of the leaders of this group of several hundred people, and is also the confidant of their boss, an awakened one. Although the situation was a bit bad at the time, at least there was no big problem with food. The awakened leader also took us to places where red beetles appeared frequently, killing them and gaining opportunities for promotion. I thought it would be fine like this, but unexpectedly something unexpected happened. It's all because of that bastard Zhang Zhuan. After I grew up, I gained the leader's trust, and he gradually saw Zhang Zhuan's true character. As a result, Zhang Zhuan, feeling threatened, began to collude with our hostile forces, a group of criminals who escaped from prison. Although there are no awakened ones among them, they are all ruthless and vicious desperados, with Zhang Zhuan as their accomplice. This group of people quickly found an opportunity to ambush and kill our boss, and I was lucky enough to escape. Then, the source of all the tragedies began. They didn't have any plans at all. Everyone was releasing their inner evil thoughts and desires, So the whole camp quickly turned into a living hell. When I recovered from my injuries and sneaked back to the camp, my grandparents were killed by them on the pretext of wasting food, and my mother was already covered in wounds and festering, barely breathing, and unable to even stand up, under her pleading. I ended her suffering with my own hands. Later, he killed Zhang Xuan and fled to a rural town in Jiangbei with his unconscious aunt, where he lived a miserable life. After a moment of silence, the trembling Liu Yuqi held back the sadness in her eyes, took a deep breath and blew her nose, trying to calm herself down, looking at the solemn Lin Feng, and continued, "Here, I came across some small gatherings of survivors, all former villagers. They are able to harvest rice and pick vegetables from the fields, so they are not short of food for the time being, so they are still living in harmony. During this period, in order to prepare for the attack by that group, I have been heading to other cities in the far north to kill lone red beetles on the edge of the Zerg territory. When I became a late-stage enhanced person and mastered my superpowers in advance, I was lucky enough to kill an injured black spine worm, and started awakening and evolving, becoming a first-level awakener." As he spoke, Liu Yuqi placed his right hand on the hilt of the sword on his left hip, held his breath, and then swung out a red and silver sword light at a terrifying speed of nearly 100 meters per second. A golden light flashed across the tip of the knife, like a force breaking through the air, causing a gust of wind. Thanks to Lin Feng's strength at the peak of the second level, he was able to see her sword draw and slash at this moment. After Liu Yuqi displayed his supernatural power, a more detailed appraisal appeared. Introduction in front of him, Liu Yuqi, LV11 19 horsepower 70, VT 70, SPR 70 superpower awakening, molecular cut. Gather the energy in the body to one point. The power release can cut the links within the molecules and ignore the defense structure of all complex flesh and blood life. Note, this ability can merge with the objects that the main body touches and adhere to the surface of the weapon to increase the sharpness of the weapon. This method will also cause double durability consumption of the weapon, so please use it with caution. Lin Feng's eyes immediately lit up. Just from the three-word name of the ability, he could feel its extraordinariness. This is especially true of the detailed introduction given. The powerful ability to cut through molecular structures can absolutely ignore any defense below the fourth level. Even the rock-hard jaws of the tiger worm are made up of biological molecules, but metal atoms are added to increase the structural strength and hardness. According to the appraisal results, when Liu Yuqi's supernatural power is attached to a weapon, it can easily cut off the hard giant jaws of the tiger backworm. Lin Feng, who originally wanted Liu Yuqi to decide whether to stay or leave on her own, gradually changed his mind. Possessing such potential and special abilities, if he let it get away like this, Lin Feng would slap himself in his dreams. At this moment, the reddish long sword in Liu Yuqi's hand also showed the result during the appraisal. 1000 slashing sword LV October 19th, red quality durability 7, damage 100, status defective additional attributes, 1000 slashing blades, sword energy nourishment 1000 slashes. 11451/400, each time you swing the sword, you can store 1 point of damage, and the next time you attack, you will generate 400 points of double critical damage. Sword energy nourishment, after the holder's special energy is infused into the blade, it can recover a certain durability when not in use. Evaluation, this is a legendary knife, born from the hard work and fearless courage of the user. Draw your sword. Cut at the invincible, kill the target and gain corresponding upgrade points. Note, this weapon has been infused with external energy for a long time, and its quality has been improved from white to red. Seeing that the level 4000 sword that was upgraded by him had grown into a rare red quality sword under Liu Yuqi's continuous use, Lin Feng suddenly felt emotional. Before he encountered the tiger tooth chainsaw sword, he also wanted to upgrade it continuously and eventually get a high-quality melee weapon. Unfortunately, humanity's basic material technology is not capable of forging orange-quality single-material cold weapons. Many white alloy swords, after being upgraded to red quality, are prone to upgrade failure, with the blade being unable to withstand the higher strength transformation and breaking into pieces. It's the same even if it's integrated into the Zerg texture. If you want to upgrade a cold weapon with a single mode to a higher level, you need to pay more. It was not until Ding Chenghe developed the tiger tooth chainsaw sword and directly produced orange quality weapons that Lin Feng found another solution. Although its orange rating comes from the extremely fast cutting effect brought about by the rotation of the motor, and it is not a simple melee weapon cold, it is enough to deal with the attack of tiger spine insects. However, the 1000 slashing sword, which was now infused with Liu Yu's sevenfold supernatural power, was a real cold weapon. When combined with Liu Yuqi's special abilities, its potential should not be underestimated. Although Lin Feng was very moved in his heart, he remained calm on the surface and just replied lightly, "The group of people you mentioned have all been cleared out by my subordinates. They have also received the punishment they deserved. They have become a pool of living meat paste in the Jincheng Biological Research Institute, making their final contribution to saving mankind. Don't worry about the so-called revenge anymore." Liu Yuqi nodded and frowned. "I know Miss Han has sent out a large number of awakened people in the past half-month to sweep across the entire Jincheng urban area. However, many gangs could not stand it anymore and fled to the suburbs on the edge of Jincheng to hide and survive." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Then did you know that there is a group of people who have fled to the towns in Jiangbei? They are a group of charlatans, led by 3 people, a fake monk, a real Taoist priest, and a blind fortune teller." After hearing Lin Feng's introduction, Liu Yuqi's face changed and he said angrily, "It's them. These people have only been here for a few days, but they have already messed up the peaceful life in Jiangbei." Lin Feng keenly noticed something. Liu Ruojiao was taken away by them? Liu Yuqi retracted the 1,000-slashing blade and nodded helplessly. "Their abilities are too terrifying. Survivors with low mental strength and slightly weaker willpower will be bewitched and deceived by them and become so-called doomsday believers, just like the pyramid schemes of the past." Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. "It just so happens that I'm coming here in person this time. Besides looking for you, I also want to see whether the doomsday judgment and prophecy preached by this group of charlatans are just hoaxes or are they true." Lin Feng then slowly stood up and looked at the girl. "Come on, take me to meet them." 1-3 order, molecular cutting. 4-6 order, atomic cutting. 7th order divine power, blade of space and time, photon leap, backward kill. Chapter 185, Harvesting the Early Rice, Seizing the Spirit, and Glimpsing the Destiny. Liu Yuqi thought for a moment and agreed. That group of people are now occupying the county-level granary in the north of the town, which was originally owned by everyone. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "I heard that this granary has not been emptied and transported away?" Liu Yuqi shook her head. "That's a rumor out there, otherwise someone would have come and occupied it long ago. In fact, it has been cleared on the 2nd day after the doomsday. A bunch of special trucks carrying food came and delivered it to the riverside dock together with other industrial materials. They were transported back to the safe zone in the rear, except for some old rice left in the corner. There are still a few tons left. The new rice coming in now is harvested by us, who have organized their own people to rush to harvest the summer rice in the fields. There are more than 100 tons of rice at present. I don't know the specifics. I have to ask the locals." Lin Feng looked at his subordinates outside the house and nodded. "Okay, the sooner the better. Let's go now." Liu Yuqi hummed, poured away the 1,000-slash blade, followed behind him, and reminded, "The noise you made just now when you opened the road spread over a radius of several kilometers. I guess they have already noticed and are on guard. If you drive over there again, you will be easily exposed. I suggest you feel your way there on foot." Lin Feng nodded, walked to the door, told everyone to take the equipment in the car, then turned around. "You are more familiar with this place," led the way. Seeing the fully armed group of people, Liu Yuqi took a deep breath, walked to the front, led Lin Feng and the other 7 people, and went deep into the village path. During this time, Lin Feng asked the forest ranger whose hometown was here how much early rice was being planted in this rural area north of Jincheng. The other party took out his phone to check the map and estimated, there should be more than 100,000 mu of land, and each mu of land can produce about 1,000 kilograms of rice. If you calculate carefully, this is actually a huge food resource. If we can harvest it before the typhoon comes, it will definitely help us survive this winter." Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with it. 500 kilograms per acre is equivalent to half a ton of rice, and 100,000 acres can produce 50,000 tons of raw rice. It could even fill up the entire granary again, assuming that each person eats a maximum of half a pound of rice a day. 100,000 people will consume 25 tons a day, and 50,000 tons of rice can feed these survivors for 5 full years. In comparison, the survivors led by Liu Yuqi only harvested more than 100 tons of rice, which is not worth mentioning at all. Lin Feng now only hopes that the typhoon will come later, giving him enough manpower to harvest the crops quickly. Now it's a race against time. Then he looked at Han Yuxin beside him. The other party also realized that this inconspicuous treasure hidden in the northern suburbs was there. She immediately took out her mobile phone and replied, "I'll arrange some personnel immediately and notify them." Lin Feng looked at the golden rice fields at the end of the corridor, his eyes narrowed slightly. Put fishing aside for now, organize all the survivors who can move, come here to collect food, and distribute it to them according to a certain ratio. The more work, the more money. At the same time, we will organize auxiliary troops. Find nearby agricultural machinery, and use harvesters to directly harvest large quantities of crops. We will try to complete this task within a few days. For survivors who perform well, we can consider granting them the opportunity to become auxiliary soldiers. They will be provided with food and accommodation, and the auxiliary soldiers will be rewarded with red beetles after they are upgraded to the later stage enhanced people. They can apply to join the combat soldiers. Han Yuxin's eyes lit up, and she gradually understood why Lin Feng had wanted to reorganize and divide the 13th Division and reduce the number of frontline combat personnel. Because after the diversion, classes will be formed, and the difference in class status and treatment is the best means of motivation. The survivors want to solve the problems of food, drink and safety, so they will naturally work harder. By becoming an auxiliary soldier, they can gain a certain status in the base, be protected, and don't have to worry about being bullied. The auxiliary soldiers will also be divided into different levels according to their strength. When they are upgraded to the later stage, they will want to gain more powerful strength, such as becoming an awakener. At this time, the promotion channel from auxiliary soldiers to combat soldiers will also be open for them. By becoming a combat soldier, you can become a middle-level person in the base and have the opportunity to become a strong person for the specific management measures and the responsibilities of different departments. We have to wait for Princess Betty and others to come and make detailed arrangements by category. And now, Lin Feng looked towards the distant horizon. Now that we have lost satellite cameras and real-time monitoring by weather stations, no one can know how the weather will change in the future. We can only hurry up and harvest them while these grains will become the foundation for Lin Feng to establish a permanent base in the future. So naturally the more the better, even if I can't take it away in the end. I would rather burn it than leave it to the Zerg. After Han Yuxin delivered the mission back to the camp, everyone, led by Liu Yuki, walked out of the town and came to the countryside further north. A high-walled factory area with several large white warehouses appeared in front of everyone from a distance. You can see the black words County-Level Grain Reserve Warehouse on the plaque at the gate. Liu Yuki pointed to an office building in the factory area. The survivors are all there, bewitched by those bald charlatans. They sit in the building all day long, meditating and singing, talking nonsense, and never come out to harvest the rice. Lin Feng nodded and told the other 7 people to wear armor like him. In case the other side had guns, although ordinary rifle and machine gun bullets are unlikely to threaten a second-level fully awakened person, for a first-level awakener behind him, being shot in the head and torso by a rifle can still be fatal. Lin Feng looked at the girl behind him. Wait, follow me, don't be impulsive. Liu Yuki looked at the black and red armor covering everyone's body. It was very different from the red armor she had seen before. She looked at it a few more times in surprise and patted the handle of her knife. It's okay. My 1000/sword can split bullets. Lin Feng nodded and said no more. The crowd took cover in the rice fields and groped their way to the high wall of the granary. Through telepathy, one can quickly determine the opponent's strength and layout. There are about 5 first-order awakeners, and some late-stage enhanced people, but their strength is not worth mentioning at all. But Lin Feng was worried that the other party would go all out and take those brainwashed believers as hostages. Of course he wouldn't care about these, but Liu Yuki wanted to save her only remaining relative, Liu Ruojiao, and the other party might take advantage of this and act cautiously. Therefore, in order to ensure Liu Ruojiao's safety, a foolproof plan must be formulated first. Lin Feng discussed with a few people and finally decided to send Han Yuxin to lead the other 6 people, pretending to be survivors passing by searching for supplies, to attract the enemy's attention. Liu Yuki, who was more familiar with the terrain structure, followed Lin Feng and sneaked into the building from the back to search for Liu Ruojiao. Armed, their conspicuous equipment and figures were immediately noticed by the personnel patrolling in the aisle, and the two sides soon came into a standoff. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Liu Yuki was about to sprint and jump to climb up the 3-meter-high wall, but was interrupted by Lin Feng, who waved his hand and pulled her hand. Hold me. Liu Yuki was confused, but when she saw Lin Feng taking off his mask, she looked determined and chose to believe him. Then she felt her legs weak, and the man that Liu Yuki was holding in her arms actually flew up. With the high-frequency flapping sound of the flying wings, Liu Yuki turned her head curiously and saw that the black and gold armor covering Lin Feng's whole body had a pair of wings similar to those of the blue-winged insect extending from his back. He was also flying rapidly into the air. leading the girl to land steadily on the top of the 6-story office building. On the weed-covered roof, there is a staircase on the right leading directly down. Liu Yuki looked at Lin Feng, who had a spear in his left hand and a huge tiger-tooth chainsaw sword in his right hand. Before he walked into the middle of the floor, he couldn't help but ask, "How strong are you now?" Lin Feng put away the electromagnetic cannon and slung it on his back. Then he placed the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword on the armor on his back. The flying tiger armor automatically grew a latch that engaged with the edge of the saw blade, fixing the heavy sword firmly, weighing several hundred kilograms. Then he looked at the girl, who turned around to ask, held up 3 fingers, and said lightly, "The peak of the 2nd level, invincible below the 3rd level. Once we have resolved all issues at the Jinchang temporary base, we will have a decisive battle with the Zerg Queen in Wuchen, and then enter the 3rd stage and become a high-level awakener." After hearing Lin Feng's words, Liu Yuki was deeply shocked. At the same time, she felt that the gap between them had been infinitely widened in just 2 months. Lin Feng walked up to her and gently patted the girl's shoulder. "Okay, don't worry about it. If you stay on the front line, even if you're not as strong as me, you will at least be one of the late 2nd stage warriors. Do you still remember Shenji? The school bus that escaped from Heichang with us?" Liu Yuki was a little dazed and nodded silently. When he left the Changnan Expressway service area, he met the other party, who gave them some canned food and pointed him in the right direction, that is to find Lin Feng and follow him. If you were still alive and had listened to my advice, he would at least be a 2nd level awakener now. And Lin Feng's next words also confirmed this. That group of people have all been promoted to 2nd level awakeners, especially Shenji, who has become a 2nd level peak powerhouse and is my right-hand man. In order to protect his girlfriend Zhang Liang, he always charges forward and improves your strength. Only when you are strong can you protect the people around you. After saying that, Lin Feng stepped onto the 6th floor of the building. After dealing with 2 guards at lightning speed, he entered the corridor. Behind him, Liu Yuki was checking each office. Finally, at the end of the corridor, in the general manager's office, we found the fake monk mentioned in the report warehouse. "There's more food here than we can eat. There is no need to start a war and cause more killing." A golden light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. "Human, LV 1019 horsepower 60, VT 55, SPR 65 superpower awakening, mind grab spiritual grab, can extract 30% of the spiritual energy of nearby peers and use it for yourself, or output it to designated peer." Note: the extraction and output of spiritual energy requires both parties to voluntarily accept it, and will bring about the cost of mental fatigue or excessive physical burden. Evaluation. Lies are the basis for fooling people. The first step to getting others to believe is to believe in them wholeheartedly. You deceive the world in the name of faith. If you wear a mask for too long, you will not be able to take it off. Seeing the special abilities of this fake monk, Lin Feng already had a vague guess about the superpowers of the other 2. "How many people have you deceived?" Lin Feng did not take any action and spoke lightly. The bald monk looked confused, then stood up and said, "They are all voluntary. We don't force anyone to join in. Humanity is about to face the final judgment of the end. The current invasion of alien Zerg is a sign of destruction. If you want to survive, join our big family of Doomsday God cult. Becoming a member of it will earn you salvation." Lin Feng twitched his lips. "Salvation? How to save? Can you guys just be a coward and eat vegetarian food and chant Buddhist scriptures to be saved? Okay, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. Order your followers to gather downstairs. I need to make a decision based on what you do." Floors. After the other party gave up resistance, Han Yuxin and others immediately took control of the situation and gathered all the survivors in the building in the conference room on the 1st floor. Excluding the monks who escaped here, there were a total of 36 local survivors, including Liu Ruojiao, who had not been seen for a long time. After confirming from Liu Yuki that no one was dead, Lin Feng's attitude improved slightly by the crowd. The strength of the young Taoist priest surprised Lin Feng. "Human, LV 1919 horsepower 150, VT 150, SPR 190 superpower awakening, profit. Consume a large amount of spiritual energy to learn about important events that may happen in the future. The closer the relationship with oneself, the more accurate the predicted content will be." Note: this ability has a certain degree of randomness. It can be used actively or randomly passively under the influence of the environment. Evaluation. A patron of spiritual energy. Sometimes being too close to the truth is not necessarily a good thing. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the young Taoist priest. He was somewhat surprised that the other party did not resist or escape given his strength. After looking for a few seconds, he turned his gaze to the blind man wearing sunglasses beside him. This blind fortune teller is quite old, with half of his hair white, but his strength is average. It is estimated that he can become a first-level awakener with the help of the Taoist priest. Human, LV 10/19, weak condition horsepower 50, VT 50, SPR 75 superpower awakening, glimpse of destiny, glimpse into destiny. Consume a certain amount of spiritual energy in your own vitality to calculate the probability of a certain event happening. Note, using this ability will consume your vitality permanently. Each activation will reduce your upper limit of health. Please use it with caution. Note, this ability can confirm what may happen in the past, present, and future. Evaluation. For a person who can predict fate, he cannot see his own destiny. His last glimpse into fate will be an inevitable event. As for the other two first-order awakeners, they were just ordinary physical enhancements and became believers following the three. After seeing the super awakened powers by these three charlatans, Lin Feng felt that it must be fate that these guys could get together among them. The fake monk is the most mediocre. The most powerful one is naturally this young Taoist priest. After all, since the outbreak of the Zerg invasion, Lin Feng has seen less than 10,000 awakened ones, only 8 or 9,000. However, it was not until today that he saw an awakened one with a two-word superpower named after him. The fewer words, the more general it is, and the greater the potential for supernatural powers. After taking a quick look, Lin Feng's gaze quickly refocused on the young Taoist priest, but before he could speak, the Taoist priest took the initiative to say, "I have seen you, on the future day of judgment, spiritual ascension, please." Chapter 186. The Prophet, the one who should respond to the disaster, the man of destiny. Then should I celebrate in advance that I can still live to see the so-called day of judgment, facing a peak-level second-level warrior who is a whole level stronger than himself? The Taoist priest showed no fear at all. His eyes remained calm and his expression remained indifferent. "Well, your outfit is very recognizable. Even if the predicted image is blurry, this serrated heavy sword and pulse cannon are still clearly visible. Is Zhang, my given name is Xianming, and my courtesy name is Tongxuan, awakening the power of prophecy, gaining a glimpse into the secrets of heaven. In the near future, mankind will face a catastrophe that will determine the survival of the race. When the day of judgment comes, many people who will be born by the catastrophe will become the sons of destiny. These sons of destiny will turn the tide and save all living beings from danger." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. There's more than one destiny child. Taoist Zhang did not hide anything. He stretched out 4 fingers from his gray-green sleeves and said openly, "From the foreseen footage, there are 4 people in total." Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes became even more confused. If what Zhang Xianming saw was the 4th-order cosmic life to be born in the future, apart from the pure 4th-order humans themselves, there should only be the 4th-order Hunter King upgraded from the Gene Warrior. Even if, according to what Long Yu said, humans can still use the gifts left by the ancient dinosaur civilization and once again use gene fusion technology to give birth to dragon warriors, there can only be 3 of them. Where did the 4th level life come from? In an instant, Lin Feng began to doubt whether the other party's prophetic ability was really accurate. "You mean, there will be 4 saviors, but the future you see is not necessarily going to happen? It is just a prediction based on the current situation. In that case, what are the chances of 4 destinies being born at the same time?" Taoist Zhang did not refute, but pointed to the blind fortune teller sitting on the futon mat to his right. "This fortune teller, Mr. Jiu, has awakened a magical power that is closely related to his profession. He can calculate the probability of each event happening. As for the final judgment catastrophe, we have already conducted 2 calculations, and the probability was over 90% each time. After meeting you, I think the probability will increase." Lin Feng chuckled. "So I will be one of the 4 destiny?" Taoist Zhang shook his head. "I can't see it. In the end, there are only 4 blurry light sources. Unlike those who are destined to be calamities, the true children of destiny are blessed by fate. With my current strength, I can't see through the layers of confusion on them, but you have great potential and opportunities. We can cooperate and become the son of destiny to save all living beings." Lin Feng showed a trace of disdain in his eyes, raised the muzzle of his gun and pointed it at the Taoist priest in front of him. "I never believed in these things that are destined. My life is in my own hands. Since you didn't hurt anyone, take these believers of yours and get out of Golden City. The flames of war are about to ignite here." Cowards who are unwilling to sacrifice themselves for the resistance are not qualified to hide under my wings for protection." Hearing the other party's order to expel him, the Taoist priest was not surprised at all, but just said calmly, "Compared to the meaningless deaths on the front lines, the most urgent task is to find all those who are destined to be robbed, and work together to come up with a countermeasure. I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Now that I have confirmed it, I will leave on my own initiative even if you don't mention it, and go find the next person to be robbed." After saying that, Taoist Zhang turned around and left at the door of the conference room. He looked back at Lin Feng and the others present. "Mr. Lin, in 4 days, the summer monsoon will land in Haichang and sweep across Jinchang on the 5th night. I hope you can harvest as much early rice as possible before then. This winter will be very difficult, and every person you can save is a person you can save. So, how many tons of rice should this news be worth?" Lin Feng stared at the unremarkable Taoist priest in front of him with a deep gaze, and spoke a deep voice. "You can take as much rice as you want from the granary that you harvested yourself. The farther you go, the better." Taoist Zhang nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, I'm going north to the federal capital to meet the other people who are destined to be robbed. Let's meet at Huliao Pass." After saying this, he left without looking back, leading a few people behind him. The other believers also stood up and followed him. In the end, only Liu Yuki was left, clinging tightly to her only living relative, the dumbfounded Liu Ruojiao. This woman, who is nearly 30 years old, has changed from a young lady to someone with dull eyes, crazy appearance, and unkempt hair. At this moment, he was still mumbling words like Judgment Day and Salvation, and kept pushing and pulling his niece, trying to break free from her restraints and catch up with the main group. Lin Feng walked over slowly and confirmed her mental state. She was just a little lethargic, but her behavior was a little fake neurotic. It seems that the fake neurotic the monk has some sense of proportion in exploiting the spiritual power of believers. He did not train the pond to catch fish, but instead carried out sustainable free-range harvesting. When Lin Feng opened the visor of his armor and saw the face that he still had some impression of in his memory, Liu Ruojiao was stunned. Then his face changed. He pointed at the man approaching, trembling all over, and said excitedly, it's you, I see you too." Lin Feng frowned slightly. Liu Ruojiao's words contained a huge amount of information. Could it be that this group of blind believers, after being spiritually captured and inputted, could share Zhang Xianming's supernatural vision? In this light, it is no wonder that these 3 charlatans were able to capture a large number of fanatical and loyal fans in a short period of time. After all, with the blessing of special powers, the magical things that were previously done by gods and ghosts can gradually become reality. But the level that Lin Feng considered was more profound. These believers had their spiritual energy sucked away, while observing the prophet's dejected state after their predictions, which might be one of the costs of using supernatural powers. Taoist Zhang can use this method to not only make up for the consumption of his own spiritual attributes, but also spread the cost of the backlash caused by prying into destiny. While Lin Feng was staring at the silly Liu Ruojiao in front of him and lost in thought, Liu Yuki, who was about to say something, was interrupted by Han Yuxin, who raised her hand behind Lin Feng. Although she had spent less time with Lin Feng, her understanding of the man in front of her was no worse than Chen Yanyan's, at least in terms of his behavioral habits at this moment. Lin Feng was thinking about something very important and could not be disturbed by any external factors. So as not to interrupt his thoughts, Lin Feng himself also felt that there seemed to be some key connection that he had overlooked. These guys are preaching about the last judgment day and portraying themselves as saviors. They definitely have other deeper purposes and plans: spiritual capture, glimpse into destiny, prophecy, things that may happen in the future, but the probability of occurrence is affected by the present, the impact now. Statistical probability, systematic sample. At a certain moment, Lin Feng caught a flash of inspiration in his mind, quickly pieced together the actions of this group of people, and deduced a horrifying and terrifying truth. Zhang Xianming, this guy, want to turn possible events into inevitable events. If we want to increase the probability of an event occurring, we must inevitably expand the sample size of the event. All we need is for more and more people to believe this until it influences all the surviving humans and makes them believe that all this will happen. The so-called doomsday judgment, the people who are destined to be calamity, including the child of destiny who finally enters the 4th level, will all come true one by one. The doomsday cult he founded has a large number of loyal believers and naturally has no shortage of genetic sequence samples. In this way, Zhang Xianming will truly become a fourth-level human king who controls the fate of mankind and controls the future of mankind. For a moment, Lin Feng had the urge to chase him and kill him, but after a moment, Lin Feng calmed down. If Zhang Xianming could predict and calculate everything, he could naturally calculate what might happen next. This meticulous guy will never put himself in danger. Maybe he has other means of dealing with the situation, a trump card that can help him escape successfully, so he took the risk to meet me. Just when Lin Feng showed a relieved expression, he heard Liu Yuqi's cry of pain. Lin Feng took a glance and saw that it was Liu Ruojiao who was being held in her grip and was trying desperately to break free. She even used her teeth to bite her niece's left arm. The force of the bite was so great that 2 rows of bloody gums were bitten through the clothes, and the sharp canine teeth penetrated deeply into the flesh. Lin Feng looked back at Han Yuxin, who understood what he meant. She then stepped forward and slapped Liu Ruojiao hard. He immediately knocked his mouth off the girl's arm, and Liu Ruojiao's blood-stained mouth immediately appeared with a burning red slap mark, and her face swelled up like a melon. But even so, she was already dizzy and on the verge of fainting, but she still let out low roars, trying to break free from Liu Yuqi's restraints. "She's gone crazy." Han Yuxin looked at the girl in front of her with red eyes and said seriously. But Liu Yuqi still refused to let go and continued to hold the woman's arm tightly, even though the other party was about to faint on the ground because of the slap. "Let her go. Unless you want to inject her with overdoses of tranquilizers every day from now on, and keep this time bomb that could go crazy at any time with you, it's her choice. No one can stop it." Lin Feng looked down at the girl whose shoulders were shaking, wanting her to face reality, and continued, "Following that group of people at least gives me a sense of security and belonging, which is not a bad thing in the current apocalypse." Finally, under Lin Feng's persuasion, Liu Yuqi slowly let go of the relatives she had clenched in her hands. Liu Ruojiao rushed out of the meeting room without looking back, followed those people into the granary, and carried the rations they would need for their journey. Because there was no fuel, they had to rely on foot to reach the federal capital, which was 1,000 kilometers away. Fortunately, Zhang Doran prepared in advance and collected dozens of bicycles. This thing is extremely useful nowadays. It can carry dozens of kilograms of supplies and can be ridden 100 kilometers a day. By the time they arrive at the federal capital, the war there will probably be coming to an end. Otherwise, if you just rely on walking, the soles of your shoes may be worn out and you may not be able to catch up with the final battle. All that will be left for them then is a ruin conquered by the Zerg. And later hour, Lin Feng and others stood at the intersection, watching these so-called doomsday cult believers, riding their bicycles, disappear in groups on the northern horizon. Then, in the direction from which came, several buses loaded with auxiliary troops for the temporary base arrived at a township in the north of the city. Lin Feng sat under a camphor tree by the roadside to enjoy the cool air. Like this, they will become a stumbling block in the future and threaten the safety of the base, especially the young Taoist priest who is in the lead. I see that he appears to be modest and kind on the surface, but he doesn't seem to be a good person behind the scenes. He has persuaded so many people to stay by his side, neither going into battle to kill insects nor oppressing them. He must have some hidden purpose, doesn't recognize her relatives. Han Yuxin is particularly vigilant about this matter. The hundreds of believers abandoned by this group of people in Jincheng were all the same as Liu Ruojiao before people, conducting multiple investigations, collecting intelligence, and specifically mentioned it in front of Lin Feng. I just hope that Lin Feng will come forward and solve it completely, and nip it in the bud once these guys are allowed to parasitize the temporary base. Within a few months, they will spread like a virus, and the destructive power they will cause will be no less than a nuclear explosion. Lin Feng shrugged. He had other plans. Don't be fooled by his mysterious words. In fact, what he said is half true and half false. So at least half of it is true, and what he did was just to turn the other half's unknown into certainty. Of course I know how dangerous he is, but Jincheng is still too small for him, as is the entire South now, as long as he still has ambitions and aspirations. Unlike those high-ranking officials who hide in the rear and only know how to use their power, there is no need to kill him. Just drive them away. This world is on the verge of collapse. Before that, any attempt to save the nation and defeat the Zerg is worth continuing. We are actually on the same path, we just choose different ways. Don't think too much. Go down and tell them to speed up the harvest. You also heard what Zhang Xianming said just now. We only have less than 5 days, and there are more than 100,000 acres here. When Han Yuxin heard the countdown, she immediately became nervous and stood up to leave Lin Feng's side softly, then raised his head and looked at Liu Yuqi who was sitting on the tree above his head. She climbed up the tree just to see farther, They've ridden 2 kilometers away. No matter how hard you look, you can't see anything. Lin Feng spoke slowly. Liu Yuki wiped her eyes with her sleeve, then tiptoed to the ground. However, her left arm supported her when she landed. The girl couldn't help but let out a hiss. Lin Feng looked at her injured left forearm. The tooth marks and cracks from the previous bites have already scabbed over, but have not yet completely healed. Now it jumped and was torn apart again, using blood. The recovery speed of a first-level awakener is only 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary person, which is far from being able to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye like a second-level awakener. The girl endured the pain and said nothing. Perhaps the pain in her heart at this moment was far greater than the tearing of the wounds on her body. The two of them just stared at each other in silence for several minutes, until Lin Feng spoke lightly. "What are your plans next? Are you interested in continuing to kill insects?" Chapter 187. Liu Yu 7. Lin Feng's knife completes the operation. As long as you are alive, you have to look forward. Seeing that Liu Yuki did not respond, Lin Feng continued, "This disaster has taken too many lives and will continue to take more lives, but I hope I can still see you on the day of final victory." The girl lowered her head, tears falling like raindrops. Lin Feng took off his armor and held her in his arms. Liu Yuki's experience was actually more painful than those survivors whose relatives died at the hands of the Zerg. From the moment she lost control of the situation and brought Zhang Zhuan into the house, tragedy was doomed to happen. After a long time, the girl, who had vented her emotions, slowly pushed Lin Feng away, then took off the sword from her waist and handed it over. Lin Feng was stunned, not knowing the other party's intention. Liu Yuki took a deep breath, raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. The sadness in the red eyes on her face gradually faded away, and was replaced by a cold and hard strength. Facing Lin Feng's gaze, the girl spoke calmly, "Now this is all I have left. This is the meaning of my existence. Let me become the knife in your hand, just like it was before." Lin Feng slowly took over the 1000-slash knife, and a more detailed appraisal immediately appeared in front of his eyes. 1000 slashing sword LV October 19th, red quality upgrade points 12/10, durability 7, damage 100, status defective. Additional attributes: 1000 slashing blades, sword energy nourishment 1000 slashes. 11451/400, each time you swing the sword, you can store 1 point of damage, and the next time you attack, you will generate 400 points of double critical damage. Sword energy nourishment: after the holder's special energy is infused into the blade, it can recover a certain durability when not in use. Note: durability can be restored directly after upgrading. Lin Feng then upgraded the 1000 cutting sword. The next second, a red light appeared on the 1000 slash blade and quickly penetrated into it, completing the upgrade. 1000 slashing sword LV November 19th, red quality upgrade points 2/10, durability 10, damage 110, perfect condition. Additional attributes: 1000 cutting blades, 11451/440, sword energy nourishment. The 1000 cutting sword, which had many notches on its blade, looks brand new after the upgrade. The sharpness of the blade tip is even at the micron level, which is extremely sharp. Combined with Liu Yuki's molecular cutting ability, the blade sharpness can directly reach 1/1000th of a micron, which is nanometer level. The size of an atom is about 1/10th of a nanometer. In this way, the chemical bonds between molecules at the microscopic level can be easily cut unless the matter can be compressed to the point where the bonds between atoms disappear, the electrons break away from the nuclei, and the Coulomb force between atoms is overcome, reaching an extremely compact state. Otherwise, no hard armor can stop Liu Yuki's molecular cutting. And this kind of dense matter is definitely not something that can be stably controlled by life on planets below the 4th level. With the help of molecular slash, as long as the strength of the weapon itself can withstand the impact brought by the superpowers and the wear and tear caused by swinging the sword, Liu Yuki can definitely defeat the 3rd level Zerg and other life forms below the 4th level. A powerful force, without Lin Feng's help. It would be difficult for Liu Yuki to grow to the point of being invincible in close combat. After completing the upgrade, Lin Feng admired the 1000 cutting blade and returned it. Liu Yuki took the scabbard, grasped the handle, and pulled out the brand new blade. The black and red flowing cloud patterns extended downward from both sides of the back of the blade, which was extremely exquisite. Because of the use of superpowers in previous battles, the worn edge of the blade has been repaired to its original state and has even become sharper. Lin Feng spoke calmly, "The superpower you awakened can enchant the melee weapon you touch, increasing its sharpness, but it will also cause double wear on the weapon. I call it molecular cutting. which means it is a powerful ability that can cut molecules. Even the extremely hard jaws on the mouth of a second-level tiger spine worm can be easily cut. With the current strength of the 1000-slash blade, it is more than enough to deal with ordinary first-level black spine insects. So don't release your ability at will unless it is absolutely necessary. This will be your biggest trump card. The second is the properties of the 1000-slash blade. Every time you swing the blade to practice, the damage can be accumulated and explode into a supercritical height that is 4 times the basic damage currently. You can easily kill a black spine worm with one strike. You can use it to deal with a second-stage early tiger spine worm, but your own physical strength is a bit unable to keep up with it, but it doesn't matter. Once you reach the front line, where there are swarms of Zerg everywhere, I think you will be promoted to powerful second-level awakener in a few days. I hope that by then, you can become the sharpest knife in my hand and cut off all enemies. After giving the instructions, Lin Feng patted Liu Yuki on the shoulder, walked to the jeep that was driven over, threw the electromagnetic cannon and chainsaw sword loaded on the back into the back seat, then sat in the driver's seat and started the car. Do you want to stay here and pack your luggage and go with Han Yuxin, or do you want to leave with me now? Lin Feng rolled down the car window and looked at the stunned girl. Liu Yuki turned around, took one last look at the granary, and then sat in the passenger seat without looking back. After bidding farewell to Han Yuxin, who was commanding her subordinates and auxiliary troops, Lin Feng and the other man set off on their journey home. Along the way, we could see many soldiers using agricultural machinery to harvest a rice that had already matured in the fields. The joy of harvest is reflected in everyone's smile. Lin Feng felt much better and asked, "How far north did the Zerg appear?" Liu Yuki's upgraded insecticide was completed in the northern part of Jincheng, where there were several Zerg queens that landed from the north and south of the Yangtze River. Because they did not encounter any significant blockade or resistance, they continued to advance smoothly at the pace of 3 kilometers a day. 2 months have passed since then, and the sphere of influence should have expanded to an area 200 kilometers inland. It's probably only a dozen kilometers away from Jincheng. Maybe it has already touched the edge of the North District. Liu Yuki thought about it carefully. I encountered some patrols of black-backed insects in the suburbs of Xianchengchen. 10 kilometers to the north, there seems to be a lake over there, and a lot of insect swarms have taken root there, but they don't seem to be from the same Zerg race. Sometimes you'll see 2 pairs of black spine insects fighting each other. That's why I was able to find a bargain. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. There are 2 large lakes on the tributaries of the major rivers in the north, namely Gaoyao Lake and Jinhu Lake, which are approximately 1/4 and 1/3 the size of Tehu Lake. Although the biomass resources such as fisheries there are not as abundant as those in Tehu Lake, they are enough for a Zerg queen to enter the middle stage of the 3rd stage. Moreover, Lin Feng was unable to prevent or intervene in this matter in advance. After all, just dealing with the Queen Mother of Heicheng was already stressful and taxing enough for him, and he really did not have the extra energy to fight on 3 fronts. Therefore, after the victory in the decisive Battle of Wuchen, even if the 13th Division successfully defeated the Queen Mother of Heicheng, they could only retreat to Jincheng first to avoid being sandwiched from the front and back by the Zerg coming from the north and the other mid-stage 3rd stage Queen Mother. But he couldn't stay in Jincheng for long. Jiangnan province has numerous water systems and rich biomass resources, and at least 3 or 4 3rd stage mid-stage queens will be born. Lin Feng alone would not be able to compete with such a lineup, even with a Zerg trader Long Yu during the 3 leaps from the junior, middle and late stages of the 3rd stage. Strength increases exponentially after Lin Feng killed the Queen Mother and entered the early stage of the 3rd stage. The various attributes of LV30 were only over 1000. In the middle stage of the 3rd stage, even if it was only LV24, the various attributes were at least over 4000, and even close to 5000. The gap between the two is 4 times. Even if Lin Feng has 3 pieces of gold quality equipment, it is difficult to compete with it. Therefore, after the Wuchen battle, the combat soldiers and auxiliary soldiers under his command can rest for a while, but Lin Feng himself and the 2nd-level legion must immediately go to the north of Jiangnan province to investigate whether the high-level Mother Queen there has entered the middle stage of the 3rd level. If not, she must be killed in advance to prevent future troubles. By then, Liu Yuki will become the 2nd reserve personnel to enter the 3rd level and a strong opponent of Shen Ji. This is also one of the reasons why Lin Feng wanted to recruit her. Use Liu Yi to stabilize the internal situation of the second-level Legion, and then rely on Liu Yuki and Shenji to compete with each other and balance the top combat power in order to prevent Shenji from losing control when Lin Feng is away. No one can stop him. Okay, after the watching battle is over, we will go to the north and eliminate some of the Zerg there to stop their expansion. Lin Feng spoke lightly, drove across the river bridge and entered the center of Jinchang City. Do you want to rest in the base for a while, or come with me to the Biological Research Institute, where they are performing surgical transformation of genetic warriors? Liu Yuki, who was leaning against the window, showed a hint of confusion. What are gene warriors? A biological program of the Federation? Lin Feng explained the whole story, and Liu Yuki immediately became interested. Then can I also undergo this operation and become a powerful genetic warrior? Lin Feng shook his head and introduced the advantages and disadvantages of the genetic warriors, focusing on describing its terrible side effects, the damage to the human body, and the impact on brain rationality. Especially for girls, it is not suitable to turn into a bald insect monster with armor. Liu Yuki's eyes showed a slight chill, especially when Lin Feng mentioned Zhang Liang's condition. Forget it. With such serious flaws, why put so many second-level awakeners into it? In her opinion, second-level awakeners are all superhuman beings who can dominate an area. Before Lin Feng came, he could definitely sweep the entire Jinchang City by himself. But now Lin Feng wants to transform these more than 70 second-level awakeners into half-human, half-insect monsters to fight against the Zerg invasion. Isn't it a bit like a waste of talent? Lin Feng shook his head again, his tone low. No, they all volunteered. Although becoming a genetic warrior will shorten their lifespan and cause many sequelae in the future, at the moment, their strength will increase exponentially, enough to complete the cross-level challenge. Especially when dealing with a new second-order Zerg, ordinary second-order awakeners of humans are simply not enough, but a fully armed gene warrior can completely deal with several second-level Zergs at the same time, and the survival rate on the battlefield will be greatly improved. So even if I asked them to apply voluntarily, nearly half of the second-level Legion members would still choose to become a powerful gene warrior to ensure their survival in the present, Liu Yuki said in surprise. Half? Do you have more than 150 second-level awakeners under your command? Lin Feng smiled. Of course, otherwise, what can I use to defend Wucheng and fight a decisive battle? Liu Yuki took a deep breath, and the shock on her face gradually turned into determination. Let's go. I want to know how powerful a second-level gene warrior can be. Lin Feng then turned the steering wheel and drove west. After driving around for more than half an hour, we finally arrived at the Laotian Institute of Biology under the afterglow of the setting sun. Lin Feng brought the girl to the experimental building. Under the supervision of Longai, the afternoon surgeries were carried out much faster, one round faster than expected. At this moment, gene gland implants were being performed on the 7th batch of patients. There are only 2 late-stage second-level perfect regiment leaders left. When Lin Feng entered the operating room, he saw Long Yi and Ling Shuian discussing how to proceed with the operations of the last 2 regiment leaders. The late second stage is complete, with both physical and mental attributes above 900. At this stage, if you want to implant a gene gland, it will most likely be difficult to assimilate successfully. After all, the strength of their own immune system is almost as high as that of the specialized cells released by the gene glands. The rejection reaction to the gene gland is also stronger. Hearing the discussion between the two, Lin Feng frowned slightly. In fact, what he was worried about was whether the Zerg gene would activate the spinal worm's artistic conception trial for the 2 captains after the gland was implanted. After all, there is Shenji in front, and Ling Yi also said that after being promoted to the peak of the 2nd stage, tiger spine worms, warrior hunting worms and gene warriors, as long as they have spine worm genes in their bodies, will have a certain chance to start the artistic conception trial. Receive gifts from the Spine King and even the Spine God. But for orthodox tiger-backed worms, they may have to first return to the deepest end of the earth to make up for the deficiencies in their spiritual attributes, and then actively start the inheritance trial in a clustered manner. As for hybrid species such as warrior hunters and gene warriors, they will generally only passively stimulate the latent artistic conception in their genes and pull their consciousness into the trial when they feel the threat of death after experiencing a great war. For example, Shenji's accident as warrior hunter insects and gene warriors are new species resulting from genetic fusion. Their success rate when faced with artistic conception trials is almost zero. Only a very few can defeat the king worm in the artistic conception and master the inherited artistic conception. Most of them will die in the trials. This is also a defense mechanism set up in advance by the cosmic race to protect its own genetic heritage and prevent it from being stolen and used by other races. Without mastering the artistic conception, it is impossible to enter the fourth level. Therefore, Lin Feng was worried about these two second-level perfect captains. If they fell into a dangerous situation during the operation, would they accidentally start the state of mind trial? Having just integrated the Zerg genes, their mental state is definitely much worse than Shenji's, and there are no special conditions nearby for the second-level Zerg eggs to be taken at will. Lin Feng and Long Yi were not even sure they could rescue the two people who were trapped in the situation. In order to ensure the safety of the experiment, Lin Feng called Long Yi and asked him about this matter in a low voice. Regarding this point, Ling Yi gave a positive answer. Don't worry. They just finished the surgery. The degree of integration with the Zerg genes is still very low. They can't reach the close integration level to open the inheritance of artistic conception. At most, the flesh around the zygote will be distorted under the influence of the artistic conception, breaking free from the control of the original owner's brain and turning into a mass of living flesh that reproduces madly. Just like cancer cells. Lin Feng twitched the corner of his mouth. From what Long said, it sounded like the situation was even more terrifying than opening the state of mind. But as long as the artistic conception trial is not triggered here, everything will be fine. Have you explained the situation to them? Lin Feng continued to ask the scorpion slightly. The two captains still insisted on giving it a try. After all, seeing their team members being able to instantly burst out with the strength of the middle stage of the second stage after completing the transformation, this temptation is too great. Lin Feng sighed. Okay, then you try your best. Ling Yi glanced at Ling Shuyan behind Lin Feng. A late stage, perfect awakener of the second order is almost as powerful as me, but I cannot control him remotely. I must have direct physical contact to control the assimilation process. Director Ling has decided to personally perform the last two surgeries and complete all the reconstruction surgeries before tonight. Lin Feng frowned. She doesn't want you to get involved? It's okay, I just need to tell you. He then found Ling Shuyan, and on the pretext of guaranteeing her, he allowed Long Yi to enter the operating room as an assistant to help Ling Shuyan. With Lin Feng's guarantee, Ling Shuyan didn't have to worry about the consequences, so she breathed a sigh of relief. After thinking it over, she agreed. At this time, the seventh batch of transformation operations were successfully completed one after another. Ling Shuyan ordered her subordinates to notify a late-stage second-order perfect regiment leader to enter the operating room. Then, he changed into blue-green sterilized sealing suit and took on the final challenge help of Long Yi. The whole process was under supervision, and the two operations were finally completed without any major problems. However, Ling Shuyan began to have doubts in her heart, and when she looked at Long Yi again, there was obviously something different in her eyes. Because during the operation, the other party's several reminders were so timely and crucial, just like a humanoid automatic scanner, monitoring the operator's physical condition clearly. Ling Shuyan suspected that Long Yi's superpowers were not what she called mental control at all. If it was physical control, it would be more appropriate, but no matter how confused you are, you can't directly question the other person's privacy in front of everyone. After the operation, Lin Feng took the shocked Li Yuki, who had remained silent throughout the whole process, to find Ling Shuyan. Director Ling, I want to know how many of the experimental subjects sent here before are still alive? Ling Shuyan narrowed her eyes and looked at the girl following behind Lin Feng. She felt a distinct aura from her, like a sharp knife. There are still some few guys with good endurance and willpower. What? Want to take her to see the world? Lin Feng nodded and patted Liu Yuki on the shoulder. My subordinates may have some blood feud with them. You need to do it yourself to understand. Chapter 188 Underground Experimental Base, Radiation Distortion. Hearing Lin Feng's answer, Ling Shuyan's eyes narrowed, and then she continued to smile. No problem, I'll take you there right away. After saying that, Director Ling took a bag of synthetic nutrient solution from his subordinates and gulped it into his mouth. The two operations were extremely energy-consuming, especially since they were dangerous implant surgeries performed on an absolutely powerful person who had reached the late stage of the second stage. Ling Shuyan chose to do the surgery herself because she was worried that the surgeons, who only had initial first-stage strength, would panic and tremble under the pressure of the surgeon's aura, leading to accidents. After drinking the nutrient solution synthesized by the research institute, Ling Shuyan stood up and took a few people to leave the operating floor, taking the elevator on the side of the first floor and going all the way down. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The institute also has an underground laboratory? When the elevator passed through the thick oil and steel partitions, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that his telepathy could not penetrate such bunker fortifications. The essence of telepathy is the detection of energy waves, similar to human radar. When encountering an isolation layer, it will be blocked and shielded. Only when you are there in person can you scan the secrets hidden underground. At once, dozens or hundreds of light sources appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Underground insect nest. Although the brightness of the light source is not high, it is connected into a cluster. Why gather so many experimental subjects together? Want to select successful samples through a survival of the fittest? Lin Feng couldn't help but speculate in his heart. This is a renovation of a former civil air defense facility in the past. Many air raid shelters and refuges were dug in this mountain range. It happened that the research institute was later located here, so they used it on the spot and turned it into an underground biological experiment base. It not only ensures the confidentiality of the experiment, but also prevents biochemical contamination and leakage. While Ling Shuyan was replying, the elevator slowly stopped. This is the best place to conduct live experiments. At least we don't have to worry about them escaping. We're here, let's go. Lin Feng and the other two then left the elevator and entered under the guidance of Ling Shuyan. In the dim, cramped and long corridor, there is only a dim light bulb every 5 or 6 meters on the wall, making the passage very dark and suffocating. It was the first time for Liu Yuki to enter such an environment. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed Lin Feng's clothes. The other party turned his head to look at her and nodded, signaling to the girl not to worry. With him in long year-round, nothing will go wrong. Dormitory in the shelter, but was later converted into an observation room for experimental subjects. Ling Shuyan looked at the solid iron door that was tightly closed beside her. It was 10 centimeters thick, and it would be difficult for an ordinary first-stage awakener to break it open, not to mention these experimental subjects whose food intake was strictly restricted. They were only provided with a minimum amount of food to sustain life. Everyday late-stage enhanced people, and a dozen awakened rarers. Several heinous awakened leaders directly became the first batch of experimental subjects for the optimization and transformation surgery. The implantation of the gene glands caused serious deformations in their bodies. Their own immune system was unable to suppress the genetic invasion of the tiger spiny worm, and more than half of their body surface showed assimilation characteristics. Eventually they all turned into half-human, half-insect monsters. Ling Shuyan gave a brief introduction, waved her hand and called a researcher who was at the front of the aisle, recording the status of each experimental subject. A man with glasses in the early stage of the first stage. I don't know if it was because you stayed underground for too long, or for some other reason, but under the dim light, the man's face was red and yellow, and he looked a little malnourished. A trace of doubt emerged in Long Gai's mind, and the nearby aura made her feel uncomfortable, but she did not make a sound as she followed behind the crowd. Ling Shuyan got a report from her subordinates and handed it to Lin Feng. This is a list of the survivors in the 30 observation rooms. It contains their information and photos before the transformation. See if there are any enemies she wants to find here. The distortion is quite serious. You may not be able to recognize them just by looking at their current appearance. Lin Feng handed the information directly to the girl behind him, and then asked, they are a group of escaped prisoners who were brought here by Han Yuxin. There should be some survivors, right? Ling Shuyan was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes, many of them killed other enhanced people and awakened people to complete their awakening. As a cancer, I naturally treated him well. Hey, there's one right there. Following the direction pointed by Ling Shuyan, it was the location of observation room number 9, and Liu Yuki, who was looking through the background information at this moment, had already locked onto him. Walking to the door, the man with glasses who was in charge of recording took out a key corresponding to the room number, and at the director's signal, unlocked the door, and the heavy iron door slowly opened. Lin Feng took a glance and saw a humanoid creature with half of its body covered with the black and red scales, lying on a wooden bed, looking powerless. That half of its face had been completely covered with insect characteristics, and had grown pincer-like serrations similar to the mouth parts of the mantis. He, or rather it, had a very weak aura, but he also had the strength of an early first stage. Lin Feng took a look at the identification results and confirmed that this was a failed experiment, but it was still okay to use it to observe over assimilation in advance and collect relevant data. Liu Yuki held the hilt of the knife and walked into the observation room. Her shoulders trembled slightly, her back teeth clenched, and the anger in her eyes seemed to be tangible, even turning into blood red. Even though the other party had been completely transformed into a bugman monster, the girl could still confirm from his eyes that he was the same group of desperate criminals who had destroyed her family with a ripping sound. The blade of the thousand-cutting sword reflected a breathtaking light and shadow under the dim light. Then came the crisp sound of knocking and cracking, mixed with hoarse wails, which lasted for dozens of seconds when Liu Yuki shook off the remaining blood on the blade, sheathed the knife, and turned to leave. The deformed insect man on the wooden board behind him had been turned into dozens of pieces. The girl didn't look back, but looked at Director Ling calmly. Any more? Ling Shuyan frowned slightly. There is one more next door, but no more. Within 3 minutes, when Liu Yuki left the second observation room, there was no sign of relief on his face as he had avenged his great revenge. Instead, there was a hint of disappointment. Even though these 2 bloody kills on her enemies had already allowed her to upgrade her accumulated life energy. Lin Feng asked, "What? The main culprit, their leader is not here?" Liu Yuki nodded. "There are 3 main ones, and they are not here." Lin Feng looked at Ling Shuyan and asked Liu Yuki to briefly describe the names, nicknames, and physical features of the 3 people. After hearing this, Ling Shuyan narrowed her eyes and shook her head. "I'm sorry, all 3 of them died on the operating table. But please rest assured, the pain and distortion caused by the gene implantation surgery is not something that ordinary people can endure. They died in agony and it was not easy." These words obviously did not provide much comfort. The reason why an enemy is called an enemy is that you must take revenge on him with your own hands. Only by seeing him die with his eyes open can you quell the anger in your heart. The girl just slightly and prepared to leave. "Wait." At this time, a voice came from behind everyone. Ling Shuyan paused for a moment, a trace of displeasure flashed across her face, and she turned around and smiled. "Is there anything else, Miss Lin? Are you also interested in this underground experimental base?" And smiled. "That's right. But I think there should be more experimental subjects here." Ling Shuyan's pupils shrank sharply, and she instantly thought of various possibilities, thinking about how to respond to the questioning of the woman in front of her. Many excuses and lies gradually formed in Ling Shuyan's mind. But she reacted quickly. He soon realized that when facing 2 peak-level second-level awakeners, there was no room for lying once suspicion arose. Not to mention that at this moment, he had already noticed Lin Feng's questioning look in the corner of his eye. The other party obviously noticed something. In a flash, after much struggle, Ling Shuyan nodded and admitted, "Yes, the observation room is full of experimental subjects who still have a little bit of self-awareness and still maintain a complete human form. As for the other over-assimilated deformed bodies, they don't look like humans at all, so I didn't take you there to visit. Those experimental subjects have lost their reason and consciousness and can only be regarded as a bug or a pile of moving meat." Ling Shuyan then looked at the girl who turned around. "I think Miss Liu probably doesn't want to see such a weird and terrifying scene. It's easy to leave a trauma psychological." Liu Yuki took a deep breath. "Then among those monsters, are there any with these fugitives?" Ling Shuyan nodded, then shook her head. "Yes, part of it." Liu Yuki didn't quite understand, so Lin Feng asked, "Part? What do you mean?" Ling Shuyan looked at the subordinates who were pulling over a cart to clean the observation room. "It's not something that can be explained in a few words. If you really want to see it, you can go together. But you have to wear chemical protective clothing in advance to avoid biological and chemical infection." Lin Feng frowned slightly, with a bad feeling in his heart. "Is it that serious? We are all awakened, so we should have some resistance, right?" Ling Shuyan shook her head and did not explain. "You'll know then." After the staff cleaned up the debris left after killing Liu Yuki, they pushed the fully loaded cart into the other direction of the underground laboratory, and followed. On the other side of the fork in the road, the yellow chemical protective suits and the eye-catching skull warning signs made Lin Feng and the others even more suspicious. Soon, after everyone passing through several large laboratories, they came to a dim space. The staff turned on the lights, and in the dim red and green lights, they saw a pile of cages containing several completely deformed and terrifying insect-shaped monsters. They have completely lost their human appearance. Some have zerg limbs growing all over their bodies, or a whole piece of armor condensed on their backs. What's worse, their legs have fused together to form a new abdomen, and they have an extra pair of wings on their backs. Although the strength of this group of monsters is only at the early stage of the first level, The aura they release far exceeds that of the half-body deformed experimental subjects in the previous observation room. The staff threw pieces of meat from the cart to them. The insect monster, which had been hungry for several days, began to devour the food with its sharp teeth and fangs. If it were just that it would be fine, but as went deeper, the cages that came into view became larger and larger, and the insect monsters inside began to become more bizarre. The most important feature is the irregular deformation that covers the entire body. Some monsters even have 3 or 4 heads, and their limbs grow everywhere, like everyone randomly fabricated flesh and blood statues. Such monsters cannot actually survive at all. It seems that there is some mysterious force that maintains their activity. What is most uncomfortable is the way they eat when they are alive. Because they have no mouths or mouth parts, after these monsters touch the food, they can only directly fuse the pieces of meat thrown in front of them to their bodies. At this time, a human head fell beside them, the expression a normal person could make. It was even more terrifying and hideous than a ghost face. The facial features seemed to have entered a blender, being crushed and then reassembled. Not long after, it was assimilated into one, and the entire head condensed into a red shell, becoming another tumor on the monster's body. Lin Feng, who always thought he had a good endurance, couldn't help but feel a chill. Liu Yuqi, who was following behind him, felt even more upset. Even through the breathing filter, one could still smell the bloody stench that permeated the vicinity. Ling Shuyan stopped and turned around. Do you want to continue? There's only one left. Lin Feng did not respond, but glanced at Long Yi. The other party nodded, and the voice coming out through the mask was buzzing and vibrating. Although these insects look strange, they all have the common characteristic of fiery red armor, in the deepest part, right? When Ling Shuyan heard the truth from Long Yi, her face immediately changed and her breathing became heavier. The exhaled water vapor adhered to the plastic mask, making it impossible to see the expression of surprise and doubt behind it. Let's go. If we don't solve this problem, it will turn this place into a living hell. Fortunately, it has not yet grown to the 3rd stage. Otherwise the doomsday suffering that befell humanity would be several times more severe. Ignoring Ling Shuyan's explanation, Long Yi took Lin Feng and pushed away the staff in front who were afraid to step forward, and went into the depths of darkness. All I heard was a bunch of fireballs lighting up in the darkness, followed by a high-frequency, piercing scream. The others were so uncomfortable that they had to cover their ears tightly. The monster in the nearby iron cage was breaking apart all over and bleeding. A few minutes later, 2 figures slowly emerged. Lin Feng's chemical protection suit had been torn off, revealing the flying tiger armor underneath. He held up the electromagnetic gun with white smoke still wafting from the muzzle, and looked at the distracted Ling Shuyan, speaking in a low but powerful voice. This kind of mutation is called gene radiation. It comes from the artistic conception ability of 4th-order cosmic life. It can distort the genes of nearby organisms through its own energy radiation, causing them to develop its own biological characteristics. The red beetles are extremely dangerous. Even the Zerg are not sure they can be controlled. Humans should stop playing with fire. The amount of information in these words instantly overturned Ling Shuyan's 3 views. She came back to her senses from the heartache of losing an important experimental subject, looked at Lin Feng, and gritted her teeth. What do you know? Why do humans know nothing about these things? Is it really related to your mother? A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Feng's face, but he did not directly respond to the woman's question and continued. In short, gene fusion is just like gene warriors. It is very dangerous. I hope that this kind of thing will not be carried out without authorization in the future, because no one knows what kind of disaster this will bring to humanity and the blue planet. If you have any questions, let's talk tonight. I'm hungry. It's time to eat. After saying that, Lin Feng put away the electromagnetic cannon, looked at Liu Yuqi who had not yet recovered, and patiently explained, it's just a pile of rotten living flesh, probably some of those people's body parts, but with your current strength, you can't get close when you are promoted to 2nd-level awakener. I will explain the reasons behind this in detail. Let's go. It's all over. Liu Yuqi nodded, not quite understanding what was going on. It just so happened that she didn't want to stay there any longer, so she followed Lin Feng and the others and left. Ling Shuyan was left alone, looking at the backs of the people, stood there stunned. Chapter 189 Energy Acquisition Methods, The Significance of Evolution. Lin Feng ordered some meat and carbohydrates, and took the 2 girls to pick up large and small bowls and sit in a remote place near the cafeteria window. As his level and strength continue to rise, his demand for energy is soaring exponentially. I used to only need to eat 5 servings of food a day, but now I feel hungry even if I eat the slightest bit. Unless the organic nutrient solution of second-order insect eggs is used as the daily staple food, it is difficult to sustain the activity consumption of cells in the body. Lin Feng estimated that if he devoted himself to the battle at full strength, he could only last about 2 hours at most. After that, his strength would drop drastically due to hunger and lack of energy. If you really find yourself in danger, you can't replenish your nutrition at the last minute. In high-level battles, life and death often happen in a matter of seconds. When the strength gap is not big, whoever can last longer will naturally have a higher chance of winning. So at the dinner table, Lin Feng asked Ling Gai, who was enjoying human food, about a solution to this problem. After listening to this, the other party nodded and said, "You're right. The chemical energy that sustains organic life can only last until the 3rd stage at best. Because the conversion efficiency is too slow, many 3rd stage life forms have given up eating organic food and have tried other more efficient ways of absorbing energy, like direct light energy from the stars, or indirect solar energy, like electrical energy from lightning, or wind energy. In harsh environments, like on the planet Saturn, spiny worms can only use geothermal energy from the movement of the Earth's crust. So the 3rd-order king spiny worms will lie dormant in the magma and develop silently. With your current cellular strength, you can start to try to change the way your cells absorb energy. Why can 4th-order life survive in the universe for so long? In addition to their extremely strong bodies, they also have a very sophisticated control over electromagnetic forces and can directly absorb solar energy for their own use. Lin Feng hinted thoughtfully. Liu Yuki was sipping noodles on the side, not daring to interrupt. These things were too far away from her, just like going straight to high school from the 6th grade of elementary school, with everything incomprehensible to her. If that's what you mean, you can also use electric shock. Lightning is one of the most energy-dense forms. If one can absorb and release lightning, then he would be invincible below the 4th level. Lin Feng asked and answered himself, then pulled out the electromagnetic cannon beside him and switched from armor-piercing bomb mode to magnetic storm bomb mode. The originally round gun barrel began to split into 4, from which plasma balls the size of ping-pong balls condensed. They were the magnetic storm bombs that were about to be launched. Lin Feng then stretched out his hand, with his palm hovering above the gun barrel, and immediately felt a strong tingling sensation palm the high-voltage current directly through the epidermis of the palm, breaking down the cells and continuing to penetrate deeper, extending along the blood vessels and muscles all the way down to the arm. Lin Feng frowned slightly, feeling the tingling and numbness that had touched the important internal organs in his chest. And he quickly retracted his hand. Then I saw the burnt yellow and black wound on the palm of my hand, and there was a smell of burnt meat. PFFT. Ling Yi couldn't help laughing. I'm letting you try, not letting you go straight to 100,000 volts. Start with a few dozen volts to get used to it, and wait until your cells can draw life force from it, then consider increasing the voltage. Lin Feng shook his numb hand, and the wound on his palm healed in just a dozen seconds. He put away the electromagnetic cannon, looked at Long Yi and asked, how did the Pulse Scorpion's pulse tail cannon adapt to this? They are only Tier 2 Zerg. Ling Yi shook his head. That thing is not grown by the Pulse Scorpion itself. The tank beetle, like the samurai hunting bug, is a hybrid that uses second-level insect eggs and chicken eggs to create it. The pulse tail cannon is a biological technology once developed by high-level Zerg. It is equivalent to a long-range cannon. It happens to match the Scorpions on Blue Star, so we spliced them together, but even so, the pulse tail cannon is a biological technology that can only be fully mastered in the 3rd stage, so the ones on the 2nd stage Pulse War Scorpions are castrated and reduced versions, and the ones with a complete version are the 3rd stage Pulse War Scorpions, and their attacks can even form an electromagnetic pulse network in outer space, tearing apart space battleships. When you enter the 3rd stage, you will be able to carry at least 1,000 volts of voltage, and you will also be able to choose a new way to obtain energy. Then there will be, at this moment, Long Yi suddenly lowered her voice, and she noticed that there were other people at the door. At a glance, I saw that it was Director Ling who followed after cleaning up the underground experimental base. Forget it. It's useless to know now. Let's wait until you enter the 3rd level first. Long shook his head and said no more. Ling Shuyan, wearing a white coat, walked over quickly. Sitting opposite Lin Feng, she stared at the man in front of her. Now she was eager to know the secrets behind it and all the truth about evolution. Rice cooked in the kitchen is burnt? Ling Shuyan sat down, smelled it and frowned slightly. Liu Yuki and Long smiled at each other. then looked at Lin Feng, who looked a little embarrassed lightly, looked at the woman with a very solemn expression, and said lightly, "Director Ling, what do you think is the ultimate purpose of the existence and evolution of all life?" Ling Xuan said without hesitation, "To continue genes. Given a limited lifespan, how to better reproduce and seize more living space and resources is the meaning of life." Lin Feng nodded, "That's right. What if, as they evolve, their individual strength and lifespan grow longer and longer, long enough to witness the rise and fall of their own species? At this time, we must have other means to ensure the continuation of the racial genes." Ling Xuan frowned. "You mean the genetic radiation comes from here?" "No, it's only a small part." At this time, Ling Yi, who couldn't stand it any longer, joined the conversation. She curled her lips, looked at Lin Feng with contempt, and said to Ling Xuan, "This guy's brain isn't very bright. Let me talk about the theory. In fact, any race that can produce a third-order life form can dominate the planet it is on without exception. Planets or satellites are the cradles of life. But life cannot live in the cradle for its entire life, because such confinement is tantamount to tying oneself up in knots. The ability to defend and explore outer space will be severely restricted. Just an asteroid impact can severely damage or even wipe out a planet's civilization, although the probability of these unexpected events is very low. As long as the time is long enough, tens of millions or hundreds of millions of years, it is entirely possible that this will happen. For example, the dinosaur civilization in the history of the blue planet took 2.4 million years from its birth to its domination of the planet, and finally perished in a meteorite strike. Compared to them, humans, who are only a million years old, are like newborn fertilized eggs, not yet fully developed. This is also the fundamental reason why you and I can absorb life energy so quickly, awaken various special powers, and integrate with the genes of the Zerg or other Zerg races. Because humans as a whole are still in the follicle stage, their genes are easily contaminated and distorted. It will take tens of millions of years for them to mature. This is just like the Research Institute's decision to use teenagers for experiments. You probably have already noticed that the abilities awakened by children are extremely rare and have great potential. Compared to ordinary physical enhancements of adults, they are more valuable to cultivate. Well, these are the effects of the alien Zerg invasion. Encountering alien colonization is also a threat to the survival of our civilization. However, compared to ruthless natural disasters, while colonization brings disasters, it can at least provide opportunities for rapid growth, which indirectly promotes human evolution. After saying that, Ling Yi drank a sip of coke to moisten his throat before continuing. Back to the point, when a civilization on a planet is lucky enough to avoid all the above disasters, and the race has safely developed to a point where it can master a stable third-level promotion channel, by then, there will be more and more third-order life forms on the planet because of their long lifespans. This will also trigger another crisis. The resources on the planet are not infinite. With the consumption of a large number of third-order life forms, the living space and resources of the lower-level groups will be continuously occupied and compressed, which will eventually lead to a sharp decline in the new generation. To solve the resource problem, we must look beyond our own planet to other planets in the same galaxy. So new problems arise. The expenditure and income of exploring the outside world are usually not proportional, which is also a big challenge to the technological level of the race. To transfer part of a population to an alien planet to survive, the cost of the entire process would be far greater than feeding this group of people. Unless we can first overcome the problem of stable thermonuclear fusion, alien colonization is just a dream. So most of the planetary civilizations have chosen another shortcut, which is also the only way out in the future. As he spoke, a look of longing appeared in Long Gai's eyes. That is a fourth-order cosmic life that was born from the combination of tens of millions of people. Not only does it contain half of the gene sequences of the group, but it also has a strong vitality that allows it to survive in the universe. From now on, the tribe will be led by fourth-order life forms into deep space. Even if the entire tribe is destroyed, as long as fourth-order life forms still exist, they can rely on the genetic radiation in their bodies to radiate and give birth to new tribe members on any planet, and the energy consumption of their travels through the starry sky is far more convenient and energy efficient than building a fleet to embark on an expedition. In this way, we can solve the above problems and create an environment suitable for the survival of the race in advance. When a tribe is facing a life or death crisis, a fourth-order life form can also step forward and turn the tide. This is the only choice that civilization can make when facing the cold universe and such a harsh environment. A civilization that cannot give birth to fourth-order life will sooner or later perish in the long river of history and become a site for archaeological excavations of later civilizations. About artistic conception, in order to ensure that their genes are not coveted and used by foreign races, fourth-order life also needs to deal with the dark invasion of the cold universe and prevent themselves from suffering from deep space phobia and eventually losing their minds. I will use the huge spiritual energy in my body to condense my own artistic conception as my spiritual anchor to prevent myself from losing myself in the dark and boundless universe. On the other hand, this unique way of synthesis will be rooted in the genes of the tribe's descendants. When the descendants enter the third stage and their spiritual energy is sufficient to condense into a state of mind, they will be able to undergo trials. Once the trial fails, the artistic conception energy, as an existence that has already descended into reality, will continue to release its radiation pollution with the help of the flesh as a carrier, distorting all low-level life in the vicinity, from biological genes to consciousness and spirit, without any escape. At this point, Long let out a low sigh. The Scarlet Beetle is a fusion of the Zerg and the Red Clan, but the fourth-level Red King of the Red Clan luckily escaped in the decisive battle with the Zerg, and his whereabouts are still unknown. It has become a major concern for the Zerg. That's why Lin Feng stopped you from continuing to study the genes of the Red Beetle, and immediately asked back, "You mean, the Scarlet Beetle has also integrated the genes of another race and civilization, and that civilization is a cosmic race with fourth-order life, so if we conduct research rashly, once the pollution of artistic conception is triggered, this fourth-order existence will be attracted, another disaster for the humans on Blue Star?" Thinking of this, Ling Shuai's super brain evolved from brain enhancement directly deduced the truth behind it. Scarlet Beetle's genes also came from the planetary civilization that the Zerg once invaded? And according to humans, the warrior hunter insects that are fused will also become beings like red beetles and be included in the Zerg's biological gene reserve library? Snapped. Ling Gai snapped his fingers and said with a smile, as expected of an awakened person with evolved brain, his brain works faster than that of an ordinary person. However, Ling Shuai's expression remained solemn, and she did not feel a trace of joy after learning the truth. She looked at Ling Yi and asked the question that had always been in her heart, "Then how do you know this?" Long shrugged, a golden light flashing in his eyes. Then Ling Shuai felt her body shaking uncontrollably. The muscles and nerves throughout the body twitch and jump. The words of Long Yi also floated in my ears. "As you can see, I have passed the trial, mastered the Zerg Queen's spiritual state, and learned a lot of Zerg's secret information. It also includes control over biological bodies." As the golden light in Long Gai's eyes dissipated, the frightened feeling in Ling Shuai's body also disappeared in an instant. Long Yi, who is at the peak of the second stage, possesses more than 1,000 spiritual attributes. He only needs a glance to deal with Ling Shuai, who is at the perfection of the late first stage. After personally experiencing this invisible mysterious power, Ling Shuai tried her best to suppress her rapid breathing and finally understood why the other party in the operating room had accurately pointed out any errors that occurred during the process. She also understood why Lin Feng kept her by his side and kept an eye on the progress of the operation. It turns out that this is all to prevent accidents. At this time, Lin Feng added, "My subordinate Shenji is the original body whose genes you collected. After you left, he was promoted to the peak of the second level and also started the trial of artistic conception. Now that I have mastered the power of artistic conception, I can not only ignore the mental control of the Mother Queen, but I even have the powerful strength to fight against her." Ling Shuai's hands trembled as she clutched her knees. "So from the beginning, you wanted to exchange the second-level insect eggs for nuclear bombs, because you really have the chance to kill the high-level Queen Mother?" Lin Feng nodded. "Otherwise, should I be the one being taken advantage of? Okay, we're almost done eating, let's go." After saying that, he patted the confused Liu Yuki and stood up to leave. When he walked to Ling Shuai's side, looking at the woman's slightly unwilling expression, Lin Feng spoke in a low voice, "After this transaction is completed, I will give you 3 second-level insect eggs to continue researching genetic warriors, as well as the Zerg's warrior hunters, pulse war scorpions, etc. Of course, you can also advance to the second level after killing the enemy this way. If there are any accidents in the experiment in the future, you can suppress and deal with them cleanly. Work hard after the watch and decisive battle is over. There will be a lot of research that needs you to do." After saying that, he followed the two girls in the middle of the night, Because the transformation operation was successfully completed, everyone came to Jin Chang's temporary base at Han Yuxin's suggestion to hold a celebratory dinner. Looking at Han Yuxin, who had changed into a slim dress, Lin Feng looked into her eyes. The woman walked slowly towards me. He took Lin Feng's left arm and walked to the top floor of the hotel. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Offspring, Nuclear Bomb Trading, Superman 11. The balcony of the suite was transformed into a semi-open air swimming pool. As it had been unattended for a long time, it was already covered with dust and moss. For this moment, Han Yuxin specially arranged several cleaners to clean the suite and swimming pool yesterday. Then she took Lin Feng to the swimming pool, took off her high heels, walked barefoot on the smooth black stones by the pool, turned around and asked, "Want to take a shower first?" Lin Feng had been busy all day, and although the sweat on his body had dried, the smell was still there, as well as the dandruff accumulated from dead epidermal cells. In the middle of summer in August, it would be uncomfortable if I didn't take a shower for a day. So he nodded and took off his clothes, revealing his strong and slender figure. After experiencing 2 deep awakenings and reaching the peak of the 2nd level, Lin Feng's body has been perfectly shaped perfectly, just like a classical sculpture, with every muscle curve very distinct, and his height also grew to 1.95. In fact, if Lin Feng wanted to continue growing taller, his body could be much bigger, even breaking through to more than 2 meters. But considering the flexibility of the body, especially in the narrow environment of underground combat, a body that is too large will become a burden and hinder movement. The most typical example is the underground insect nest, where the threat posed by the tiger-backed worm is far less dangerous than the warrior hunting worm. On the other hand, with the same explosive power, a body that is too large means a larger force-bearing area, and the striking effect will naturally be worse. The current height of 1.95 meters is just right, and there won't be too much difference between me and other humans. Especially the female companion next to Lin Feng, who was only about 1.6 to 1.7 meters tall. If he grew to be over 2 meters tall or even taller and stronger, there would always be an indescribable feeling of strangeness when the two of them walked together. Just like Han Yuxin, who has taken off her long skirt and is only wearing a feather lining, her plump but not cumbersome figure is like a fine work of art. There was not a single piece of extra fat on her body, and every inch of her was just right. As Lin Feng lay in the swimming pool, feeling the coolness in the hot summer, Han Yuxin stretched out her long legs with jade-skinned skin and stepped her toes into the water at the edge of the pool. "Swim slowly to the man." The two looked at each other, no need for words. At 10 in the morning, Lin Feng, who had washed himself, carried Han Yuxin out of the swimming pool. They took another shower in the bathroom and finally lay on the soft big sofa, admiring the river view outside the window. The waves in the rivers are surging and rolling endlessly. Han Yuxin nestled in Lin Feng's arms, looking a little sentimental. Feng nodded slowly, then lowered his head to look at the woman in his arms, whose face was still blushing. "What's up?" Han Yuxin's flexible and slender hands gently stroked the man's chest, tapping lightly with her fingertips. As the leader of a power, the issue of your offspring. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "I am only 26. I will be promoted to a 3rd-level awakener in the future. My lifespan will be up to 1,000 years. There is no need to rush." Han Yuxin shook her head. "No. It's not you who's anxious, but the people below. Now the team is centered around you. If something happens to you, even though the chance of that happening is very low, if that happens, will we women have to keep the base running? Or 700 times, if not 1,000, but she hasn't made any move until now. I suspect it will be difficult for the awakened to give birth to offspring. Perhaps the price of starting evolution early is the loss of fertility. Nature needs to maintain a relative balance." Han Yuxin raised the corners of her mouth slightly and continued, "I have asked Director Ling about this matter. Based on the research data from the main hospital, she believes that it is difficult for awakened people to reproduce in the body. The awakened's own immune system is too strong. Nothing can slip through the net, and naturally there will be no chance of combination, so there's only one way, that's artificial insemination, in vitro fertilization." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. After learning about the requirements for becoming a 4th-order cosmic life form, He now pays great attention to his own genes and is always on guard against gene leakage. Looking at the woman with eyes full of expectation, he spoke in a deep voice, "If it is really feasible, then this matter cannot be left to Ling Shuyan and others to do in the future. None of our genes can be leaked. This concerns the future destiny of mankind." Han Yuxin nodded as if she understood, and then continued, "No problem. This is not a rare technology. Many large hospitals can do it. I found 2 or 3 hospitals in Jinchang that can do it, and there are also relevant doctors among the 100,000 survivors. Just keep an eye on it the whole time." Lin Feng hummed, "I will discuss this matter with Yan'an in detail after the Wuchen battle is over and the temporary base is officially established." Han Yuxin nodded without any objection. Chen Yan'an is extremely important to Lin Feng, and her position in Lin Feng's heart is naturally unshakable. Han Yuxin is very clear about this, and what she needs to do is to add another layer of insurance for herself before Betty takes control of the base. As long as she is pregnant with Lin Feng's child, Han Yuxin's power in the base will naturally not be much weaker. This is also what all the first-generation members of the team hope to see. After the conversation, Han Yuxin fell into deep sleep with a tired body. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't expect that the day when he would become a father would come so soon, and the burden on him became inexplicably heavy. After his son was born, his father Lin Yu would rather give up his job and raise his son wholeheartedly. In contrast, after giving birth to her son, He Yuan did not even finish her confinement period and hurried back to the laboratory to continue her research. But Lin Feng doesn't want his child to repeat his childhood without a mother. He hesitated over the choice of the person to conceive with. Early the next morning, the second-level insect egg escort convoy arranged by Chen Yan'an arrived at the Jinchang temporary base. According to Lin Feng's order, a total of 20 second-level insect eggs were delivered. A heavy truck, protected by 2 peak-level second-level chapter leaders and several second-level chapter members, was parked in front of the hotel. The genetic warriors who had completed the transformation walked out of the building and greeted their former teammates and comrades. The genetic warriors are naturally very excited and want to compete with the ordinary members who have not modified bin. The result was naturally a one-sided crushing. Even the implantation of a zygote containing a gene gland makes the assimilation process safe and slow, with an initial enhancement of only 10% to 30%. But suppressing awakened people of the same level is not a problem. After they had fought for a while and attracted a large number of survivors who came to watch the fun, and the greenery on the riverside was shattered into pieces, Lin Feng Yuan walked out of the door. The crowd then calmed down and quickly lined up under the command of several regiment leaders. When Lin Feng saw the sloppy park, he frowned slightly and ordered the members of the regiment to clean up the city and move the abandoned vehicles piled on the road to the square. Clearing a few main roads will help them release their energy that has nowhere to go. With a force of more than 10 tons, it can easily move cars or even trucks weighing several tons. Then he took 4 group leaders, drove a jeep, and led a heavy truck loaded with second-level insect eggs to the West City Research Institute opposite the river. Soon, the group arrived at Laotian Nature Park. According to the location informed by Ling Shuyan over the phone, the car was parked in a parking lot outside the Institute of Biology. 3 helicopters have already landed here in advance. A dozen fully armed Special Forces soldiers jumped down, wearing black combat uniforms, the same as when they first met Qin Hu. The other team members with a dull expression. In addition, behind this group of people, there are 3 black boxes that are 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 50 centimeters high. This should be the target of this transaction, 3 miniature nuclear warheads. Ling Shuyan stood in front of the crowd to welcome Lin Feng and others to the parking lot. Second-level insect egg after another, Ling Shuyan and others breathed a sigh of relief. After counting, there were 15 in total. Then, under Ling Shuyan's instructions, the Special Forces members moved the heavy black box in front of Lin Feng. Then she took out an instrument, pointed to the 3 large black boxes in front of her, and began to introduce. The nuclear warhead is inside. It's best not to take it apart. There's a lead plate inside to prevent leakage. You can enter the start password through the central control panel outside, and then choose to set the countdown length for detonation. The password is randomly arranged according to the instrument in my hand. It changes every 5 minutes, and the set detonation time has 4 options: 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and 10 minutes. You can also press the green button to pause immediately, but after that the nuclear bomb will enter the automatic destruction program and cannot be detonated again. So you still have a chance to escape when the time comes. Remember to bring watches and other timers, and plan your escape route in advance. A nuclear bomb with a TNT equivalent of 50,000 tons can instantly wipe out all life within a 2-kilometer radius. Of course, judging from the feedback from underground nuclear test data, the affected area will be several times shorter. Able to kill a high-level Queen Mother, as long as I'm close enough, I can still cause serious damage to her. Lin Feng nodded. He had heard a little about these things. The main power of a nuclear bomb explosion is the heat wave, shock wave, and the radiation of the electromagnetic pulse. These have little effect in a small and high-pressure environment full of rocks and soil underground. This is also the reason why the warhead of the bunker buster missile during the decapitation operation was not a nuclear bomb, but a thermobaric bomb for special attacks against biological organisms. But correspondingly, because the nuclear explosion shock wave cannot be completely released, the burning damage within the explosion range will also increase exponentially. As long as the explosion range reaches the Zerg Queen, any part of her huge body will be instantly roasted and burnt. Lin Feng's plan is to blow up the Queen Mother's trunk and tail, leaving only the chest and head. This will give it a glimmer of hope to struggle on the verge of death, and prevent it from consuming its internal energy and summoning the divine realm to descend. No problem, the eggs are here, they are all alive. Lin Feng pointed at the white, still wriggling second-level insect eggs at his feet and replied calmly. Ling Shuyan nodded and went forward to check one by one. After confirmation, she called the Special Forces members to pack the eggs in bags and send them to the armed transport helicopter. Then he handed the instrument in his hand to Lin Feng. After the helicopters took off one after another, Lin Feng discovered that the girl in the hospital gown who followed them had stayed and was hiding behind Ling Shuyan. Looking at Lin Feng's gaze, Ling Shuyan coughed lightly and took the initiative to explain. She is the headquarters, that so-called Superman project experiment? Before Ling Shuyan could finish, Lin Feng added with narrowed eyes. Ling Shuyan nodded and gently held the skinny girl, who is only 1.45 meters tall, in her arms. She's number 11, condition horsepower 110, VT 120, SPR 190, superpower awakening, telekinesis, additional abilities, teleportation, mental spike, telekinesis, the materialization of spiritual energy, which can affect real matter. The current maximum power is 1 ton. And it consumes 10 points of spiritual attribute value per minute. The weight of the controlled object can be reduced to reduce consumption. Teleport, triple the speed in a very short time. Currently the fastest is 300 meters per second, lasts for 1s, consumes points of physical and mental attributes, and has a cooldown of minutes. Evaluation, an unnatural experimental synthesis, extremely powerful, but her multiple abilities have increased her burden, causing her health and physical attributes to drop sharply. She is in a weak state all year round, and overuse will accelerate her physical exhaustion. Lin Feng saw it and sighed inwardly. The strength of the transformed girl is naturally beyond doubt. Even when facing a second-level awakener, she can easily kill him with her multiple superpowers. Using weapons to directly challenge the second-level Zerg is no problem at all. When these three abilities work together, even Lin Feng would find it very difficult to deal with opponents of the same level. The mental cone can stun the enemy, and the instant movement is an enhanced version of bullet time combined with a highly plastic telekinesis. It can easily deal with single or group fights. Unfortunately, given her condition, she would definitely not live to adulthood, unless from now on. She minimized the use of her supernatural powers and never participated in any intense battles. However, the meaning of her birth is to fight. Number 11? Lin Feng suddenly asked. She doesn't have another name? A real name? Ling Shuyan shook her head. Number 11 represents the 11th successful experimental subject. This means more to her than any other name. Lin Feng waved his hand and asked the team members to take 3 of the remaining 5 eggs and give them to Ling Shuyan. Leave one of these to her. Once she finds the meaning of her existence, let her give herself a name. Ling Shuyan nodded. These 3 second-level insect eggs were given to her by Lin Feng as a reward to study the promotion process of second-level life forms. The right to use it naturally also belongs to him. Thank you. With the help of the second-level insect eggs, at least she can live a little longer and reduce the burden of her superpowers. After thanking him from the bottom of her heart, Ling Shuyan pulled 11 out again and pushed him in front of Lin Feng. Thank you, Uncle Lin. The value of the second-level insect eggs is now comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. Number 11 looked up, Confused and a little nervous as he looked at the handsome young man in front of him, he bent down carefully and bowed. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Lin Feng sighed with a hint of regret and touched 11's smooth round head. Live well. Then he looked at Ling Shuyan. Let's go. Work hard, and if you have any questions in the future, just go to Han Yuxin directly. Ling Shuyan nodded and watched as several team leaders moved the black box containing the Wedget nuclear bomb onto the truck, then started the truck and followed Lin Feng away. Pat 11's head. You're lucky to be sent to Golden City, 11. When we were about to arrive at a temporary base, Lin Feng was sitting in the passenger seat of the Jeep and could see from afar a number of modified cars parked in front of the hotel. Accompanying them was a group of middle-aged people dressed very formally and seriously. It seems that Betty and her ministers already arrived in Jincheng. 11 from Stranger Things. I don't know when the next season will be released. I want to see the final battle. Chapter 191. Future situation. Goodbye Betty. The final battle approaches. Lin Feng's convoy stopped in front of the hotel building and quickly attracted his attention. He then ordered the 4 regiment leaders to move the remaining 2 second-level insect eggs from the heavy truck out of the vehicle, close the cargo door, and then arrange for several second-level Legion members to take turns on duty. Make sure the 3 black boxes are foolproof. As for the coded instrument for detonating the nuclear bomb, Lin Feng carried it with him along with his equipment. After doing all this, he led the team. The crowd gathered at the hotel entrance, waiting for the leader to arrive. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng followed Han Yuxin's instructions and slowly entered the hotel. Princess Betty has arrived and is in the meeting room upstairs, discussing the details of the cooperation with us, Han Yuxin said as she walked. Whether it was the old people or the new survivors in the temporary base, they were curious about the appearance of Betty and her group, but also felt a hint of hostility. Shortage of manpower. The rough management model in the base is now good for most people. The lower levels can conceal their daily gains, while the middle levels can also line their pockets and start to slack off. But this is not on the interests of Lin Feng and other senior executives. It is meaningless just to feed more than 100,000 survivors. In addition to forming a power base, they also need to have a very high level of organizational and execution capabilities. This is the only way to provide a steady supply of logistical support and manpower replenishment to the formed front line. How can we ensure that they are well fed and meet the minimum living conditions, while at the same time making them willingly choose to stay and work hard to contribute to the entire force? Becoming the most important issue at the moment. This is also an extremely important subject. Lin Feng nodded. You discuss it first. As for the specific requirements and circumstances, just follow what I said before. Han Yuxin was secretly delighted, but still looked puzzled. You won't show up? Princess Betty hasn't said anything yet. I guess she wants to discuss this with you in person. They are still very anxious. Lin Feng hummed, not taking it seriously. Don't worry, let them dry for a while. Place the remaining 2 second-level insect eggs in a slightly more conspicuous place and have the second-level battle group members guard them. Then arrange for us to meet at lunch. We're playing a single-player game out of boredom. Due to the network outage, only the most basic communications can be maintained at present. Televisions and computers have basically become a piece of iron and are completely useless. Not being able to surf the internet would undoubtedly slow down her progress in understanding human civilization. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, she asked, did you get your stuff back? Lin Feng hummed, 3, them? I can control a group of scarlet beetles to track or attack the high-level Queen Mother. Lin Feng nodded. He already had a highly feasible plan for how to bury the nuclear bomb. He only needed to spread the net along the subway and confirm the route. This can also avoid being noticed by the Queen Mother of Jiangbei and exposing the true intention of launching the decisive battle in Wuchen. Of course, only by ambushing in advance can you successfully inflict heavy damage on a high-level queen. Otherwise, once the other party notices it, even if there is only a few seconds to react, they will do everything they can to escape. In particular, the Zerg Queen's spiritual attribute value is extremely high, and she is absolutely top-notch in terms of danger perception. Lin Feng then changed the subject. By the way, how much do you know about the Queen Mother who exists in the northern part of Jiangnan province and above Jiangbei? Longai frowned slightly. A golden light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly gave an answer. Except for the guy from Heicheng, there are 4 others in total, and 2 of them have reached a cooperation and formed an alliance to divide up the 2 large lakes in the middle area of Jiangnan province and the fertile land nearby. This puts the Jiangbei Queen Mother in a very awkward situation. Further north of it, it is isolated by two queen mothers who are about to enter the middle stage of the third stage, while the Haichang queen mother on the other side of the river has already devoured the defenders of the Wuchen defense line to advance. If this continues, it will be sandwiched between the two and will definitely become the target of annexation in the first round of the Queen Mother War. So this time when the Queen Mother of Haichang proposed cooperation to move the dangerous second-order tiger spineworm production line to the Jiangbei area, it had no choice but to agree. It has to do all the work, provide the labor, and provide the land, and the condition is 1/3 of the resources in Taihu Lake and its surrounding areas. It's also thanks to us that we destroyed the underground hatching nest. Otherwise, at the rate of 100 per day, we would have been facing an overwhelming number of 3,000 to 4,000 second-level tiger spine insects in half a month. The pressure on the front line will increase sharply. As for the last one, it is in the northernmost part of Jiangnan Prefecture. Because of the long distance, it focuses on Kilu Prefecture just above it and doesn't pay much attention to what is happening in the south. At this point in time, it may have already joined the melee in Kilu province. Lin Feng nodded and began to think about how to break the impasse in the future. Guessing what he was thinking, he asked straight to the point, "You want to kill the Queen Mother of Jiangbei and then go north to attack other Queen Mothers in the early stage of the third stage?" Lin Feng nodded. As a matter of course, not only the northern part of Jiangnan Prefecture, but also the lower Zhejiang Prefecture will become our hunting targets in the future. If there are only 5 or 6 Queen Mothers in a state, the 2,000 kilometers of coastline of the Federation does not seem to be enough for me to advance. Ling Yi took a breath, feeling that he was releasing a greedy beast, and could not help but reminded him, killing a high-level Queen Mother so quickly will definitely attract the attention of higher beings above. It's easy to get into trouble then. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Will the Zerg's cosmic life take action? Ling Yi swallowed his saliva and nodded. If a high-level queen suffers too much loss in a short period of time in the same area, this patrol mission may be triggered. My suggestion is to wait for the high-level King Spinosaurus to appear in large numbers and the birth of the third stage, late Queen Mother. King Spinal Insect Lin Feng knew that once humans killed the Queen Mother, their birth program would be activated to deal with the third-level awakeners among humans. But what does this have to do with the Queen Mother entering the late third stage? Seeing Lin Feng's puzzled expression, Long continued, a late-stage third-stage queen can synthesize a large number of early-stage third-stage stitch insect species, such as the third-stage pulse king scorpion, king flame armor, and king hunting insect. It's just that I can't give them the ability of artistic conception. As for the physical combat strength, it is no different from other third-level awakeners. It is more than enough to deal with ordinary third-level awakeners. As he spoke, he thought of a war that was about to break out in the north. The battle to defend the federal capital brought together millions of human survivors and a dozen Zerg queens. After this, a late-stage third order will surely be born. When the situation in Jinchang stabilizes, you can go there. Leave Jiangnan to me. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Have we arrived at Taihu Lake? Ling Yi did not hide anything and admitted generously, yes, but don't worry, I'm only active on the lower level on the west side of Taihu Lake, so I won't affect you. The Queen Mother of Haichang may have noticed something. She is extremely anxious and may launch a decisive battle in advance. We must be prepared. Lin Feng nodded and said no more. At the side, Liu Yuki was playing a farming game with a confused Jiang Chengcheng. Every time Jiang Chengcheng raised her head curiously to look at Lin Feng and the others by the window, the older sister next to her would press her head down. Since returning to Lin Feng, Liu Yuki has witnessed too many incredible things, and also understands that the other party's current position is something she cannot reach. Before being promoted to second-level awakener, Liu Yuki knew very well that knowing too many things was actually meaningless, so he simply gave up thinking. For example, now Lin Feng and this mysterious sister named Long Yi, both the relationship between them and the content of their conversation are too far away from Liu Yuki's office because it was just a cooperation discussion within the faction. Lin Feng asked Long Yi and the others to go to the cafeteria on the second floor, while he, under the leadership of Han Yuxin, went to a Huahiao box somewhere on the upper floor. After entering, Lin Feng finally saw an old friend whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Princess Betty sat by the window. The sunlight shone through the gauze curtains onto her. The strands of golden hair on her temples sparkled and fell on a common white shirt for women. The shape of the lining could be vaguely seen, and her below waist was a black pleated skirt that went below the knees. In her daily life, she is no longer as elegant and graceful as before, but her hair is still braided and tied at the back of her head, full of youthfulness. Like the pretty girl next door in a science fiction movie. Thinking about it carefully, the other person seems to be younger than Liyuki. Seeing Lin Feng coming, Betty's eyes also flashed with a hint of surprise and joy. Because Lin Feng's strength is unfathomable, this is crucial for future cooperation between the two, so Betty took the initiative to stand up and walk towards Lin Feng, bowing slightly, and said respectfully in a brisk and pleasant voice, "Long time no see, Mr. Lin." Lin Feng nodded. Betty grew up in the royal family and was overly trained in court etiquette, the dining table made of a whole block of marble. As Lin Feng took his seat, Han Yuxin and Betty sat on his left and right. "Let's serve." Han Yuxin waved her hand and instructed the waiter. Soon, delicious river dishes and mountain delicacies were served on the table. After Lin Feng ate a wild mandarin fish weighing 3 or 4 pounds, he said calmly, "Is this your view on this cooperation?" Betty put down the soup spoon. She ate very politely at first, even drinking the soup in small sips, but seeing Lin Feng's casual manner, she slowly relaxed her restraint. Hearing the other party's casual question at this moment, she thought for a moment. "First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Lin for his long-term sponsorship, which has enabled us to gain a firm foothold in the rear. It has now taken root in Jiujiang City and established a stable order." Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Jiujiang City is located in the northwest of Ganzhou and is a big city in the basin of a large river. Upstream of it is the Wuling area surrounding Dongting Lake, which was originally planned as the site for Lin Feng's permanent base that will also be the site of his final battle with the Zerg. If he loses, he will have to migrate to the center of the continent further northwest. If he wins, it means the end of his escape journey and the establishment of a true safe zone for mankind in this doomsday. Looking at the map, Jiujiang City is the only gateway to the west of the Jiangnan Plain. If we want to hold on to the south, we must Jiujiang, a city with an extremely important geographical location. Otherwise, once the Zerg breaks through, the Dongting water town 800 miles behind will be completely exposed to the Zerg's sharp teeth and claws. Even Lin Feng will not be able to suppress the expansion of the Zerg on a front line that is hundreds of kilometers long. Thinking of this, Lin Feng slightly sideways looked at Betty. This woman is indeed not to be underestimated. Although she is young, she is defended much more meticulous than Liyuki, who is her peer. Although there must have been advice from the other party's think tank behind this, the fact that it was specifically mentioned at this moment clearly showed that Lin Feng's subsequent plans were predicted. With the early layout of Jiujiang City, Betty's power in the future may no longer be limited to logistics management, but will also intervene in Lin Feng's armed forces. Well done. Manager Han should have roughly explained the purpose of inviting you here this time. He spoke. Lin Feng's tone changed. Everything else is easy to deal with. First, take care of these 100,000 plus survivors. There are too many old, weak, sick, and disabled people among them. There are only less than 20,000 young and strong people who can take charge of logistics. We have to find a way to organize this group of people. Betty nodded and kept smiling. No problem. I and the people I brought with me will fully cooperate with the tasks assigned by Director Han and ensure the good management of the Jinchang base. Lin Feng hummed. I have prepared a second-level insect egg for you this time. It is on the ground floor and I will give it to you later. Although the second-level insect eggs are extremely precious and have many uses, it is best for the person who kills the insect to drink all the organic nutrient solution inside. This way, the defects in the physical attributes can be compensated, and the person can become a perfect second-level awakener. Also, when choosing the one to kill, it is best to choose a person who has reached the late stage of the first stage and has perfected the awakening. Otherwise, due to their weak foundation, accidents may occur during the second awakening process. After saying that, Lin Feng glanced at Betty and confirmed her attribute data again. Human, LV 1719 horsepower 135, VT 135, SPR 130 super energy awakening, energy perception, born with extremely strong observation ability, can sense the energy contained in various objects within 1 kilometer through mental release from the size and density of the energy. It can also sense the opponent's strength level and even state changes. Each use will consume 5 points of mental attribute value. Evaluation. She is a sensitive and suspicious person by nature. She pays special attention to other people's mood changes and expressions. Energy perception can give her the ability to see through their nature. Betty's ability is not an offensive one, but an auxiliary reconnaissance ability. It's equivalent to an enhanced version of telepathy. Telepathy and life radar can only detect individuals with health points above 50, and only show a bright light source. Apart from being able to guess the approximate strength stage, No other attribute characteristics are known. But energy perception is different. It is more specific and starts from the essential energy. Whether it is a living being or weapons and equipment, as long as it has a certain energy density, such as gunpowder for shooting, and Lin Feng's electromagnetic cannon, etc., Betty could detect it in advance. By detecting the distribution of energy in the body, it is also possible to make predictions before the enemy takes action. Even those who have awakened psychic powers, whose greatest reliance is invisible means of mental attack, will be exposed in front of Betty. If this ability is given to a warrior, it will definitely have great combat potential. However, no matter what superpowers he has in the future, they will become part of the genetic inventory collected by Lin Feng. Thinking of this, while the other party looked embarrassed, Lin Feng raised his glass. Don't worry, if you want to use the second-level insect eggs, I will ask Director Han to send you the dozen or so first-level black spine live insects you need. Ensure the awakening goes smoothly. Betty then turned from worry to joy and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Lin. After lunch, Han Yuxin and Betty wanted to keep Lin Feng for a while longer, but a few phone calls at 1 o'clock in the afternoon brought Lin Feng's attention back to the front line. Chen Yannian and Li Ran called one after another the Queen Mother of Heicheng, who had been dormant for many days. Finally, it couldn't bear it anymore and stretched out its claws. Take the initiative to attack. Chapter 192, Assembling Chainswords, Replicating Chariots, and Exploding Bugs. This time he did not drive, but let the regiment commander who had many years of driving experience to control the military jeep. He sat in the co-pilot's seat, holding the electromagnetic cannon in his hand, with a deep look in his eyes and a tense expression, remaining on guard. Because from the message sent by Chen Yannian, in order to break the deadlock, the Queen Mother of Heicheng has sent the most mysterious second-order Zerg, the second-order wind-winged bug, to the battlefield. The manufacturing cost of a wind-winged insect is 10 times that of a tiger-backed insect of the same level. Being able to spend so much money, it seems that the Queen Mother of Heicheng is really anxious and wants to reverse the situation of being passive and beaten. Lin Feng hurried back, naturally because he didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Shoot and kill the second-order wind-wing insect. Harvest orange-quality flying materials. But before that, Lin Feng had to go and take away the weapons and equipment from the southern suburbs of Jincheng. Soon, the convoy arrived at an industrial area. This was once a heavy industrial area, but with the transformation of the city, the highly polluting heavy industry here had already been declining long before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Many old factories have gone bankrupt, leaving everyone behind a rusty and cold steel city. Walking through it always gives you a sense of desolation, gloom and heavy history. Following Han Yuxin's guidance, entered the iron casting base. The large stamping machines inside had long been dismantled and removed, leaving only the machine cutting machine and the old manual lathe in the corner of the workshop. The technical personnel introduced by Ding Chenghe tried their best to resume production here under the difficult and crude conditions. The second-order giant jaws of the tiger-backed worm corpses that Lin Feng brought before were cut and melted into palm-sized orange saw blades to make tiger-tooth chainsaw swords. As the second-level orange weapon that is standard for the second-level weapon Legion, the function of the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword is to give a crushing advantage to the second-level tiger spine worm in close combat, and to allow the second-level awakener to have the ability to fight when facing the attack of the warrior hunting worm. Under the guidance of several technicians, dozens of tiger-tooth chainsaw swords were seen placed on the shelves at the back door. Each of the brand-new chainsaw swords is 2 meters long, and the saw blade alone is 1.5 meters long, enough to cut through the thick armor of the second-order Zerg and deliver a fatal blow. But except for the first few, which were qualified products produced by the research institute left by Ding Chenghe, the remaining dozens were rough and inferior products. Most of them don't even have the motor oil tank installed. But what Lin Feng wants is production speed. As for the quality, it can be adjusted and optimized later. When he reached out and touched one of the inferior swords, a reminder immediately appeared before his eyes. Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword LV24/25, Orange Inferior Quality Upgrade .0 for 10, Durability 7/10, Damage 340 Additional Attribute, Extremely Fast, Saw Teeth Rotate 5 times per second, causing 5 times the basic damage, and the current endurance is 1 hour. Note: the basic damage will decrease as the durability of the chainsword decreases. Note: this Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword is of inferior quality, and its durability is naturally reduced by 3 points when it is formed. Note: This item can be upgraded and optimized using the second stage upgrade energy, without the need to add additional materials. After the upgrade, the corresponding quality defects can be automatically repaired. Currently available upgrade energy. 13 times. When the upgrade energy is used only for optimization and repair, the inferior chainsword can be repaired 10 times. Seeing the last item, Lin Feng's mouth corners slowly rose. He currently has 12 personal upgrade energies and 1 equipment upgrade energy stored in his body. If you only optimize and repair inferior products, you will have 130 chances at present. There are 3 qualified products and 27 inferior products that were produced over time these days. After all the optimization and repairs are completed, there are still 10 upgrade energies left, which are enough for him to activate the artistic conception-derived skills such as genetic radiation and killing frenzy. So these inferior tiger tooth chainsaw swords were immediately optimized and repaired. The orange light seeped from his hand into the chainsaw sword, wrapping and covering it. After a while of changes, a brand new level 24 Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword was revealed. Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword LV24/29. Orange quality upgrade points 0 for 10. Durability 10/10. Base damage 400. Additional attribute, extreme speed. Saw teeth rotate 5 times per second, causing 5 times the basic damage, and the current endurance time is 1 hour. New additional attribute, Bloodthirster. Every time you kill a second level Zerg, in addition to obtain upgrade points, you can also restore little durability, and the endurance time plus 1 hour. Note, the basic damage will decrease as the durability of the chainsword decreases. After the repair, the additional attribute of Bloodthirster was also optimized, which alleviated the problems of durability and endurance to a certain extent. As for upgrading to increase basic damage, it will take time for its holder to fight bravely on the battlefield. There are nearly 2,000 second-level Zergs under the command of the Queen Mother of Heicheng, and they have become a major concern for Lin Feng. Holding the brand new level 24 Tiger Tooth Chainsaw Sword, Lin Feng swung it a few times and then threw it to the captain of the regiment following behind him. The other party took the giant sword with great joy, and looking at the ferociously sharp saw blade on it, his confidence suddenly increased. Especially when he pressed the start switch on the handle, the buzzing saw blade turned into an afterimage. With such a fast cutting speed, even the tiger spineworm's pair of hard giant jaws could be cut off instantly. Lin Feng then continued to optimize and repair the remaining 26 inferior tiger tooth chainsaw swords one by one. The members of the Second Order Legion were no longer surprised by the scene. After all, their leader possessed an extremely rare and powerful synthetic ability. This is a unique existence among all awakened humans. But those technicians had never seen such an incredible scene, although they had more or less learned about this young man in his 20s from their colleague Ding Chenghe. Incredible, even beyond their understanding. Those inferior products that could not be used in actual combat could be transformed into high-quality products on the spot in his hands after being baptized by his supernatural powers. Lin Feng even optimized the 3 qualified products. Anyway, there are still 3 remaining optimization times left, so there is no need to save them for the next time. After the Wuchen battle is over and the 3rd level queen is successfully killed, whether it is the electromagnetic cannon or the tiger tooth chainsaw sword upgraded to LV30, their LV29 copies can directly kill most of the 2nd level Zergs. The 30 tiger tooth chainsaw swords that were hastily produced were specially prepared for the decapitation operation in the underground insect nest. After Lin Feng solved the problem of the regiment's melee equipment, he led to another empty raw material warehouse for everyone. There is a large amount of fine steel on the ground here, in various shapes and specifications. These were all collected by Han Yuxin's auxiliary troops from all over Jinchang City. There are probably about 2,000 tons here. Han Yuxin took out the data collected by the person in charge of this place and followed Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. The replica of the Dreadnought, the LV-19 flying wing tank, requires 10 tons of fine steel as the basic material for synthesis. In addition, the giant jaws of the black spine worm and the pair of membranous wings on the back of the green-winged worm are also needed. The original plan was to have Chen Yannian drive the dreadnought to Jincheng and take away the flying wing tank that was about to be replicated. Unexpectedly, the plan could not keep up with the changes. The Queen Mother of Heicheng attacked ahead of time, leaving the super fleet unable to split its forces and had to defend the entire second line of defense first. So for now, they could only settle for the second best and use heavy trucks to try to deliver as much fine steel as possible to the university town camp in Wuchen. After hearing the task proposed by Lin Feng, Han Yuxin made an estimate and then made an arrangement. One truck can carry about 60 tons of fine steel. We have 5 trucks in use now, and we can probably deliver more than 300 tons, but it doesn't matter. We can make more trips. It just costs a little more fuel. Lin Feng shook his head. Even he was not sure about the outcome of this war on the front battlefield. The entire witch and decisive battle was just a cover for the decapitation plan, used to contain the Queen Mother of Heicheng and slow down its speed in rescuing the Queen Mother of Jiangbei, who was attacked by a nuclear bomb Mengxiu Plank Road, Dark Chengkang. Only in this way can the two queens relax their vigilance and proceed according to Lin Feng's plan. But in this case, the only ones left on the front battlefield would be Chen Yan'an's fleet, the 5,000 soldiers on the second line of defense, and dozens of second-level awakeners and genetic warriors. Without Lin Feng, Long Yi, and Shenji, the 3 strongest people who possess the ability of artistic conception, the Wujiang decisive battle will become a tough and fierce battle. The defending humans even had to take the initiative to attack, leaving the cover provided by the defense line in order to keep a close eye on the Heicheng Zerg and their efforts to rush to the north for support. At least 30% casualties are expected. So Lin Feng was worried that if the soldiers could not hold on and were defeated, the precious trucks and fine steel would be lost on the front line. So he spoke, 300 tons is enough. You will be responsible for transporting the rice to the northern suburbs of the city. Don't forget that the typhoon is coming in 4 days, so we have to hurry and harvest. Han Yuxin nodded, then had a heavy truck parked at the door of the warehouse and arranged a forklift to carry out assembly. Lin Feng looked at the 2 old forklifts, and then arranged for more than 70 second-level awakeners under him to start moving the fine steel from the warehouse. The strength of ordinary second-level members is more than 10 tons, and the 4 captains have 70 or 80 tons. Several tons of fine steel are a piece of cake for them. They also knew very well that these fine steels would eventually become their equipment and vehicles, so they tried to load as much as possible to ensure that there were enough replicas soon. The 8 pairs of tires on the 5 heavy trucks became deflated only after Han Yuxin and the drivers stopped them. Did they stop moving least 60 tons, which was more than % higher than the approved maximum load. However, Lin Feng heard that they are all 100-ton kings, so as the king they should be able to withstand it. Han Yuxin took out a few packs of cigarettes and stuffed them into the truck driver's hands. They lit them up and took a few deep puffs. Finally, they gritted their teeth with a worried look on their faces and agreed, there's an old saying in our business, I'd rather die of hunger than pull a roll, I'd rather die of poverty than pull a pipe, and I'd rather die of beating than pull a board. Damn it, this trip is complete, we can do it, but we have agreed that no cars can follow us, and the distance between our trucks must be controlled within 200 to 300 meters. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it won't just be us drivers who will die. Lin Feng made a promise, don't worry. After this mission, I will guarantee each of you a chance to become an awakened one. The 5 drivers nodded silently, with no joy on their faces. To be honest, if there is more than 100 tons of stainless steel, with just one sudden break or collision, the inertia of the stainless steel will smash the entire cabin to pieces. This journey of nearly 200 kilometers is no different from entering the gates of hell. Everything is ready and everyone sets off one after another. Lin Feng took the lead and, using the Flying Tiger armor's flight mode, cleared a wide highway for the heavily loaded heavy trucks behind him. The members of the Second Order Legion who were riding on the bus followed behind the trucks, trying not to interfere with their driving. In order to maximize safety, we maintained a driving speed of less than 60 miles per hour along the way. It took more than 3 hours to safely reach the Tehu service area. After getting off the highway, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Then we drove slowly for about 10 kilometers in the city and arrived at the university town camp where the 13th Division was stationed at 4:30 in the afternoon. While arranging the unloading, Chen Yan'an, who received the news, commanded the fleet to return to the square. The flying winged chariot following behind her was scarred and badly damaged. 3 of them could no longer start properly and had to be towed by several other tanks before they were rescued from the battlefield. Lin Feng walked over and met Chen Yan'an, whom he hadn't seen for 2 days. He saw a hint of fatigue on the other's face. What's going on? Has the Heicheng Zerg come up with a new trick? Seeing the holes and damage on the chariot, Lin Feng spoke with concern. Chen Yan'an nodded and pointed at the chariots. This confirms what we have been worried about. They have finally dispatched air units to carry out long-range bombing of the fleet. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and played the video footage she had taken during the previous battle. While playing, he explained, See that black dot? It's actually a bug the size of a football. Lin Feng frowned slightly. The things in the picture were falling from thousands of meters above the clouds like raindrops, and they were getting faster and faster due to the acceleration of gravity. After falling to the ground, it exploded instantly. Its power is comparable to that of a TNT bomb of the same size, enough to blow up tank armor that is more than 10 centimeters thick. No wonder tanks leave densely packed holes of fragments on the battlefield. At this time, Li Ran, who was in command of the second line of defense, witnessed the entire battle of the fleet and the high-altitude bombing of the Zerg, and came over directly to give a more professional evaluation. This group of suicide bugs are wrapped in a layer of armor as hard as fine steel, and there should be high explosives inside. Although our fleet's anti-aircraft firepower is enough to destroy the suicide bugs overhead, there are still many that slip through the net and explode near the tanks. The shock waves and fragments caused by them cause them to suffer varying degrees of damage. After one wave of bombing, there were as many as 400 to 500 insect suicide. This kind of firepower is comparable to dozens of cluster bombs. If the Zerg adopts such a strategy during the frontal battle, the second line of defense will be difficult to hold. Air defense. 9 out of 10 defenses are air defenses. It is difficult to kill the bomber queen flying rapidly in the sky by relying solely on the firepower of ground troops. As he spoke, Li Ran said seriously, "We must build our own air force as soon as possible, otherwise there will be heavy casualties in this asymmetric war." Looking at the overwhelming bomb bugs appearing on the phone screen, Lin Feng took a deep breath, adjusted his mentality, and nodded seriously, "Don't worry, this matter will be resolved." After saying that, he called over Long Yi, who was about to go to the dormitory with Liuqi. Chapter 193 Biotechnology, Fleet Enhancement, Countermeasures. When she saw the picture played on the other party's phone and the scarred chariot nearby, she frowned slightly and explained in a low voice, "This is the variant attack method of the second-order wing insect. It is roughly equivalent to a human attack aircraft, a support-type fighter bomber. Because of the large number of explosive bugs mounted on its abdomen, its flying speed is not very fast. It has slowed down to about Mach 1, which is more than 300 meters per second, but after this modification, the egg-carrying wind-winged insect poses a huge threat to ground forces. Each second-level wind-wing insect can carry more than a ton of supplies, while the suicide insect, which is not even a first-level Zerg, weighs only 5 kilograms, so a second-level wind-winged insect can carry 200 suicide insects, and the bombing range is enough to cover 20,000 square meters, an area of 3 football fields. Besides, since the level of the suicide blaster is very low, its hatching and production is extremely fast. In simple terms, it is a biological stomach sac, similar to the liquid hydrogen sac in the body of the scarlet beetle. The raw material only needs to be electrolyzed with water, so the energy calorific value generated by the explosion speed is extremely high. Combined with its own hard and thick armor, it can cause large-scale shrapnel damage. Speaking of this, I give some advice. Although the self-destructing insect is very powerful, its explosive property also makes it extremely fragile. After leaving the wind-wing insect, the slightest impact or collision will instantly detonate the hydrogen-oxygen mixture inside, so the heavy machine guns on the tanks, and the impact of the fragments produced by their mutual explosions, can detonate it in midair. But to achieve this, the required firepower density must be higher. A tank that has been around for more than 10 years can hardly deal with the continuous bombardment of a group of second-level wind-wing insects. The bodies of the suicide bombers are too small, and some of them have grown a few tail wings that can control the direction of their fall, so it is inevitable that some will slip through the net. When thousands of suicide bugs come swooping down from all directions, it will be difficult to stop them without sufficient firepower output. After listening to Long Yi's introduction, everyone looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Lin Feng took a deep breath. Ling Yi is right. The fastest solution at the moment is to increase the density of firepower and create a large firepower net in the sky to try not to let them get close, so the war is fought with logistics. Now we need to build more tanks. Use the tanks as firing points to block the entire airspace. Then he looked at Li Ran. Can the second line of defense withstand the suicide bombers? Li Ran thought about it and shook his head. It's difficult. At the beginning, we didn't consider that the Zerg would have bombing capabilities, so the shooting holes were all parallel to the surface. The reinforced concrete port on the top is only about 1 meter thick according to the data Ms. Lin provided. The power of the suicide bomber is about the same as that of an anti-tank gun, although it is not as terrifying as an anti-tank mine. As long as the speed is fast enough, The impact force generated by the explosion can still penetrate a 50-centimeter concrete wall, so if we get hit by 2 exploding bugs in a row in the same direction, we'll definitely be able to penetrate the top fortifications. But that's not the worst part. Li Ran thought of another possibility. If the suicide bomber falls in front of the defense line, it will easily be hit by the defenders in the shooting holes with machine guns or artillery. When it explodes in midair, the high-speed fragments and shock waves will pass through the shooting holes and cause a large number of casualties. In fact, from what I just observed, many in tanks the fleet were damaged because their explosive worms were hit by bullets at close range, causing them to explode in midair, resulting in the weak roofs being hit by fragments. The Dragonfly slightly. There is no solution to having air superiority. The Zerg did not use this trick on a large scale when invading other planets, because the alien races on those planets either lived in the ocean or, like the Red race, had already hollowed out most of the Red planet and live their civilization underground surface. But the prerequisite is that the opponent's air force needs to be suppressed, and the Zerg must first gain air superiority. In fact, as a surface civilization with a rare and favorable living environment like the Blue Planet, humans should vigorously develop aviation technology. However, due to the fact that civilizations have not yet achieved global unification, they have been plagued by internal strife and internal consumption. As well as the fact that their development time is too short, their aerospace power is very weak. Before the Zerg invasion, looking around the world, there were only a few major countries that had the ability to independently produce fighter jets, and the number of fighter jets that could be used for combat was only more than 20,000. Although it sounds like a lot, don't forget that there are more than 1,000 Zerg queens alone, and the number of green-winged Zergs and wind-winged Zergs combined is more than 100,000. Therefore, even though the Zerg has a long-term weakness in aerospace power, they can still suppress the humans on Blue Planet. Only because the Federation was the world's most powerful country, with nearly 5,000 fighter planes, did the coastal Queen Mother dare not mobilize large-scale aerial bombardment at the beginning of the war. Looking at it now, if you want to deal with the harassment of the green-winged insects, you can still use ground-based air defense forces, but to deal with the high-altitude attacks of the wind-winged insects, there is only one way: kill it from the air, and send out flying units with the same speed as it, close to Mach 2 or 3. However, today the satellites of humans on Blue Planet are basically scrapped, and ground radars are also affected by electromagnetic pulses, making it impossible for surface-to-air hypersonic missiles to track and lock onto targets. In addition, the wind-wing insect has the same high maneuverability as the blue-wing insect. It can stop flying instantly, hover and make a 180-degree turn. In terms of flying performance, it far exceeds all large fighter jets developed by humans, so it seems that the only solution is to form a group of soldiers with flying capabilities. When Long Yu was thinking about this, Lin Feng beside him obviously also realized that relying solely on ground air defense to resist bombing was only a passive defense. And the initiative was still in the hands of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother of Heichang can consume human logistical resources at a very low cost and disperse their sniping firepower, thereby providing containment and cover for the real ground main attack. After thinking about it, Lin Feng said, if the second line of defense can't hold up, then we will reduce the number of defenders inside and focus all our firepower on air defense. We will no longer be responsible for stopping the insect swarm, because only 10 tanks are needed to effectively annihilate tens of thousands of black spine insects with the firepower support of the dreadnoughts. Even if we face hundreds or thousands of second-level tiger spine insects, we can easily suppress them. We have an absolute advantage on the ground battlefield, so we must make use of the fleet's mobility to push the battle outbreak point forward and strive to gain more depth. That way, we don't have to worry about the other party using a second-level pulse scorpion to attack the second line of defense from a distance. About 10 kilometers behind the second line of defense is the shore of East Taehu Lake. The defenders of Wuchang are actually fighting a battle with their backs against the river, so naturally they have to muster the courage to burn their boats. As he spoke, Lin Feng pointed to the 5 heavy trucks behind him that had already finished unloading. Next to them was a mountain of more than 500 tons of refined steel. I can probably synthesize more than 40 tanks now, which adds up to 60. This way, we can carry at least 1,200 people. We will divide them into 6 teams and surround the dreadnought. The 2 teams in the front will be responsible for attacking the ground insect swarm, while the left and right flanks will provide fire support and air defense. The 2 teams behind the dreadnought will be responsible for defending against attacks from suicide insects in the air. After saying that, Lin Feng controlled the dreadnought to turn the bow and sail to the vicinity of the pile of fine steel. He opened the collector on the boat to clean the battlefield and swallowed more than 500 tons of fine steel into the storage space. After the invasion, the speed of the dreadnought slowed down a lot. With Lin Feng's remote control, its stern hatch opened wide, and a number of brand new LV-19 flying wing tanks slowly drove out of it. Although the battle this afternoon was fierce, the fleet that suffered the attack did not gain nothing. In addition to devouring a large number of black-backed insect corpses, some green-winged insects that came to reconnaissance were also directly shot down by Chen Yanyan and the sharp-eyed soldiers. In the end, a total of 70 or 80 green-winged insect corpses were collected. It is enough to produce more than 40 flying wing tanks at present, and to cover the consumption of fusion and replication. As the chariots drove out of the rear hatch of the dreadnought battleship and docked in the station square, it gave the illusion that a whale was giving birth. It seems that this dreadnought battleship also has the ability to automatically produce and synthesize 150, damage 130, average speed 150 kilometers, range 1000 kilometers additional attributes, biological armor, defense plus 50, armor piercing head, damage plus 20, unlimited firepower. 40 heavy machine guns, damage, unlimited bullets multiple artillery, load 5 LV-19 shotguns, damage 190, range 5 kilometers, spare ammunition 5000. Bullet recovery 1/1s ground effect flight, speed increased by 150 kilometers per hour, can adapt to complex water terrain, fuel consumption increased by 100%, and cruising range reduced by half. Note, as a replica, it cannot be upgraded, but it can obtain energy replenishment from the original land cruiser for endurance driving, spare ammunition and damage repair consumption. This replica has more shared attributes than the original winged vehicle. Spare ammunition and automatic repair of damage can all be obtained from the land-faring properties of the dreadnought, which uses energy calculated from Zerg corpses. This is of great significance to extending the combat capability of the tank. In Lin Feng's opinion, these special changes, perhaps it is because they were produced directly from the body of the dreadnought, and there has been a strong connection between the two since the birth of the replica tank. It is precisely because of this that Lin Feng can remotely control the LV-29 flying wing tank directly through the LV-19 dreadnought battleship. Chen Yanyan, who was standing behind Lin Feng, also obviously noticed this magical point. In the end, more than 500 tons of fine steel, as well as thousands of black-backed insects and dozens of green-winged insects were consumed to produce 45 flying wing chariots together with the remaining 15 tanks. There were 60 in total. This force, coupled with the dreadnoughts, was enough to easily deal with the impact of the Sea City Zerg. In addition, Lin Feng used the remaining dozens of tons of fine steel to synthesize more than 19 level shotguns to arm the soldiers who followed him. Lin Feng immediately called Li Ran, select a group of late-stage First-Order Awakeners, about 300 of them will do, and equip each of them with a shotgun. Then they will follow me to carry out another important plan. Li Ran nodded, called the captain of the combat camp, and began to screen and recruit. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye can see that following leader Lin Feng will definitely bring the greatest benefits, and the risks are controllable. The next best option is to join the fleet and become a gunner on a chariot. Although this has certain risks, it is easy to kill a large number of black-backed insects in advance to the peak of the first level, so the gains are also considerable. Excluding the 300 temporary guards of the leader and the 1,200 members of the fleet, the remaining 3,500 soldiers can only stay in the second line of defense, or be responsible for the later command in the camp and serve as support substitute teams. Not only is there a risk of being bombed, but there is no benefit of insecticide upgrade at all. Therefore, those who had good vision immediately signed up to join the leader's direct team, and the rest who were not strong enough also actively went to the fleet to apply to become a gunner. Taking advantage of the gap in personnel arrangements and mobilizations, Lin Feng repaired the 15 damaged tanks that were returned from the battlefield one by one. Then, he took out the remaining dozen pairs of blue-winged insect corpses in the storage space from the rear hatch of the dreadnought. Now, at most a dozen level 19 red and black flying armors can be made from them, but the lifespan of each set is only about 10 minutes. Therefore, judging from the maximum flight speed, altitude, and duration, a flying soldier wearing the red-black flying armor is simply unable to carry out the mission of attacking the second-order wing insects at an altitude of thousands of meters. This is also one of the obvious shortcomings of the armor. Although it retains the Zerg's solid defense and flying ability, it is difficult to adapt as flexibly as the Zerg because it has no matching flesh support supply. After all, one is a burden that you wear on your body, while the other is a natural part of your body. The flight performance issues we are now facing are a concentrated reflection of this aspect. When the green-winged insect's membranous wings grow on its body, it can use them at will as long as it has enough energy in its body. It can continue flying for several hours without worrying about overheating due to flapping of the membranous wings. Because the base of the membranous wings is connected to the blood circulation of the entire body, and the whole body is blown by the wind during flight, which naturally dissipates heat. Unlike flying armor, it can only last for 10 minutes due to overheating problems at the roots of the membrane wings. At this time, Lin Feng took out the body of the green-winged insect. Actually looking for a way to solve this problem, he turned his attention to the 8 second-level regiments that were gathering and reorganizing, but according to the division of genetic warriors and ordinary awakeners, the regiment is now divided into 4 ordinary regiments, with 80 members and 5 leaders, and 3 genetic warrior regiments, with 70 members and 3 leaders. So with Lin Feng's approval, Liu Yi became the commander-in-chief of the 4 ordinary regiments. They are also the main force that follows Lin Feng to carry out the decapitation plan, this time as for the Gene Corps composed of Gene warriors. Lin Feng was ready to give them a task that was both difficult and easy: form an aerospace group to specifically deal with the high-altitude suicide insect bombings used by the Queen of Heicheng. Night had fallen by now. The number of patrol sentries in the entire camp has increased tenfold, and everyone is on high alert, ready for action. Under Lin Feng's order, Shen Ji brought 72 genetic warriors to the room where the green-winged insect corpses were stored, and then dealt with the insect corpses in front of everyone. Pull off the membranous wings on their backs, and cut them off along with the thick muscle ligaments at the base. Then he started eating with big mouthfuls. While eating, he said, "Since you have my cell genes in your bodies, you can naturally activate the ability to fly. The blue-winged insects and the black-spine insects actually have the same origin. Give it a try, it should be able to activate that part of the gene." After saying that, he threw the other half of the membrane wing in his hand to the leader of a genetic regiment in front of him. After the other party took it, he swallowed unconsciously in the quiet room. In addition to the crisp chewing sound coming from Shenji's mouth, there was also a swallowing sound. Chapter 194, Forming an Aerospace Group, Logistics and Decisive Battle begin. No matter how powerful they are, humans are always social animals, and this is difficult to change in a short period of time. Even though they have all become second-level awakeners. Following Shenji's lead, the other 2 peak-level second-level genetic warriors also began to try it in small sips. Everyone knew that insect meat was highly poisonous, but the appetite that was surging in their bodies, and the saliva that kept secreting in their mouths after smelling that strange smell. All these experiences were conveying a message to their brains: go and eat the green-winged insect corpses that were piled up in the corner of the classroom. After the captains of the regiments had eaten the membranous wing roots in their hands and showed a look of satisfaction, and did not fall into coma due to poisoning as they had believed, everyone took a step forward and walked up to the blue-winged insect corpse one after another. Encouraged by Shenji's eyes, they joined together in this feast that belongs only to genetic warriors. The gluttony that lasted for more than an hour soon ended. In fact, even though they were second-level gene warriors, they could not eat too much insect meat before it was completely metabolized and replaced throughout the body's cells. They are just a little stronger than ordinary second-level awakeners and have higher resistance to poison. Even so, as the worm meat went down the stomach, the zygote transplanted in the lower back began to release a large number of assimilation cells as the activity of the gene glands increased. In order to absorb and digest the worm meat in the stomach and replace its own gene inventory past, 2 yellow-gray tumors buds the size of footballs gradually emerged on the 2 shoulder blades. Everyone present only felt that the energy in their bodies was gradually drained away, and all of it was consumed in the specialization of assimilated cells. Soon, when the tumor matures, the dark yellow hard shell begins to crack, revealing the membranous wing tissue inside. The green and yellow membranous wings slowly spread out. In a large classroom that could accommodate 4 classes, 72 second-level gene warriors slowly grew their own membrane wings in just 2 or 3 hours. It is equivalent to directly mastering the ability of flying. Immediately, many excited team members walked to the window and wanted to spread their wings and fly high to experience the feeling of flying like never before. The human desire to fly is deep-rooted. It represents freedom and hope. This is the 4th floor. Although falling from 20 meters won't hurt you, if this pair of newly grown membranous wings are broken, I guarantee you will be in excruciating pain. Shenji's voice came coldly. Many team members who had forgotten themselves suddenly came to their senses and calmed down, realizing that this pair of membranous wings is actually an important part of their bodies. Like a newborn limb, it is extremely fragile. If there's any damage, you may lose your only chance to fly. Immediately left the dangerous window. Seeing this, Shenji continued, "Let's go. The commander has prepared a nutritious meal for you to replenish your body's energy." Then he led to a small cafeteria in the university town, which could only accommodate 300 or 400 people. Lin Feng arrived early and was drinking the organic nutrient solution extracted from the second-level insect eggs to replenish the physical energy consumed in replicating and synthesizing 45 flying wing tanks. Previously, Chen Yannian spent a whole morning breaking through from the early second stage to the late second stage. She killed more than 40 second-stage insect eggs and squeezed out nearly 4,500 kilograms of organic nutrient solution. It is just right for providing logistical supplies to the second-level legion. Each of them is an important fighting force, especially now that the war is approaching, and they deserve the best treatment. Seeing their leader, the genetic warriors lined up neatly and waited for orders. Although they had greatly increased their strength, they did not become arrogant. Instead, they became more respectful of the old leader Lin Feng. This is actually a very simple truth. They couldn't even beat Shenji, the actual head of the Gene Corps privately. 2 Gene Corps members had fought Shenji. The difference in strength and reaction speed between the two sides was quite large, and Captain Shenji could easily defeat 2 of them alone. Even without using the killing intent, he can easily defeat 2 gene captains of the same level. Because the increase in their genetic modification was only about 30% in the early stage, and Shenji, who had mastered the killing intent and had fully integrated with his ERG genes, had already increased his physical attributes by more than 100%. Even Captain Shenji is difficult to defeat, let alone leader Lin Feng, whose strength is far superior to Shenji. The stronger the power you control, the more you can feel Lin Feng's profound strength. He is the undisputed supreme leader and commander of the entire second-level legion. At this moment, seeing the 72 genetic warriors all growing a pair of membrane wings, Lin Feng smiled and greeted them, "Disband and have dinner. Everything is ready for you." Following Lin Feng's order, everyone went to the dining order table and sat down under the command of their respective leaders. The large iron bowl that had been prepared long ago contained more than 2 kilograms of organic nutrient solution. In addition, there were dried fish and meat jerky made by the logistics support soldiers to supplement protein and fat. The aroma of the organic nutrient solution was even better than that of the Zerg corpses. Everyone drank it in big gulps and began to replenish the energy they had consumed by absorbing the flesh of the membranous winged insects. As their stomachs began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, 10 minutes later, the team members, who were full and licking their plates, regrouped at the command of the team leader. Waiting for the leader's orders, Lin Feng took a deep breath, looked at the 73 second-level gene warriors present in the dark, and spoke slowly. "I think everyone has expected this. The Zerg in Heichang has come up with something new this time. The Queen Mother of Heichang sent out the second-order winged insects to conduct a tentative bombing on our fleet, and achieve good results, so next, they will definitely take advantage of our lack of air power and increase high-altitude raids and bombings on the second line of defense, the super fleet, and even the entire rear camp, in addition to strengthening the anti-aircraft firepower of ground forces. The most important thing is to regain our air superiority and strive to destroy the Zerg's air force in the sky. This is the arduous task that the entire rear camp, 13th Division needs to entrust to you, and the importance of this task is directly related to the success or failure of the decisive battle." Lin Feng then waved his hand. "Let's go, Captain Shenji, and I will try our best to get you used to aerial combat in a short period of time." Then, Lin Feng led the second-level gene regiment to the large uninhabited area behind the cafeteria. Under the demonstration of him and Shenji, the present members began to spread their membranous wings one after another. The translucent film provided extremely strong buoyancy under the high-frequency flapping of the wing roots, gradually overcoming and even exceeding their own gravity. The team members' feet slowly left the ground and floated in the air. Then Lin Feng and Shenji, who already had the ability to fly, began to lead them in low-altitude, uniform speed patrol training. After flying for 3 or 4 hours, in the late morning, everyone finally landed on the cafeteria rooftop, somewhat exhausted. Lin Feng estimated that the flight endurance of the genetic warrior at full condition was about 2 hours, and the fastest flying speed could reach over Mach 1, which is 1 times the speed of sound. It can be converted to 400 meters per second. Although it is a bit slower than the second-order wing insect, it is already the first-order green wing insect, the ultimate potential of the gene. Although the gene warrior is slightly inferior in speed, as long as Lin Feng is there, any disadvantage can be made up for in other aspects. For example, equipping a set of orange-quality tiger armor can greatly increase the odds in the fight against the second-order wing insect. Another example is equipping each person with an upgraded large-caliber machine gun for long-range bombardment. In order to arm the flying genetic warriors, Lin Feng directly took down the 20mm caliber machine gun installed on the defense line. After several attacks by insect swarms, they have accumulated a large number of upgrade points. Lin Feng only made a slight move and directly upgraded them to red quality. A rapid-fire artillery with over 100 points of damage and over 500 spare bullets. Maybe it's a little bit lacking in firepower to deal with the second-level tiger spine insect, but it's more than enough to deal with a wing insect in the sky because it is a guy with high attack and low defense, just like the blue wing insect according to Long Yi. The wing insect is a second-level insect species, but it is the only one whose outer armor defense strength is only equivalent to that of the black spine insect of the lower level. Although the outer armor of the black spine worm is strong enough to withstand the impact of wind resistance at Mach 2 or 3, it is obviously not enough compared to the second-level Zerg. Even the new generation of warrior hunters are more resistant than them. However, considering the flight endurance and maximum speed, heavy outer armor is obviously no longer applicable. This is a trade-off between size and maneuverability. Compared to the huge bodies of second-order wing insects that are often 20 or 30 meters long, human genetic warriors obviously have more flight load redundancy, can wear heavier armor, and have more machine gun ammunition reserves. Therefore, relying on the higher defensive power of the external armor and the long-range strike capability of the large-caliber machine gun, the flying genetic warrior is enough to suppress the second-order wing insect, even if it is slightly slower. This prevents them from easily dropping large numbers of suicide bugs like they did yesterday. After preliminary screening, 30 out of the 72 genetic warriors were found to have extremely high flying talents and were able to take on this important task. Lin Feng then separated them out and formed an aerospace regiment in the second-level Legion, which was specifically responsible for attacking the Zerg's air force. Each of them is equipped with a red-quality large-caliber machine gun and an orange-quality tiger armor, which is upgraded from the giant jaws of the second-level tiger spine worm. After being fully armed, the combat effectiveness of the aerospace corps surpasses that of the second-order wing insects. The remaining 42 genes warriors were tasked with low-altitude combat and battlefield patrol missions, blocking the new second-order Zerg sent by the Zerg, such as the long-range Pulse War Scorpion and the Assassination and Sabotage Warrior Hunters. After making the arrangements, Lin Feng planned to conduct the first practical training after the sun rises. Led by Shen Ji, they patrolled the entire Wiching airspace, waiting for an opportunity to kill and retaliate against the Zerg's second-level wing insect bombing squadron. With the success she achieved last time, the Queen Mother of Heichang will certainly increase her investment. This time she is likely to form several, or even more than a dozen second-order wing insect bombing squadrons, attempting to rely on large-scale bombing to wipe out all enemies that prevent it from entering Tehu Lake soon. With the first ray of morning light rising from the east, a new day arrived. The war was imminent, and the tense atmosphere in the camp lingered for a long time. In the square in front of the dreadnought, the fully armed second-level aerospace regiment, wearing sunglasses, lined up in an orderly manner under the command of the regiment leader Shen Ji. Accepting Lin Feng's inspection, as well as the attention of a large number of nearby soldiers and other second-level regiments. As the first aerospace regiment to be engaged in the battle, they deserve this honor. As they put on their special armor, they stretched out a pair of green and yellow membranous wings behind them, and with a high-frequency flapping, they stirred up strong air currents, like a helicopter slowly taking off, flying into the clouds one after another. Watching the newly formed aerospace regiment heading towards its first actual combat, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the remaining 4 ordinary regiments and their chief commander Liu Yi. Selected. They include my 5 captains who have reached the late stage of the second order, and 25 ordinary members who have close combat skills. These 30 members will form a guard regiment and follow you into the underground insect nest for a day to complete the decapitation plan. Lin Feng nodded. This was the task he gave to Liu Yi after he came back yesterday. Tooth chainsaw sword, and prepare to follow me north to Changcheng, The remaining 55 members will work together with a gene core to kill the pulse scorpions behind the Zerg tide, as well as the warrior Zergs targeting the fleet on the battlefield. Ensure today's progress is carried out in an orderly manner. As Lin Feng gave the order, Li Uyi took it and went to make preparations. After a while, Li Ran came over and brought his logistical arrangements and the layout of the second line of defense. He was extremely excited about this battle. As one of the top leaders and one of the few who knew the truth about the decapitation plan, Li Ran felt fortunate and proud from the bottom of his heart when he thought of the feat that Lin Feng was about to accomplish. According to what you said, the fishing business has been suspended for the time being. The auxiliary soldiers have begun to move the supplies in the camp, including dried fish, food, instruments and tools, etc., leaving only weapons and equipment and 3 days of food supply. We plan to leave 3,000 auxiliary soldiers to transport food and ammunition to the front line and clean and repair the tanks. The rest will all be relocated to the Jinchang base. This will ease the logistical pressure of the retreat later on. I will be in charge of the overall command of the second line of defense, and the specific arrangements will be handed over to the battalion commanders and company commanders below. I will be responsible for the logistics of the entire camp and ensure the supply of materials to the front line. Lin Feng nodded, and explained how to deal with the most dangerous situation. Another point, if the Queen Mother of Heichang rises up and intensifies her attack, and our defense is already in jeopardy, we can directly dismiss the auxiliary soldiers and only leave a small number of drivers to support the defenders on the defense line, preserve the remaining strength and return to Jincheng. Li Ran nodded, agreeing with him. After he left, Chen Yan'an and Long Yi entered the meeting room. Lin Feng and Chen Yan'an hugged each other tightly, and naturally there was no need for much words between them. Chen Yan'an took a deep breath. Must come back. Lin Feng nodded, don't worry. We've been preparing for so long. Even if we're not 100% sure, we'll have at least 80% to 90% confidence. Even if we fail in the end, at least there won't be any other accidents. As for you, remember to keep your life radar on. I'm worried that the Queen Mother of Heichang might get in personally try to keep the fleet. Today, the super fleet headed by the Dreadnought has become a thorn in the eyes of the Queen of Heichang. It is very likely that after determining the strength of the defenders, the other party will take the risk to completely destroy this angry land fleet. Chen Yan'an seriously turned around to look at the expressionless Long Yi, and then left the meeting room. Lin Feng looked at the last one left. Are you ready? I think the Queen Mother of Jiangbei can no longer hold back and wants to cross the river. Come on, let's go meet it. The original plan was scrapped. 200 chapters on level 3, 400 chapters on cosmic life. If my performance allows, I might have to write 2 million words. Chapter 195, Planting a Nuclear Bomb to Destroy the Second-Level Wind Wing Insect. Lin Feng sat in the front jeep, driving while discussing the details of the ambush with Long Yi in the passenger seat. Hearing Lin Feng talking about the subway line from Zicheng above Wucheng that runs through the Big River and Tehu Lake, and the logical inference that the Queen Mother of Jiangbei might take a shortcut to sneak into Tehu Lake, Ling Gai was surprised for a moment. Then he nodded in sudden realization. That's right. Station is deep enough, but the space is a little small. But with the scarlet beetles, we can dig down and widen it. The most difficult part of digging the underground main road is how to remove the mud and rubble along the way. After all, the space underground is limited. Either you dig multiple breathing and excretion holes along the way, or you go back and forth from the starting point, but the distance is long. In short, if you don't take these into consideration, the excavation speed can be 2 or 3 times faster. At this time, Long Gai took out his mobile phone, unlocked it skillfully and opened the map app. She has become very adapted to human technological tools. After some point selection and measurement, the conclusion is drawn. From the Cross River Bridge to Tehu Lake, the straight line distance of Metro Line 1 is only 60 kilometers. As long as tens of thousands of scarlet beetles are mobilized, a large insect tunnel 50 meters wide can be dug in about 10 hours, which is enough for the Jiangbei Queen Mother to travel light and reach Tehu Lake. When the decisive battle in Wucheng breaks out, it will definitely land in Jiangnan without stopping and settle in Tehu Lake as quickly as possible, and at the same time send its second-level tiger spine insects here. In this way, we can take advantage of the speed of the waterway to double-team the Queen Mother of Heicheng. If the human defenders lose, they will take the opportunity to land and cut off our retreat at the same time. They will devote a large number of human awakeners and obtain biological resources that have entered the middle stage of the third stage. If the Queen Mother of Haichang fails to conquer it after a long time, it can also be sold at a high price and bargain with the one in Haichang to get more land in Tehu Lake. So no matter what the outcome of the Wuchen decisive battle is, it can just sit back and watch, and reap the greatest benefits. Lin Feng nodded. It was precisely because he could gain such great strategic initiative and benefits as long as he moved into Tehu Lake first that he believed that the Queen Mother of Jiangbei would firmly believe that definitely choose the subway as a fast route. However, there was a word in Long Yi's analysis that caught his attention. The light travel you just mentioned is another form of the Zerg Queen? Ling was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Yes, with it, storing the barracks of the insect swarm, it's the 2 rows of pipes that spray out black-backed insects and green-winged insects. The entire back half is actually just the Queen Mother's reserve energy. Once it is damaged, it can absorb the life energy in the insect eggs and repair its own injuries. Without this, the Queen Mother's body is only about 50 meters tall, and the 200-meter-long tail will gradually shrink, presenting a teardrop shape with a large head and a small body. Without the burden of the mother nest, its movement speed will be dozens of times faster. And it may be able to reach Tehu Lake faster. After listening to this, Lin Feng was thoughtful. Come to think of it, when I first met the Queen Mother of Haicheng, I assessed that her health value was over 10,000, which was obviously inconsistent with the 1000-level value of a third-order life form. Now it seems that it relies on the biological mother nest connected to the back to add 10,000 life attributes. In the battle at the Jiangbei underground insect nest, the node queen that everyone encountered in the hatching nest was a weakened version of the carrier queen, with extremely high health points but low mobility. If the Queen Mother of Jiangbei had adopted a strategy of traveling light and abandoned the tortoise shell behind her, the lethality of the nuclear bomb explosion would easily kill her by mistake. Thinking of this, Lin Feng then asked, if only its main body came, like an ordinary third-order life form, would it not be able to withstand the nuclear bomb explosion and die immediately? If that happens, I have to control the timing of the nuclear bomb explosion to avoid accidental killing. Ling Yi shook her head. No one understood the Queen Mother better than she did. Impossible. The power of the nuclear bomb will be partially absorbed by the scarlet beetles, and the Queen Mother's reaction speed is also fast enough to avoid the center of the nuclear explosion. At most, she will be seriously injured. Don't forget that the high-level Queen's bloated body is covered with armor comparable to that of a peak tiger spine worm, and it is more than 2 meters thick, especially its head. There are multiple layers of protective shells under dozens of eyes to ensure the safety of the central insect brain of the entire insect swarm. With Long as a guarantor, Lin Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His goal is not just to kill the Queen Mother, but to use the equipment at hand to complete the final kill, so as to obtain both equipment and personal upgrades. While the two were talking, the team arrived at Zicheng, located northwest of Wuchen. Zicheng is sandwiched between Changcheng and Wuchen. It is also one of the developed cities in Jiangnan Prefecture, and many tourist parks have been built around Tehu Lake. After entering the city, Lin Feng immediately activated his telepathy to confirm whether there were any scouts sent by the Queen Mother of Jiangbei. At the side, Ling Yi was also using his powerful senses to collect pheromones floating in the air, vibration of the wheels alerting the Zerg 32nd level warriors, including 4 late-stage 2nd level captains and 26 ordinary 2nd level members, equipped with LV-19 shotguns and tiger-tooth chainswords of LV-24 or above. Coupled with the orange tiger armor all over their bodies, the combat effectiveness of this group of 2nd level regiments is not inferior to that of the genetic regiment. Then, Lin Feng asked Li Ran to carefully select 300 first-order soldiers, armed with late-stage soldiers, to cover everyone and kill their way into the underground to hunt down the Queen Mother. In order to avoid exposing her whereabouts and ensure safety throughout the journey, the Queen Mother of Jiangbei will definitely control all the 2nd-level tiger spine insects under her command to march together. Long Yi estimated that the other party had at least 300 tiger-backed insects under their command, and most of them would be traveling on the surface. The 2nd-order tiger spine worm moves very fast, reaching a speed of hundreds of kilometers per hour. Once the Queen Mother is attacked by a nuclear bomb, they will definitely come to rescue her in a short time. By then, there must be troops on the surface to block their rescue, and 300 first-order late-stage awakeners armed with shotguns are enough to form fire suppression. Their strength also allows the shotgun to achieve its maximum firing rate, and the fierce recoil will not make it difficult to sustain firepower output. At the same time, letting them kill tiger spine worms can maximize the use of resources. allowing them to naturally advance to second-order awakeners and reduce the consumption of second-order insect eggs. Soon, under the leadership of Lin Feng and Long Yi, carefully groped their way forward and found Metro Line 1 in the center of Zicheng. From the office building in the city's CBD, overlooking the desolate Cross Square. Because the entire city was evacuated and the buildings were left empty, the subway in the city was not filled with cement and was not completely sealed. As soon as Long saw the subway sign at the intersection and the subway entrances and exits at the four corners, he recalled the roadside signs he saw when he and Lin Feng were driving north in Jincheng. Obviously Lin Feng had noticed this a long time ago, and used it to infer the route of the Queen Mother of Jiangbei, and thus formulated the entire ambush plan with this in mind. She took out her phone and zoomed in on the map of the entire Zicheng, taking in the entire Line 1. Which platform should we set up our ambush? Lin Feng was prepared well. There are 3 stations on Line 1, which overlap and intersect with other lines, so you can transfer. As long as we place nuclear bombs in these 3 places, we will have 3 options from top to bottom. We are now at the 3rd transfer station in the south, the Civic Center Station, which is close to Tehu Lake. I have arranged the personnel and placed the nuclear bomb in a secret location at the bottom floor. As long as the Queen Mother approaches, she will be taken down in one fell swoop. After he finished speaking, the intercom hanging on the chest of Lin Feng's flying tiger armor received a notification from the regiment leader. Report, the black box has been placed. Lin Feng pressed the reply button, assign 2 people to guard, and the rest will follow me to the next transfer station. After saying that, he took Long Yi and the rest of the team members to Zicheng railway station, in the north of the city. The running distance of more than 10 kilometers is not worth mentioning at all for a team whose members are at least late-stage first-level awakeners. After a quick march, it took only 10 minutes to reach the destination. The huge train station was empty. After the nuclear bomb is planted, there is only one last stop left. At this time, Long Yi had already smelled the scent of red beetles in the air, coming from the outskirts of Zicheng further north. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Lin Feng planned to bring only 32nd level combat group members to this last stop, leaving 300 combat soldiers to guard the train station and act according to circumstances. The explosion of a nuclear bomb underground can produce a shock similar to that of a magnitude 3 or 4 earthquake, which is particularly strong within a radius of more than 10 kilometers. When the 300 soldiers sense it, they will come to support. When Lin Feng led the second-level battle group to the last transfer station, traces of red beetles had already appeared in the suburban woods not far away. Fortunately, everyone was in a sheltered place, and the closed tiger armor they were wearing exuded the scent of zerg, so their whereabouts were not exposed. Lin Feng asked them to hide in the residential building, and then he and Long Yi. The mental networks on these scarlet beetles are very weak. They should just be frontline scouts sent by the Queen Mother to investigate the enemy situation and explore the route, but this place is 30 kilometers away from the river port, so the Queen Mother of Jiangbei has probably heard the news and landed at the edge of Zicheng. Long Yi walked in front to lead the way, then turned back and whispered the situation to Lin Feng. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, observing his surroundings at all times. It is better to place the nuclear warhead here sooner rather than later. The further we go, the greater the risk of exposure. I think by the time it gets here, it will probably be afternoon. The Scorpion slightly. This is almost in the middle of the entire subway line, which is a perfect place to ambush it. When the time comes, remember to send a team of people to go around the back and block it at the platform in front to prevent it from escaping back into the river. Lin Feng agrees with this. It's better to move a little further north, so that the Queen Mother of Heicheng won't have time to take care of this. Maybe she's too busy to handle this, so you can smoothly take over the entire insect swarm under the Queen Mother of Jiangbei. As he said this, Lin Feng glanced at Long Yi, who turned back. By then, you will have control over 2 swarms of insects. Your main body should be able to enter the middle stage of the 3rd stage, right? Long Yi frowned slightly. It's not that simple. The promotion process will take 3 days to a week. During this period, all your energy must be focused on yourself, and your control over the Zerg is at its weakest. We didn't know about this at the time. I have just entered the 2nd stage, and I don't have the confidence and strength to kill the Queen Mother. After saying that, the 2 of them had already sneaked into the subway station through Ling Yi's mental control. Dozens of red beetles in the platform were successfully controlled and guided to block the entrance to the deepest tunnel, keeping them still in at the very bottom. There is a large group of red beetles, which are continuing to explore the way forward under the remote control of the Queen Mother Jiang Bei after controlling the situation on the upper level. Lin Feng used the intercom to notify the underground captain to move the nuclear bomb down and place it next to the deepest subway tunnel. Once the rear tunnel collapses and the Queen Mother of Jiang Bei approaches, immediately enter the password and evacuate, aiming to inflict a heavy blow. After everything was arranged, everyone retreated to the surface under Lin Feng's order, dispersed and prepared for battle. In the entire subway station, only Lin Feng and Long Yi were left sitting next to the nuclear bomb, looking forward to it. The countdown is passing by. At the same time, 100 kilometers away in the sky above Wuchang, an unknown and fierce battle has already started, the decisive battle of Wuchang in advance. After Lin Feng led the decapitation team away, Shen Ji led 32nd level Jin warriors and soared among the clouds. Second order wing insect bombing squadron sent by the Queen Mother of Heichang in order to defeat it unexpectedly. Shen Ji called 5 team members with excellent flying skills to go with him to spy on the enemy insect's strength. The 6 people hid in the clouds 2,000 meters high and groped their way forward carefully. Soon they arrived diagonally below the group of wing insects. It was only 400 or 500 meters away from them to have enough power to injure them. Only ballistic missiles with rocket propulsion can kill them. Unfortunately, there was no radar to guide the change of trajectory, and the missile was powerless against the wing insect's flexible changes of direction. Only by forming humanity's own aerospace force can we kill these difficult second-order Zerg in air combat. At this time, Shen Ji flew far out of the clouds, and his eyes under his sunglasses were observing the group of wing insects. There were as many as 12 of them. What made them different from the green-winged insects was their tails, which were 70 to 80 meters long and occupied 2/3 of the entire body space, just like wasps. Such a huge tail section is naturally filled with a large number of suicide bugs, which are used to bomb the human defenders. One wing insect can carry 200 suicide insects, and the 12 in front of us are equivalent to 1,200 anti-tank missiles. After one wave of bombing, the entire Wuchang defense line, including the suburban fleet, will suffer heavy damage. We must not let them succeed. These guys obviously wanted to wait for the fleet to penetrate deep into the hinterland and distance themselves from the defenders on the defense line so as to reduce the anti-aircraft firepower and on bombing the entire fleet. The fleet is the fundamental force of the Wuchang decisive battle, and no accidents must concentrate. After taking a deep breath, Shen Ji returned to the clouds and ordered the other 5 people to return team to the hiding place of the remaining members in all directions, preparing to wipe out the group of wing insect size and successfully hid themselves, remaining unnoticed by the wing insects throughout the process, with Shen Ji, who was in the center of the encirclement, taking the lead and launching the attack. The machine gun in his hand spewed out fire snakes upwards. The other 30 genetic warriors had already locked onto their respective targets and followed the leader in pulling the trigger. In an instant, a huge metal net instantly covered the wing insect bombing squadron that was still hovering and waiting for the Queen Mother's order, because the insect bodies were fully loaded and they had to overcome the influence of turbulence at high altitudes. Their reaction speed and flight performance had dropped sharply, so that they had no reaction at all before the shells landed. The artillery fire immediately tore apart the membrane of the membranous wings, and blew up the tail segment storing the suicide bugs. The strong shock wave produced by the explosion directly caused a chain reaction of self-exploding insects. Just like firecrackers, they explode one after another. There was a violent explosion and flames, engulfing all the second-level wing insects. The morning sky suddenly darkened. Then, the fire lit up the world, as bright as day. Accompanied by loud noises one after another, the strong shock wave even swept through the aerospace core hundreds of meters below, blowing them thousands of meters away. Many team members who were unable to control themselves in time were swept away by the airflow and became unconscious. A force 10 gale blew directly into the suburbs of Heicheng. The entire cloud layer in the sky was blown into a hollow area of tens of kilometers. A yellow and white mushroom cloud gradually dissipated. Countless Zerg body fragments fell like raindrops. Seeing this, Chen Yanayan, the dreadnought battleship in the ground fleet, immediately gave the order, Army Attack. Chapter 196, Iron Torrent vs. Hivewell, Complete Warrior Hunting Insect. There was a roar of artillery fire all of a sudden. Each tank was equipped with 5 shotguns and 12 heavy machine guns. 20 tanks meant a total of 100 shotguns. Any wave of black spine Zerg would be difficult to resist under the salvo, and only the second-level Zerg could withstand the artillery bombardment with damage of up to 190 points. However, the Queen Mother of Heichang obviously did not expect that the defenders of Wuchen, after suffering a disastrous defeat yesterday, would dare to take the lead and send out a mysterious air mobile force to brazenly attack the second-stage Windwing insect bombing brigade that she had worked so hard and spent a huge price to hatch. The main reason was the information gap, which made the Queen Mother of Heichang mistakenly believe that the human army defending Wuchen had lost its air support, so she felt at ease to stockpile Windwing insects at an altitude of more than 3,000 meters so that she could take down the Wuchen fleet and defense line in one wave. Now, it is me who is being carried away by the wave. In the violent chain of explosions, the Queen Mother of Heichang instantly lost 12 precious Windwing insects and fell into a daze. In fact, if you want to control a Windwing insect thousands of meters away and perform precise and cutting-edge aerial missions, you need to consume extremely high mental power. So much so that even the Queen Mother of Heichang, who is in the middle stage of the third stage, was unable to sustain large-scale group combat on the ground and carry out precise bombing in the air at the same time. So when the Windwing insect was ambushed and self-destructed, the spiritual energy it brought backlashed, causing the Queen Mother of Heichang to fall into dizziness and trance. By the time the human fleet had already fought its way into the suburbs of Wuchen, which had just been recaptured yesterday, the thousands of black-backed insects defending the positions on the ground had not yet received any orders to respond, but Shen Yanyan will not give the Zerg time to wake up, and the hundreds of soldiers in the fleet and the artillery and machine guns in their hands will not miss the opportunity either. With the 20 chariots in the vanguard and the 20 chariots on the left and right wings, they lined up in a straight line and charged towards the suburbs of Wuchen, braving the insect armor fragments that fell from the sky. There were a total of 40 tanks in the front row, with a distance of 50 meters between them, forming a 2-kilometer-long battle line. Like a sharp sword, it pierced into the Zerg position 20 kilometers north and south outside Wuchen. Following closely behind were the dreadnoughts that provided the backbone of the battle, and the 20 tanks that were responsible for the finishing touches, clearing the remaining wormholes on the battlefield and sealing the underground arteries for the Zerg's expansion. When the fleet was fully operational, marching at a maximum speed of 100 kilometers per hour, bombarding all the way to the border between the two cities, pushing the battle line forward by more than 10 kilometers. Chen Yanyan waved her hand and began to command the fleet to move northward to sweep across the remaining positions and completely recapture the strategic buffer zone that had just been lost yesterday after a brief moment of distraction. The Queen Mother of Heichang finally reacted. She quickly concentrated and took control of her reserve attack team again at this point. It also understands that the decisive battle on the front battlefield has already broken out. If it simply retreats to Heichang at this moment, it will mean failure. Because there is more than one queen eyeing the big lake behind Wuchen, the Queen Mother of Jiangbei in the north must have crossed the river, and the Queen Mother of Jicheng in the south is estimated to have already laid hands on the south bank of the lake. With every day of delay, the advantage brought by its first advancement will be weakened. Moreover, in order to win the decisive battle at this moment, the Queen Mother of Heichang directly adopted a warming strategy and used all the reserve energy on the hatching and production of the second-order Zerg after the second-order Windwing insect is born. The food supply of the entire Zerg race can no longer last for a few days, so the bombing of the Windwing insects is just a test before the decisive battle. The real reason behind it is that the Queen Mother of Heichang can no longer delay and must take the initiative to provoke a decisive battle within a week from the destruction of the underground biological furnace in Jiangbei County to the severe damage to the hatching nest there. The time left for the Queen Mother of Heichang is not much. Strategic layout is always closely linked after Lin Feng's unexpected attack on Jiangbei. The only choice left to the Queen Mother of Heichang is to fight a decisive battle with the defenders of Wuchen. If she wins, she can devour tens of thousands of awakened ones and obtain a large amount of biological resources from Tehu Lake, allowing the Queen Mother to make further progress and lay the foundation for her advancement to the late third stage. If they lose, the entire swarm will collapse, and the Queen Mother of Heichang will have to withdraw her troops and retreat to the center of Heichang, relying on the resources sent by the ocean to lick her wounds and replenish her strength. This also means that it will miss the global queen competition and lose the opportunity to become a fourth-level insect king. So at this moment, facing the aggressive human fleet, even if the Queen Mother of Heichang was unwilling to risk a decisive battle, she had to break in and block the attack. Under its mobilization, hundreds of second-order tiger spine insects suddenly crawled out from the large wasteland at the junction of the two cities. Their bodies are about 20 to 30 meters in size, and the pair of sharp and hard jaws are more than 10 meters long. The combat effectiveness of the second-order tiger backworm is unquestionable. As long as it can engage in close combat with a chariot, it can directly destroy it by swinging its giant jaws. At the same time, in the suburbs of Haicheng, hundreds of pulse war scorpions suddenly emerged from the camouflage wormhole. They raised the muzzles of the guns at the end of their tails high, and the gun sacks storing plasma in their abdomens began to accumulate power. The violent pulse ball cannon, as it completed its aiming and charged, bombarded the fleet 5 kilometers away, providing cover for the approaching tiger spine insect swarm. The pulse cannon's flying speed is not fast, but it cannot be destroyed by artillery. Apart from the energy shield that can defend itself a little, the only way to dodge it is to rely on one's own mobility. However, firing hundreds of pulse cannons at once made it impossible for the tanks in the fleet to avoid being hit by electric currents. There was a high probability that the tanks would be damaged in power, and the first-level awakeners inside would also fall into temporary paralysis. Facing the powerful counterattack launched by the Zerg, Chen Yannian, the captain of the dreadnought, standing on the bow of the ship more than 20 meters high, could naturally see it clearly. At the same time, she also understood that the Queen Mother of Haicheng had decided to adopt a desperate strategy, wanting to use this wave of saturation attacks to decide the final outcome with a human fleet. In this case, it becomes particularly crucial to know who can withstand the opponent's first wave of attack. Immediately, she took control of the chariots, manipulating them to shrink the battle line, gathering around the dreadnought first, and concentrating their strength on one point. At the same time, activate and use the new additional attribute of the dreadnought, indestructible. As the dreadnought's range dropped sharply, the extracted energy turned into a spherical shield, which continued to expand and eventually covered the entire ship. Just like the absolute defense of the flying tiger armor, the invisible energy shield creates ripples like water waves. It seems fragile but can withstand 1,000 points of energy attack. The pulse cannon of the Pulse Scorpion has a maximum single-shot center damage of only over 900 points, and it will continue to decrease as the shooting distance increases. When most of the hundreds of pulse cannons hit the energy shield that emerged from the outside of the dreadnought, a large number of electric arcs appeared on the surface of this spherical shield that covered the hull and had a diameter of 300 meters. The plasma of the pulse cannon was absorbed by the energy shield, and part of it evaporated and dissipated directly in the air, leaving only the ozone generated by the electric shock, which gradually dissipated with a strange smell, and the rest was guided into the ground and absorbed by the earth. But the spectacular scene of dozens of pulse cannons hitting the energy shield was both gorgeous and extremely shocking. If there is no shield to protect it, an attack of this level can destroy half of the fleet in an instant. Those flying wing tanks that were leaning against the dreadnought and hiding behind the ship luckily escaped the disaster. The soldiers on the vehicles looked through the firing holes and saw arcs of electricity as thick as thighs appearing on the energy shield. They kept piercing into the invisible shield, like devil's claws trying to break through the blocking net and attack the fleet inside. So Varion turned pale and prayed silently. Not until all the pulse cannon shocks were exhausted under the protection of the energy shield did the worried crowd finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as they were relieved, the shield collapsed in an instant after standing dozens of pulse cannons, and everyone became nervous again. Chen Yannian frowned. Although the indestructible energy shield can last for 5 minutes, that is based on the premise that the shield has not been hit. The shield energy will gradually dissipate over time. Now, it has resisted dozens of electromagnetic cannon attacks in one go, directly using up all its reserves. Seeing the disappearing shield, which had just been relieved, became heavier again. The next wave of long-range attacks will arrive again in a dozen seconds, while the Pulse Scorpion is charging heavy guns on the ship, turning them all at once, aiming at the position of the Pulse Scorpion 5 kilometers away, and fired heavy shells with a damage of up to 390 points. It took 10 seconds and 5 rounds of long-range bombardment before 5,300 mm caliber heavy artillery fell on the Pulse War Scorpion group like thunder. The shock wave generated by the violent explosion directly interrupted their secondary charging and aiming. Chen Yannian knew that it was impossible to completely wipe out the Pulse Scorpions with just the battleship artillery. There must be quite a few mid to late stage 2 creatures in the Pulse Scorpion group, which can withstand the attack of heavy artillery. So she commanded the chariot group to redisperse the battle formation to deal with the aggressive swarm of first-order black-backed insects, which were mixed with hundreds of second-order tiger-backed insects, on the front battlefield. On the other side, the Dreadnought's 10 battleship guns were converted into electromagnetic gun mode. The gun barrel, which was big enough for a person to fit into, began to split into 4 petals, just like Lin Feng's level 29 electromagnetic cannon, accumulating energy to condense spherical lightning. Relying on the preparation time gained from the previous 5 rounds of heavy artillery bombardment, the electromagnetic cannon completed its charging after 10 seconds. Following Chen Yan'an's decisive order, it fired 10 violent large-scale magnetic bombs at the same time. The maximum shooting distance of 5 kilometers is just enough to hit the position of the Pulse War Scorpion group. 10 magnetic storm bombs streaked across the sky, passing over the dark swarm of tiger spine worms at an altitude of dozens of meters above the ground. Strong arcs of electricity continued to expand and spread out. The dissipated lightning energy injured many second-order tiger spine worms. When the magnetic storm bomb hits the Pulse Scorpion's base, it explodes completely with a thunderous tremor and releases countless electric arcs, sweeping across the Pulse Scorpion group in the position like a spider web. The damage of up to 1,000 at the center of the magnetic storm, and the continuous electric shock that spread out to an average of 500, dealt an even more severe blow to the already dizzy group of Pulse War Scorpions. For a moment, only a dozen or so early-stage second-order Pulse War Scorpions at the edge managed to escape apparently. The Queen Mother of Heicheng was in such a hurry to fight that she did not have time to place the Pulse War Scorpions at positions of different distances according to their levels and strengths. The result is that they are now being wiped out by the Dreadnought battleship. The original plan to use the power of cluster salvos to deal a devastating blow to the human fleet was successfully resolved under the protection of the Dreadnought's energy shield. Now the Pulse War Scorpion can no longer influence the situation, and the Queen Mother of Heicheng has fewer and fewer cards to use. After this wave of long-range bombardment, the fleet and the deadly tide of running spiny worms were already in close combat. Although the Pulse Scorpions were almost wiped out, they used a round of salvos to help the melee Zerg swarm rushing to the front line and bought a minute of time. It was precisely this 1-minute-long firebreak that allowed the Zerg nest to rush like a flood to place only 1 kilometer ahead of the fleet. Afterwards, even if the shield disappeared, all the chariots spread out in formation and fired shotguns, but it was still difficult to stop the insect swarms that to advance, and even broke out into a stampede. The first thing the chariot encountered was a swarm of black-backed worms that emerged from the wormhole here. Because of their small size, they could directly drill out of the small wormhole. And those powerful second-order tiger spine worms that are extremely threatening to chariots have to crawl out from the large wormhole at the junction of the two cities and follow behind the entire insect tide. This gave the tanks in the front row a chance to catch their breath. After all, it is still difficult for a first-level black-backed worm to break through the 19-degree outer shell defense of a level flying wing tank, and at most it can leave some dents or cuts. But close combat is very disadvantageous for tanks. After all, the number of flying wing tanks is limited, only 60 in total. Even if each one is comparable to peak-level second-level Zerg, they will still appear very small compared to the terrifying scale of tens of thousands of Zerg. What the tank fears most is being surrounded by insects and losing its greatest advantage, its super high mobility. So while the second-level tiger spine worms had not yet reached the front line, Chen Yan'an directly controlled the entire fleet to retreat, creating distance from the insect tide while making room for the high-end combat power of the 13th Division to enter the battlefield. However, when the fleet just broke free from the harassment of the black-backed insects, they saw dozens of tall insect men in human form suddenly rushing out from the insect tide. They can be more than 3 meters tall, with an insect-like triangular head, covered with the yellow and black scales, and 6 legs. A pair of sturdy hind legs shaped like the back of a grasshopper are responsible for supporting the entire body, allowing it to walk on 2 legs. The 2 pairs of forelimbs on the chest of the torso evolved into the claws on both sides of the long neck, and the long arms shaped like human hands, tightly grasping the sharp blades made of giant jaws. These weird humanoid insects are the complete forms of warrior hunting insects that were hatched and bred by the Queen of Heicheng through continuous iterations. The previous crude human worm suture has been eliminated. The human brain was transplanted directly into the Zerg's head, making their necks strangely long and slender. Compared with the previous ones, the limb details of this group of warrior hunting insects are very different, but the body structure is roughly the same. This means that although they are all products of the assembly line, they will no longer look the same after they have metamorphosed and developed into their complete form, depending on the differences in the human brains they are implanted in and the different abilities awakened in human cells. Moreover, the more advanced and tighter fusion method has also caused the new generation of warrior insects to shrink sharply in size, shrinking to about 3 meters, which is almost the same as the average height of human genetic warriors of 2 meters. However, their first appearance almost caused heavy losses to the fleet. If it weren't for Chen Yan'an's quick reaction, this group of hidden warrior hunters with sharp blades would have chopped the chariot into several pieces, cutting like melons and vegetables, but even so, their explosive speed of movement was much faster than that of the chariots that were retreating in reverse gear at this moment. Many of the chariots that were left behind were suddenly kicked back by the warrior hunting insects and landed on the front of the chariots. The claws at the neck pierced straight into the engine cover, and then the sharp blades held tightly and both arms chopped into the tank's cockpit, piercing the driver's heart. It was not until the shotgunners in the observation tower on top of the tank fired wildly that they were able to drive it back. The seriously injured driver endured the severe pain and turned the tank around before dying. Then he stepped on the accelerator, fell headfirst on the steering wheel, and fainted. This tank was able to escape from the battlefield with its team members, but the other tanks were not so lucky. Their engines were shattered and they were stranded in front of the insect tide. After being swallowed by the insect swarm, they became isolated islands to be slaughtered by the insects. Chen Yan'an gritted her teeth and had to retreat first. The reappearance of the samurai hunter dealt a heavy blow to the fleet. Fortunately, the next moment, dozens of fully armed second-tier members finally joining the battlefield. They held makeshift giant draw swords to stop the warrior hunting insects from continuing to invade. At this moment, there was a fierce sound of artillery fire in the air, and a group of genetic warriors with green and yellow membranous wings arrived at the battlefield, also holding machine guns. The leader, Shenji, and a second-stage warrior hunter insect that was still hiding in the insect tide, looked at each other. In the eyes of both parties, they all aroused strong murderous intent towards each other. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197: Gene Warriors vs. Warrior Insect Hunters, Countdown. The warrior insect hunters who took the lead in attacking were only at the early second stage, but their number reached an astonishing 180, far exceeding the second stage regiment members of the human side with it calmly, even if it is 1 against 2. Ordinary second-level members can only rely on the powerful defense of their tiger armor to hold their own against warrior hunter insects of the same level. This also means that they have to retreat to the second line and cooperate with the chariots to concentrate their fire on and annihilate the dozens of warrior hunter insects that have escaped the net. This protected the dozen or so tanks in the front row of the fleet and helped them escape the insect swarms and the pursuit of the warrior insect hunters. As for direct confrontations on the front battlefield, they will be entirely handled by genetic warriors. For a moment, astonishing momentum and pressure erupted in the 100-meter interval between the insect swarm and the fleet, immediately scaring the black-backed insects in the front row of the insect swarm, so much that they knelt down and retreated, not daring to take another step forward. The battle between the genetic warriors and the warrior hunters is not only fierce close combat, but also full of blood and madness. The warrior hunter insects themselves are unstable factors in the insect swarm, full of tyranny and split consciousness. After the battle, the Queen Mother of Heicheng directly gave up controlling them to reduce the consumption of her own mental energy so as to concentrate on controlling the insect swarm army and dozens of mid to late stage second-level warrior hunting insects. The warrior hunting insect is an important trump card that it has carefully cultivated, but for the Zerg, it is also a double-edged sword when invading Red Star. The red beetles created by the fusion of the Red Clan were too useful in the war, which gave rise to a large number of second-order and even third-order king red worms. As a result, in the later period, because it consumed too much mental effort to control them, a red worm rebellion was triggered, disrupting the Zerg's final decisive battle plan. The resulting chain reaction even let the Red King escape. The warrior hunting insects bred by humans today also require the Queen Mother to treat them with caution because they consume extremely high mental energy to control. In particular, they also have a certain ability to think. The stronger the warrior insect hunter, the smarter it is. Therefore, even though the cost of their cultivation was only 1/3 of that of the second-order tiger spine worms. The Queen Mother of Heicheng did not fuse and hatch them in large numbers. At this moment on the battlefield, the out-of-control warrior hunting insects fell into a bloodthirsty and violent state. Because of the double torture of mind and body brought by the forced fusion of genes, they were naturally full of strong desire for destruction, although this can also make them stronger. On the battlefield, you can't crush others just by fighting and killing when the gap in strength is not big. Combat wisdom and mutual cooperation are the key to victory. This is also the reason why Lin Feng would rather give up the direct implantation that would greatly enhance the strength of the genetic warriors in exchange for the stability of their mental consciousness. As long as you still have some sanity, you can accept becoming stronger slowly and gradually. A madman does not bring more benefits, but instead becomes a time bomb in the team. For example, the warrior hunter insects are gradually getting out of control. While they are fighting a bloody battle with the gene warriors, many of them are even randomly killing the black-backed insects behind them, staging a scene of severely attacking their teammates. Without coordination and offensive rhythm, they were easily suppressed by groups of 4 or 5 genetic warriors. 182nd stage early stage warrior hunting insects faced off against 72 genetic warriors by relying on mutual cooperation and the timely command of the captain. 2 of the team leaders who had reached the late stage of the second stage played the role of breaking the deadlock and the stalemate. With its physical attributes of over 1,000 points, it can instantly burst out more than 100 tons of force. It is more useful than the LV-19 shotgun to deal with the early second stage warrior hunter insects. Just punch them one by one, and each punch hits the head combined with their speed of movement, which is close to the speed of sound. They can shuttle back and forth on the battlefield as if they were in an empty space. After the balance between the two sides was broken, the early second-order genetic warriors also swung their heavy swords and reaped the lives of the warrior insects. Taking this opportunity, the fleet that had retreated to the rear and gained some distance regrouped and poured fire on the swarm of tiger spine insects behind the genetic warriors. The black-backed worms would be frightened and stop moving by the battle between the second-order life forms, but the tiger-backed worms would not. Under the control and command of the Queen Mother, they went to support the warrior insect hunters on the front line. But under the fire suppression of tanks and dreadnoughts, in a distance of just 1 kilometer, every few dozen meters of advance would cost several lives killed or seriously injured. Especially the super firepower of the dreadnought. The power of the simultaneous firing of the 10 battleship heavy guns is enough to annihilate any Zerg below the middle stage of the second stage. Using the time gained by the fleet, the Gene Corps successfully wiped out most of the second stage early warrior hunters. After paying the price of several deaths and more than a dozen serious injuries, collision even raised a large amount of dust. In addition to the after images left by the battle, one could see real sword waves and sword energy in the insect tide. The 2 leaders of the late second stage perfect battle group, who were in the lead, immediately thought of the second strongest person in the team, who was also the birthplace of the group of genetic warriors, Shenji, who had reached the peak of the second stage. After he led 30 members of the aerospace group to the battlefield, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared. Fierce battle that broke out deep in the Zerg tide at this moment must be his fight with a more powerful Zerg. The 2 captains looked at each other and decided to go to support. They shouted to the team members behind them, "The wounded, take away the seriously injured and the dead. The rest of the members, continue to charge with us and kill all these bugs." Good condition. The remaining 20 or so injured carried the bodies of their dead teammates on their backs, or helped up the seriously injured teammates, and quickly returned to the fleet. The rear of the fleet is responsible for the 20 chariots in the later stage, including a medical rescue vehicle, which is guarded outside by a second-level ordinary battle group to prevent the warrior hunters from attacking the fleet. Solution to speed up the body's repair. The second-level awakeners themselves have extremely strong self-healing abilities, especially after undergoing gene fusion modification. Their self-healing speed is even higher, as long as they don't suffer direct brain damage or dangerous and fatal injuries such as decapitation. Even if the heart is damaged and stops beating, it can be saved. Therefore, in this battle with a huge disparity in numbers, only a few unlucky ones were chopped on the neck and head by the warrior insect hunters. The huge impact force caused instant comminuted damage to the skull and spine. At last count, 3 members were killed in the battle. As for the remaining dozen or so seriously injured members, as long as they were still breathing, they were promptly rescued from the battlefield by their teammates. They were treated in the tank that served as a medical rescue cabin and were temporarily out of danger. The lightly injured members who had left the front line together drank the organic nutrient solution in big gulps and then returned to the battlefield. Although they were slightly injured, They still had strong strength, especially after killing the warrior insects and plundering and accumulating their life energy, and completing their own evolution and upgrade. All their attributes achieved new breakthroughs. This is also why the members of the Gene Corps threw themselves into the battle so desperately, because this can bring the most direct benefits. The more you kill, the stronger you become, and the stronger you become, the more you can kill. This is even more true for the warrior insect hunter at this moment, in the Insectide. Under the Insectide leadership of the leader of the second-level Gene Regiment, the remaining 40 members rushed in. But they soon discovered that the remaining warrior hunters hiding in the Insectide were left with only corpses, scattered messily among the Insectide, with their limbs separated. Although these warrior hunting insects were dead, the remaining body parts were still warm. Judging from the aura emanating from the insect corpses, they were at least in the middle stage of the second stage. Queen in the Insectide as a backup. Unfortunately, before they could play any role, they were slaughtered by Captain Shenji and died with hatred in their hearts. No wonder in the first battle between the Gene Warriors and the Warrior Hunter Bugs, there were no mid to late stage 2 Warrior Hunter Bugs coming to support. Otherwise, the 2 late stage perfect second Order captains would not have been able to play such an important role in breaking the situation and reversing the originally slightly disadvantaged Gene Regiment. Just as everyone was looking at the broken bodies of the hunting insects and feeling a little overwhelmed, the black spine insects that retreated nearby suddenly dispersed and ran to the left and right wings. Then, in front of him appeared the figure of Shenji, who was fighting with several warrior hunting insects, and a swarm of second-level tiger spine insects numbering 400 or 500. There were so many tiger-backed worms, each of which was 20 to 30 meters in size. Many of them were in the late second stage, and their size was comparable to a small mountain. They were connected together in a black mass and were crushing towards the front battlefield. Obviously, this was the final tactic of the Queen Mother of Heicheng, and she was ready to go all out to decide the outcome. Under its control, tens of thousands of black-backed worms began to rush to the left and right, trying to get around and surround the entire human fleet for the second time. Chen Yannian, who is now in charge of the dreadnought, has to face a difficult decision. Should he choose to trust the strength of the Gene Corps and stay to deal with the encirclement of the insect swarm, or should he first break through the net formed by the black spine insects and use his mobility to conduct guerrilla warfare on the periphery? The former will fight alongside the Gene Corps, while the latter means using the Gene Corps as bait to track the Zerg's offensive firepower. The situation and circumstances on the battlefield change rapidly, and the commander has no time to hesitate for a moment. We are interdependent and must stay. Chen Yannian made a decision immediately and controlled the chariots to disperse to both sides, forming an arrow pointing left and right to block the swarm of black-backed insects that were surrounding them. At the same time, relying on the momentum and deterrence of the Second Order Regiment members, they suppressed the offensive pace of the black spine insect swarm. With the cooperation of both sides, the siege was temporarily eased. At the forefront of this arrow formation, the genetic warriors had collided head-on with the oncoming Second Order tiger spine worms, and the two sides immediately engaged in a fierce fight. Even the 10 guns of the dreadnought could not completely stop the tiger spine worms' charge. After the black spine worms flanked the fleet from both wings and dispersed the firepower of the fleet, the tiger spine worms were able to reach the battlefield smoothly. The second-level Gene Regiment, which originally wanted to continue fighting with the warrior hunter bugs, began to fight with the tiger spine bugs. Many of them picked up the sharp blades in the hands of the warrior hunters on the ground. These long swords were made of the material of the tiger spine worm's giant jaws. Is powerful and has an advantage in size. Its agility is obviously far inferior to that of the genetic warriors. Even an ordinary second-level awakener can use the advantage of his small size and agility to dodge the attack of the tiger-backed worm's giant jaws, and then use effective weapons to defeat the opponent. Therefore, to the genetic warriors, these second-order tiger spine worms with outdated combat systems are not worth mentioning at all. The threat it can bring is far less than that of the warrior insect hunter. So 40 genetic warriors, armed with sharp blades, weaved through the swarm of second-order tiger spine worms, reaping their lives while successfully curbing the advance of the tiger spine worm attack fleet. At the same time, 2 captains of the genetic regiments chose to join this decisive battle, the most intense battle. It was Captain Shenji, fighting against several late-stage second-order warrior insect hunters. As early as when the two sides came into close combat, Shenji keenly discovered the second-stage late-stage warrior insect hunters still hiding in the insectide. The two sides only looked at each other, and then burst out with a strong desire to fight, and then started fighting directly. But it is obvious that the warrior hunter insect in the late second stage has higher combat wisdom and rationality. At the same time, under the control of the Zerg Queen, it did not take the initiative to fight Shenji. Instead, he cautiously sent out the remaining 20 or so second-level mid-stage warrior hunting insects to test Shenji's background and strength. However, this was exactly what Shenji wanted. After all, if this group of powerful warrior insect hunters were allowed to join the fight between the second-level members of both sides, it would definitely cause greater casualties to the genetic regiment. Even if the second-level gene regiment wins the final victory, it will be a tragic victory with more than half of its soldiers sacrificed. Shenji did not hesitate at all. After activating the winged tiger berserker form, he killed a second-stage mid-stage warrior hunter insect that rushed forward with one sword, and then immediately activated the killing intent. With a blessing of the power of killing, he became braver and braver as he fought more and more, and became stronger and stronger as he killed more and more. He killed more than 20 warrior hunting insects in a row, but he did not show any sign of fatigue. The aura emanating from his body was not weakened at all, but became more and more passionate. With a tremendous momentum warriors, it chose the safest way to fight, focusing its firepower on killing the strongest in the opposing lineup, and then using the gap in the highest combat power to launch a dimensionality reduction attack. As long as all the second late-stage awakeners on the opposite side are killed, the second late-stage warrior hunters among the Zerg will be able to gain a crushing advantage. Like dominoes, victory is passed down to the next level. However, the Queen Mother of Heichang had made all kinds of plans, but she did not expect that this young man with an unprepossessing appearance would be so brave when Shenji killed all the second-stage mid-stage warrior hunter insects in just a few minutes and turned his attention to the few remaining second-stage late-stage hunter insects in the depths of the insect tide. After seeing Shenji's current state through the eyes of the warrior hunter insect, the Queen Mother of Heichang finally reacted belatedly. The bloody light that flashed in the other's eyes, wasn't it the killing intent that only the king spine insect could master in her memory? Considering the cause and effect, the Queen Mother of Heichang knew clearly the other party's plan. She wanted to rely on her warriors to hunt insects to practice her artistic conception. The state of killing is the strongest state of mind of the spinal worm race, and it is the strongest ability second only to the divine domain of the insect god. Under the same level, the queen of the insect race can only overdraw her life and summon the divine domain to come, so that she can use the endless sea of insects in the will of the insect nest to suppress the spinal worm madman who is trapped in killing. Because of this, spinal worms have the nickname of crazy worms among the entire Zerg. And their fourth-level spinal king was once called the Mad King and was unwelcome. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, the Zerg Queen will never unlock the genetic blockade of the tiger spine worm and allow the third-level king spine worm to join the competition for the Queen Mother. Similarly, warrior insect hunters in the late stage of the second stage will not be allowed to reach the peak of the second stage to avoid backlash. However, the current situation is that humans have taken the lead in inheriting and mastering the spiritual realm of spiny worms, and using it to launch a dimensionality reduction attack on the Zerg's warrior hunting insects. Even if the Queen Mother of Heichang reacted and wanted to control the few remaining second-stage late-stage warrior hunters to escape the battlefield and avoid the killing mad human gene warriors. But he couldn't escape from the life-threatening blade of Shenji who was chasing him, with a 200% bonus to his physical attributes. With a physique 3 times that of a second-level Zerg, just a random strike could contain hundreds of tons of power. In order to preserve her remaining high-end combat power, the Queen Mother of Heichang had to mobilize the black spine insect swarm to surround and contain the human fleet, and then concentrate her attention and enter the body of the second-stage late-stage warrior hunter insect. Take control of their bodies yourself. Relying on the bonus of its own spiritual attributes, it is able to withstand the continuous attacks of humans who have mastered the killing intent in terms of speed and reaction. The Queen Mother knew very well that the killing intent could not be maintained for too long in a second-level life form. Just wait until the other party releases it. There may be a chance to turn defeat into victory. In the interval between the supersonic battles that turned into afterimages, the Queen Mother controlled the warrior insect hunters and spoke human words. There was spiritual power mixed in between his words, full of temptation. Powerful genetic warrior, there is no need for us to fight to the death. You, who have integrated the Zerg's genes, can also become a part of the Zerg. In the future, you will hold power and rule a region on your own, as long as you are willing to stop attacking and return to the Zerg. I will make a bloodline promise as the Zerg Queen, and give you the opportunity to enter the Third Order life form. The battle at the border of Wuchang and Heichang entered a fierce battle stage of life and death. 100 kilometers northwest, in the northern suburbs of Zicheng, get off of the first subway transfer station. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and met Long Yi's eyes. The other party slightly and confirmed, it's 1 kilometer away, we'll be there in 10 minutes. Chapter 198, Underground Nuclear Explosion, seriously injured the Queen Mother, hunted down. Lin Feng frowned slightly. In order to prevent the extremely high spiritual attributes of the Queen Mother of Jiangbei from noticing any clues, he was cautious and did not use active skills such as telepathy. Instead, he relied on the keen perception of a second-level peak awakener to sense the slight vibrations coming from beneath the surface. The slow and distinct rhythm is like a subway train about to arrive at a station. You can clearly feel the vibration amplitude getting bigger and the frequency getting faster. A huge object was walking towards the transfer station where Lin Feng and the others were. Long Yi took a deep breath, golden light flashed in his eyes, nodded and whispered, it's impossible to calculate this accurately. We can only make a certain estimate based on its average speed and the distance between them, but the further we go, the more accurate it should be. In order to cover up the two of them, especially the faint aura that Lin Feng always unconsciously emanated from, Long Yi had been using the spiritual energy of his artistic conception to cover the two of them. To avoid being discovered by the cautious Queen Mother of Jiangbei. After Long Yi finished speaking, the two people sitting next to the black box of the nuclear bomb fell into a brief silence. Lin Feng took out the display device of the random dynamic password. According to Ling Shui's introduction, there were only 4 detonation settings: 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, and 10 minutes countdown. Of course, there is also an instant explosion button, which can be directly opened after the password is entered and unlocked, so it does not affect the use of nuclear warheads on intercontinental missiles. But that's not the case right now. In order to achieve the most accurate instantaneous explosion, someone must be left here to manually enter the password and press the detonation button. It means that those who stay will inevitably die. This is also the reason why the federal top brass dare to sell nuclear warheads. A nuclear warhead without long-range strike capability is just a large aerial bomb. If one person really has to be left behind, that person can only be Long Yi, because no one else can escape the mental screening of the Jiangbei Queen Mother and will most likely be exposed in advance. Of course, Lin Feng has also seriously considered this plan. After all, Long Yi is just a clone of the Queen Mother of Jiacheng, and it is entirely possible to condense another one. As long as Lin Feng gives up enough benefits in exchange for this clone who is at the peak of the second level and has mastered the artistic conception, it will be enough. No help from Ling Yi in the final battle to hold him back. It was not safe for him to rely on Lin Feng alone to kill or seriously injure the Queen Mother. What's more, Ling Yi has to wait until the Queen Mother Jiangbei dies completely before he can take over the entire Zerg under her command. Lin Feng can also share the rich profits from it, such as hatching the second-level insect eggs in the mother nest. It is neither moral nor logical that Long Yi is an object that can be directly sacrificed because the living clone of the Queen Mother is more useful. So right now, there are only 4 options left with a scheduled countdown to detonate. And Long Yi, who followed Lin Feng to trade that day, also clearly remembered what Ling Shuai left behind. They had to make a decision within 1 minute, 3 minutes, or 5 minutes. Lin Feng took the password instrument and spoke first. It takes 10 minutes to walk 1 kilometer, so when the last minute comes, the Queen Mother will be about 100 meters away from us. Starting the nuclear explosion countdown at this time and then leaving will definitely cause heavy damage to the Queen Mother. Ling Yi shook his head. Too close, too risky. Within 200 or 300 meters of the Queen Mother, its spiritual energy is like substance. Even if I use my artistic conception, I can't cover up the auras of 2 people at the same time, unless I say, you leave now. Lin Feng looked at the woman in front of him. Ling Yi's suggestion was very reasonable, but it also meant that he had to hand over the dynamic password display and his hand to the other party. If something unexpected happens to the first one in the last few minutes, the remaining 2 nuclear bombs will be scrapped. The cost of doing so is too high. What about 3 minutes? Lin Feng avoided Long Yi's suggestion and continued to ask. In 3 minutes, the Queen Mother was about 300 meters away from them. This time was enough for Lin Feng to input the detonation code, set the countdown, and then the 2 of them evacuated the subway transfer station together. Long Yi pondered for a moment, the golden light flashing in his eyes surging continuously. It was obvious that under the pressure of the approaching Queen Mother, he needed to release more mental energy to resist the disguise. Of course it is possible, but because the distance of 300 meters is too long, there will be a certain deviation, and it may not hit the important parts of the Queen Mother. However, we had not considered that there would be such a large space inside the subway, especially since the transfer station has 3 floors. This means that the scope of damage caused by a nuclear explosion would be several times larger than originally estimated. That's about a 200-meter radius. Lin Feng nodded. This range is enough to cause a saturation attack on the Jiangbei Queen Mother and the Zerg surrounding her, but Long Yi sighed. That's right. But the power of the nuclear explosion will be diluted several times, and it is difficult to achieve a serious damage effect. At most, the tail segment and sarcoma fat in the Queen's body, the store energy, will be completely burned, without causing any serious damage. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He just needed to confirm one thing: does it still have the power to summon a domain to descend? Ling Yi shook his head. Probably not. After all, even if the power of the nuclear bomb is diluted several times, it can still cover its entire body, which is enough to weaken its health by 40%. When its health is less than 80%, it cannot activate the divine domain's arrival. Hearing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Let's set it to 3 minutes. We can also take this opportunity to instruct the second-level melee regiment 3,000 meters away to prepare for battle. The dragonfly nodded in agreement. As long as the nuclear bomb kills the black-backed worms and tiger-backed worms, and doesn't give the Queen Mother a chance to replenish her health, even if it still has 60% of its strength left, it only needs a few more cuts. I will help you contain it then, just like we did last time when we were in the killing state. Lin Feng agreed very much and encouraged him. We can even kill a king spine worm that has mastered the killing intent, so a mere 3rd stage initial stage Zerg Queen is naturally no problem for us. Long Yi smiled and began to concentrate on calculating the time when Queen Mother Jiangbei would arrive at a black box nuclear bomb. When it was 350 meters away from the transfer station, it immediately said, "The time has come." Without any hesitation, Lin Feng turned on the dynamic password display and connected it to the detonation program of the black box nuclear bomb. After both are locked, a long string of passwords is displayed with his calm and composed input. The nuclear bomb detonation program was successfully activated. Finally, set a 3-minute explosion delay. The program enters the countdown phase. At this moment, no one can prevent the detonation of the nuclear warhead unless the cover is removed and the stop button is pressed. It only took about half a minute to finish all of this in one go. Lin Feng then stood up, put away the equipment, and looked at Long Yi. The two looked at each other, slightly, and left the bottom floor of the transfer station one after the other. Before leaving, Ling Yi did not forget to summon the swarm of red beetles gathered here and evenly distributed them on the bottom layer, in order to dispel the concerns of the Queen Mother Jiangbei and at the same time cover up the existence of the black box nuclear bomb. Also put on several layers of mental shields, so it should not be a big problem, enough to deceive the Queen Mother's mental scan. Only when the Queen Mother walks up and deliberately explores the environment of the subway platform will she discover the existence of the nuclear bomb. However, by then, it will be too late to say anything. Even if it summoned the divine domain to descend, it would not be able to withstand the 50,000-ton nuclear warhead. The temperature at the center of the explosion nearly reached 1,000,000 degrees. Not to mention the Zerg Queen, even a 4th-level cosmic powerhouse would find it difficult to withstand such scorching heat. However, this central high temperature will be quickly absorbed by the nearby concrete buildings and cave walls, and what actually reaches the Queen Mother is probably only a few thousand degrees of high temperature. But even so, it's enough for it to drink a pot. After all, even a powerful creature like the king spiny worm that lives in a volcano can only endure magma at 2 to 3,000 degrees. 4th year, the high temperature and shock wave generated by the nuclear explosion are enough to scrape off the Queen Mother's defensive outer armor and burn several layers of flesh and blood. What the two will face then is a giant monster whose health is constantly draining away and only a skeleton is left. Soon, Lin Feng and the other person left the subway station and arrived at the base of the second-level melee regiment 3 kilometers away. Ready to take them back to the transfer station to complete the final harvest of the Queen Mother. The combat battalion received a notification and was also on the way. 3 minutes later, a huge, dull explosion resounded through the sky, like thunder rumbling and shaking the earth violently, and appeared at the intersection where the subway platform was located. The surface asphalt and foundation concrete of the entire intersection were instantly overturned and smashed into the area within a radius of more than 10 kilometers like a volcanic eruption. The horrific nuclear explosion finally occurred. And everyone down's hanging hearts slowly settled with the sound of the explosion, and were ready to go. Lin Feng and others hid behind a building 2 kilometers away, very far away from the center of the explosion, but they still felt the strong shock wave brought by the nuclear explosion, which shattered the glass and cracked the outer wall of the building. Even if the nuclear bomb is buried underground, most of the light and heat energy released by fission will be absorbed by the subway, but its power should not be underestimated. After more than a minute, the secondary aftermath of the nuclear explosion finally subsided. Lin Feng took the lead, wearing a flying tiger armor, holding an electromagnetic cannon and a tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, and rushed towards the center of the explosion 2 kilometers away. The radiation left by the nuclear explosion is not fatal to the second-level awakeners. At most it will only cause some skin damage. The powerful self-repair ability and cell replication speed can allow the gene-protein chains pierced by radiation particles to reaggregate in a short period of time, and the speed at which the surface tissue decays cannot keep up with the self-healing of the intact parts. Nuclear radiation is equivalent to giving creatures that penetrate it a negative effect of continuously reducing their health, but for a second-level awakener, the health attributes above 200 points will have little impact unless they eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep in the pit at the center of the nuclear explosion. Not to mention they have armor isolation protection. However, the negative impact of this radiation is quite fatal to the Zerg in the underground tunnels. After all, they were already on the verge of death after being roasted by the high-temperature flames of the nuclear bomb explosion, and now they were being attacked by invisible but ubiquitous radiation. It was like tens of thousands of fine needles piercing their bodies and penetrating their flesh every moment. Lin Feng and others are protected by orange tiger armor, so the impact of radiation is almost negligible. After a few rounds of negotiations, my chances of winning increased. After everyone ran all the way and arrived at the center of the nuclear explosion in more than 10 seconds, they saw the explosion crater that was 100 meters wide and hundreds of meters deep. It was filled with dust and mud with the smell of burnt flesh and blood, and thick smoke rising thousands of meters high, but with a sharp and piercing cry, breaking through the smoke-filled pit. A huge beast, more than 50 meters taller than the building, appeared from the smoke at this moment. The queen's body surface has been shattered into pieces. The dozens of compound eyes that were once as big as basketballs and the dozens of tentacles drooping from her lower jaw have all been reduced to charcoal by the nuclear explosion. Even if it finally realizes that something is wrong and takes timely evasive action, it will still be burned by the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, which will carbonize its body's surface tissues in an instant. It also includes the solid outer armor hidden under the sarcoma and flesh membrane layer, the high-strength biological molecular structure inside, and the metal atoms, all of which are deformed under high temperatures. Strip away the carbon and hydrogen elements and all that remains is charred, brittle black charcoal. As it struggles to stand up and crawl out of the cave, the burnt and brittle outer shell on its body fell off in large pieces like an avalanche, revealing the skeleton supporting its huge body and the still beating living tissue inside. The surface of the organs inside the Queen Mother's body were also roasted, but during the powerful self-healing process, a layer of milky white film condensed to cover the tissues, temporarily stabilizing the injuries. However, the high concentration of nuclear radiation nearby still made it feel so painful that it had to endure the severe pain and the risk of limb shattering and climb out of this nuclear explosion pit, which was considered a life-forbidden zone. Of course, Lin Feng did not indulge it. He directly led the second-level melee group behind him, raised the electromagnetic cannon and shotgun in his hands, and attacked the seriously injured Queen Jiangbei. Now that its thick armor has been broken and it has lost its defensive capabilities, even the shotgun can cause considerable damage, not to mention the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon, which can deal 900 points of damage and directly reduce the health of the Jiangbei Queen by more than points. While everyone was attacked, the identification results immediately appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. Queen Mother, LV-32/39, seriously injured, horsepower 8K, pH 1.8K, SP 2.1K, artistic concept, infinite reproduction, special ability, absolute control, using one's own extremely high spiritual attribute value to achieve telekinesis, consciousness control and other powers, domain release. As a descendant of cosmic life, you have a complete race promotion channel and can use domain power across levels. Note, This ability cannot be released when in a seriously injured state. It can only be activated after the health attribute is restored to more than 10k undead body, huge and bloated body, giving birth to numerous low-level life forms, giving them life attributes far superior to those of the same level, and can quickly restore its lost health by swallowing and digesting low-level Zerg. Evaluation: a third-stage life form, a high-level unit of the Zerg, the breeder and commander of low-level Zerg, with extremely high health and spirit values, a frontline base for the Zerg, with strong defense, but also extremely slow movement. Note: the target is suffering from severe radiation, and the speed of self-healing is reduced by 80%. Note: the target life is releasing its own artistic conception, seeing the special reminder that the field release ability cannot be released seriously when seriously injured. Speed. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, quickly raised the muzzle of the gun and fired a few more shots. At this time, the Queen Mother had climbed out of the nuclear explosion pit under the fierce bombardment, and Lin Feng frowned and found that the opponent's negative radiation state was gradually disappearing. As her exposed white membrane grew thicker and harder, turning black and yellow in its crazy proliferation, the second-level melee group armed with shotguns behind Lin Feng could no longer use their replicas to cause any damage to the Queen Mother. The hitting power of the level 29 electromagnetic cannon in his hand was also greatly reduced from 400 points to 200 points. This is exactly what Lin Feng is most worried about. The Queen Mother's huge body can not only provide the consumption of mental power in the brain, but also bring powerful life recovery. By the end of its evolution, even if used all their offensive means, they could not exceed the speed at which its health points recovered. Therefore, it is necessary to give it a fatal blow before it can fully heal itself. Although everyone the Queen Mother Jiang Bei had lost her vision and hearing at this moment, her mental perception was still sharp. She had already noticed the threat posed by Lin Feng and others, and began to use the power of her artistic conception to summon nearby Zerg and her own second-order tiger spine insect swarms to come to her support and rescue. At the same time, use the little remaining spiritual power to interfere with the enemy's mind and launch mental attacks. But under the protection of Long Yi, the crowd was not affected too much. In addition, except Long Yi, there were no awakened people infected with Zerg genes. Therefore, these spiritual means have little effect. Lin Feng also did not hesitate at all and directly ordered his men. 10 members went to the Queen Mother's escape route to cut off the black-backed insects coming to support them. The remaining 20 entered the deep pit where the residual heat was gradually disappearing and killed the tiger-backed insects that came to rescue them from the cave. Then he picked up the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, activated the flight mode of the flying tiger armor, and flew straight towards the back of the giant insect. After going through untold hardships and preparing layer by layer, just for this moment. During the flight, Lin Feng directly activated the gene radiation and the killing mag battle. Fight against a high-level Queen Mother with the strongest attitude. Chapter 199, Kill the level 3 Queen Mother and the intensity of the war escalates. I originally thought that the Queen Mother of Jiang Bei would have the strength to reach the early stage of the 3rd level, but I didn't expect that after more than 2 months of the apocalypse, she had only just reached level 32. It is not even as good as the Longai of Jiacheng, let alone the powerful Queen of Heicheng, and the other Zerg queens occupying the 2 large lakes further north. The middle had to take a risk and try to enter Tehu Lake as early as possible. After getting a share of the spoils, she could successfully advance to the early stage of the 3rd level and then seek an opportunity to break through to the middle stage of the 3rd level. The main reason for this situation is that the coastal cities in Jiang Bei are sparsely populated. Compared with the international metropolis of Heicheng and the international port where the enemy landed below, the Jiang Bei area is relatively backward. At least there are no decent urban areas near the sea, only deserted and uninhabited villages. When it went deeper inland, it discovered that the humans in various cities had already joined the fleeing team and left the settlements, leaving only empty cities. The inability to eat meat has caused the Queen Mother of Jiang Bei's strength to stagnate. Therefore, many coastlines with scarce biomass resources are not friendly to the Queen Mothers who land there, which means that in the global pursuit competition, they will start behind their peers. However, at this moment, the Queen Mother of Jiang Bei must be regretting her unauthorized actions. The original plan for cooperation with the Queen Mother of Heicheng was for it to personally lead the Zerg army to watch and to participate in the decisive battle to annihilate the human defenders. These 2 groups of Zerg, one on the top and one on the right, present a double-team situation. Even if the Jiang Bei Zerg is slightly weaker, they can still tie down the firepower of the human fleet, allowing the Queen of Heichang to maximize the coordination effect of the trump cards in her hand at the same time, even if the Jiangbei Queen Mother herself was attacked. The distance between her and the Heichang Queen Mother was less than 20 to 30 kilometers, and the latter could easily send out a second-level Zerg elite team to support and rescue her. However, now it chose to use a shortcut in an attempt to reach Tehu Lake as soon as possible. Not only was it guessed clearly by Lin Feng, but it also lost the opportunity to seek help because of the wrong direction. However, all of this originated from the battle in the Jiangbei underground insect nest, where Longai and the Jiangbei Queen Mother reached a private cooperation. Take advantage of the other party's greed and lure them out to complete the layout. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not have been so successful and had not gotten the perfect opportunity to kill the severely injured Queen Mother on the surface. After activating the flight mode of the Flying Tiger armor, he turned into a flash of light and flew towards the bloated giant insect at high speed. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng directly consumed the energy of 2 upgrades to activate Genetic Radiation and Bloodthirsty Frenzy. These 2 copying skills originated from the Zerg's artistic conception. The former can affect the Zerg within a 5-kilometer range, causing them to become dazed and unconscious for a short period of time, thus buying precious time for their own attackers. For the latter, it can greatly improve one's physical attributes, allowing Lin Feng to make up for this physical shortcoming in a short period of time with a 50% attribute improvement. The physical attribute can continue to break the limit for 5 minutes from 980 points to the third stage of 1470 points, although there is still a gap of 1.8 points compared with the K physical fitness of the seriously injured Queen Mother in front of him. It also gives Lin Feng enough confidence to fight with her with the help of the 2 bound equipment, LV-29 electromagnetic cannon and LV-29 tiger tooth chainsaw sword. Lin Feng has a variety of offensive methods to choose from on his way to kill the queen at this moment. Use the electromagnetic cannon to directly bombard the back of its head and blow off the protective layer of flesh and blood. The Queen Mother, who turned around and fled with her back to the enemy, was obviously also keenly aware of Lin Feng's surprise attack is slightly inferior to that of the Queen Mother. His physical and mental fitness have both entered the 3rd stage and reached the initial level of the 3rd stage. It is enough to threaten the seriously injured level 32 Zerg Queen. Even with a blessing of 2 orange quality equipment, the chance of winning is rising sharply. Thinking of this, the Jiangbei Queen Mother let out another sharp cry, afraid, under the bombardment of the electromagnetic cannon. It feels the threat of death. But his most important insect swarm was still on its way, and the thousands of first-order black spine insects and hundreds of second-order tiger spine insects that he had summoned with his artistic conception were blocked by those damned humans, making them unable to touch him. Become nutrients to restore health. The Queen Mother's injuries can heal herself, but the lost health points cannot be replenished out of thin air. She must absorb the life energy of the insect swarms under her command to make up for the losses. This is why the difficulty of killing the queen in the underground insect nest will increase dozens of times, which is more difficult than killing any other 3rd-level life form. Because the entire Zerg is its source of life. If the health is too low, you will not be able to use the Zerg Queen's most powerful life-saving skill, Divine Realm Advent. Now, he only needs to devour 20 tiger-backed insects, or hundreds of first-order black-backed insects, to restore his damaged life and have the foundation to summon the Divine Realm. But how could Lin Feng and the 2nd-level melee group give it this opportunity? With the arrival of 300 late-stage 1st-level soldiers not far away and joining the battlefield, any fish that slip through the net on the Zerg rescue line will be eliminated in time. This was a strategy carefully planned by Lin Feng to prevent himself from getting into a tough fight. His ability is only enough to kill a single queen, and he cannot fight against the entire Zerg. At this moment, facing the situation of being isolated and helpless, even if the Queen Mother wanted to go for support, she was powerless, because Lin Feng had already landed on the neck behind its head and used the level 29 electromagnetic cannon to blast open the most solid and tight muscle layer inside the charred skin, revealing the golden endoskeleton inside. This is the top of the Queen Mother's brain, and it is the last guarantee of her life. The quality of this bone is a genuine 3rd-level product. The moment Lin Feng saw it, his brain felt like it was pricked by a needle, and he felt excruciating pain. It turned out that the Queen Mother felt the threat of death and no longer dispersed her spiritual power and wasted it on summoning her insect swarms and influencing other humans. In order to protect himself, he concentrated his energy and turned it into an invisible spiritual spike, stabbing the enemy behind the head. This almost made Lin Feng lose his balance, and he was thrown off by the Queen Mother, who was struggling wildly and shaking her head. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and before he became dazed, he thrust the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword in his right hand into the Queen Mother's spine. He relied on the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword for support and managed to keep his body steady. After Lin Feng managed to withstand this mental attack, when he opened his eyes again, blood was gushing out of his 7 orifices brain, and the injuries on his body, life or death, success or failure, depends on this moment. Ignoring the several warnings that appeared before his eyes, Lin Feng returned his gaze and attention to the deep pit of flesh and blood on the Queen Mother's neck not far from his feet. The neck bone that glowed with golden light revealed what Lin Feng was most interested in: Queen Mother's neck bone, LV32/39, gold quality, durability 4/10, defense 4K/10K, evaluation. The golden material on the body of the 3rd level Queen Mother is the last resort to save her life. The material is extremely hard and can withstand temperatures of nearly 10,000 degrees. It can be used in the fusion upgrade of items or equipment to increase the strength of the equipment. My goodness, the complete defense of this bone is as high as tens of thousands. If it weren't for the nuclear explosion, its durability would have been reduced to 40% of its original value, and its defense would have been reduced by half. Otherwise, with its 10,000 points of defense, even if Lin Feng used the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, it would be difficult to cut open a hole in a short period of time and strangle the brain tissue inside. After all, the highest damage of the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword is the extremely fast attribute, which provides 5 cuts per second, for a total of 4,500 points of damage compared with the 10,000 points of defense of the Queen Mother's neck bone. It is obviously not enough cutting when the defense power far cutting exceeds the damage. The damage caused by not being able to break the defense approaches 0. Fortunately, judging from the Queen's body shape, the thickness of this neck bone is far less than the beetle armor on the surface. And it can be more than 1 meter deep. Lin Feng estimated that it was at most half a meter thick, otherwise the capacity of the Queen's brain tissue would be reduced by half. Just like mangosteen, the thicker the skin, the less meat there is. After stabilizing his body, Lin Feng did not give the Queen Mother a chance to attack again. He simply flipped forward, using the chainsword in his hand as a fulcrum, and did a forward roll with inertia and the explosive power of his strong physique. He pulled the chainsword out of his flesh and blood spine, and then slammed it on the cervical guard of the Queen Mother's head. Just heard a bang. The rapidly rotating tiger-tooth chainsaw sword cut a shallow mark at the moment of contact, and then the overheating and excessive wear caused the sharp blade edge at the end of the saw blade to break directly. The durability of the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword was also being consumed crazily at this time, and it was falling rapidly at a rate of almost 1 point per second. Fortunately, the defense of the Haojin bone was reduced by half after the impact of the nuclear bomb, and it was only 500 points lower than the maximum cutting damage of 4,500 of the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, which was just enough to activate its newly added additional attribute, the Immortal Skull Crusher. In this way, the durability consumption can be halved. Otherwise, as the durability decreases, the basic damage of the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword will also drop sharply, causing the damage of the extreme cutting to become lower and lower. Fortunately, with the delay of the Immortal Skull Crusher, after 10 seconds, it successfully cut a 50 cm long and 30 cm wide gap. At this time, the level 29 tiger-tooth chainsaw sword in Lin Feng's hand was almost scrapped and was completely unable to continue fighting. So he simply raised the electromagnetic cannon on his back, and with the level 29 electromagnetic cannon's damage of up to, he aimed the dark muzzle at the gap created by the chainsaw sword. During this period, the Queen Mother struggled desperately and launched several mental attacks again. However, except for the first successful attack, all the subsequent attacks were quietly resolved by Ling Feng from a distance. Otherwise, Lin Feng would definitely not have been able to hold on for so long. His mental attributes can only withstand one attack from the Queen Mother. If he is hit again, his brain will definitely crash. Thanks to Long Yi for reacting in time and focusing all his mental strength on Lin Feng. He put layer upon layer of mental shields on him and personally helped him resolve the mental shock. This allows Lin Feng to still have enough energy to take out the electromagnetic cannon after cutting open the cervical vertebrae and complete the final harvest. Was Newly turned her head and stared at the woman standing on the ruins in the distance with her dozens of grown compound eyes. It was very clear that its mental attacks were all skillfully resolved by a certain force. It is absolutely impossible for a human awakener to possess such exquisite operation. Spiritual power is like the genetic sequence of an organism. Although each individual is roughly similar, they are different in details. Therefore, The contest of spiritual power is often determined by a crushing strength, with the outcome quickly decided. But the situation it was facing now was that the opponent was using the weak to defeat the strong, finding the slight flaws in its spiritual power and attacking them, causing the impact to be constantly disintegrated. So there is only one possibility. The humanoid creature walking slowly towards him from a distance, like himself, was the Queen of the Zerg. Only in this way can we fully understand the spiritual power of the Zerg Queen, and achieve such a precise level of deciphering. What made the Jiangbei Queen Mother most unwilling was that without the cooperation of this Queen Mother's clone, it would be impossible for this second-level peak human to kill it. As Lin Feng frantically pulled the trigger of the electromagnetic gun one after another, the armor-piercing shells penetrated a gap in the neck guard and exploded in the Queen Mother's brain. With its remaining consciousness, it let out one last shrill roar towards the distant Lingai. How dare you collude with humans? Aren't you afraid that it will be known to everyone and become the target of public criticism? The Great Mother of Life will never forgive traitors. Don't ever think about becoming a fourth-rank insect king. Long Yu's eyes were cold and expressionless as he watched the man behead the Queen Mother with his gun. The Queen Mother Jiangbei reacted too slowly. Perhaps it was the high damage caused by the nuclear bomb explosion that caused it to panic. He didn't notice his existence at all. If it could calm down as soon as possible, and upload the fact that it had cooperated with humans into the shared spiritual world where the Queen Mother was before it died, the difficulty of the matter will be far greater than it is now. Fortunately, by the time it realized it, it was too late to mobilize the little remaining strength in its body to communicate with the spiritual world. When dozens of armor-piercing shells exploded in the huge insect brain of the Jiangbei Queen with a diameter of 50 meters, its health points dropped sharply, quickly falling from 8,000 to 0. The unconscious queen fell heavily to the ground, creating a circle of cracks and deep pits nearly 100 meters wide. After a series of reminders appeared before his eyes, Lin Feng, with a ferocious look on his face, calmed down and released his left index finger that was pressing the trigger. Level 32 Zerg Queen is dead. Successfully killed a third-level life form. The LV-29 electromagnetic cannon upgrade mission has been completed. Absorbing the target's life energy. Stay away from the target's body. Lin Feng took a deep breath and collapsed on the body of Queen Mother Jiangbei. As the killing frenzy state was lifted, the effect of adrenaline gradually weakened, and a sharp pain exploded from deep in the brain, spreading all the way to the 7 orifices on the face. The pain from the injury that had been ignored before due to the extreme tension now emerged at this moment. Lin Feng panted and checked his own attributes. Lin Feng, LV-29/30, seriously injured, horsepower 750, VT 850, SPR 700. Note, suffering from a fierce mental attack, mental attributes will drop by more than 50%, and health and physical fitness will be affected to varying degrees. It's too dangerous. The Queen Mother's mental attack derived from the power of artistic conception is a deadly means second only to the arrival of the domain. Just one attack reduced more than half of his spiritual attribute. Lin Feng still clearly remembered that his spiritual attribute was as high as 1,595 when he was in full state. But now there is not even half left. Lin Feng opened his visor and wiped off the blood on his face amid the cheers of his subordinates. He slowly stood up and raised the broken tiger tooth chainsaw sword high. Toshao victory. After the death of the Jiangbei Queen, the Zerg under her command lost control and scattered uncontrollably, following their instincts and returning to the Jiangbei Zerg nest along the same route. The surviving soldiers burst into joy and laughter after surviving the disaster. At this time, Long Yu had already walked over and stood beside Lin Feng. He looked at his electromagnetic cannon against the Queen Mother's forehead, which was constantly absorbing the life energy of the corpse, and said lightly, "We won." Lin Feng glanced at her. "Why don't you rush to Jiangbei to take over its swarm of insects?" There was a golden light flashing in Long Yu's eyes. She had been connected to the spiritual world of the Queen Mother since the decisive battle. On the one hand, she could monitor whether the Jiangbei Queen Mother would expose her betrayal, and on the other hand, she could secretly spy on everyone's opinions and changes after the death of the first high-level Queen Mother. And the news of its death. It has caused an uproar. At this moment, as Lin Feng asked, Long nodded slightly, his face extremely solemn. "Don't worry, I have already controlled the remaining insect swarm to retreat. With the experience of last time, I can recruit them without spending too much. Before I leave, I want to remind you." Lin Feng frowned slightly, waiting for the next words. Ling Yi took a step forward and said as he walked, "After the death of the Zerg Queen, her consciousness will return to the spiritual world left by the Zerg God, waiting to wake up in a brand new body next time. Therefore, the attacks and annexations between the queens will not cause much impact, but the death of our mother queen at the hands of foreigners means the permanent disappearance of our kind. Its death has spread to all Zergs around the world. After everyone voted, it was unanimously decided that the Third Order King Spiny Worm will officially land on the surface in half a month. At the same time, unlock the third-level permissions of the Pulse Scorpion, Tank Flame Armor, and other genetic hybrids. The intensity of the war is about to escalate. In the future, humans will suffer even more violent attacks. The battle process feels a bit like Shadow of the Colossus. Chapter 200, Carrying a Giant Corpse, LV-30 Ion Laser Cannon. When can I come back? After the decapitation plan succeeded, there were still more difficult Heichang Zerg that needed to be dealt with without Ling Yi's secret cooperation. It would be difficult for Lin Feng to escape. The dragonfly turned around and held out two fingers. 2 days at most. If Wuchen can't hold on, we'll retreat first. I've already made preparations for the east bank of Tehu Lake. I can use this tunnel to transfer the ownerless insect swarm in Jiangbei. The death of Queen Mother Jiangbei has already stimulated Queen Mother Global, would bring about such a serious chain reaction. More than 3-stage king spiny worms are about to enter the battlefield. It also includes the butterfly effect, which accelerates the failure of the defense of the federal capital. Only by killing a high-level Queen Mother can one understand the power and terror of these descendants of the gods. Unless the federal capital is willing to sacrifice itself and use nuclear bombs to destroy the city, Lin Feng sees no hope of winning the defense war. Even if Qin Hu transformed all the soldiers in the city into genetic warriors and used all means to produce a group of peak second-level genetic warriors, it would still be difficult to kill the Zerg Queen. Even for a rare case like Shunji, the outcome is still uncertain when facing a high-level Queen Mother. Half of the victory was due to the precise bombing of the nuclear bomb, and the other half was due to Lin Feng's fearlessness and the assistance of Long Yi and the other soldiers. If they want to replicate the victory, they have to meet an opponent like the Queen Mother of Jiangbei who is willing to cooperate. As the war ended, after watching Long Yi leave, the finishing work continued. The abundant life energy in the Zerg Queen's body also shocked Lin Feng, who had been waiting for several minutes. The life energy of ordinary second-level Zergs would be plundered almost at the same time as they were killed. This was the first time that Lin Feng had seen such a situation with a high-level queen. It may also be related to their huge spiritual energy. After all, as Long Yi mentioned just now, killing the Queen Mother would not only take away their life energy, but also their spirit and consciousness. In more common terms, it is the soul. Although the soul cannot be seen or touched, it is a real high-frequency energy. It is very helpful to improve personal spiritual attributes. Back then, an ordinary Zerg mother could bring an additional 50 to 100 points of mental value improvement. Now, even Lin Feng couldn't help but look forward to what kind of mental gain killing a high-level queen could bring. Holding the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon, after resting for a while, Lin Feng finally saw in front of him. The life energy of the LV-32 Zerg Queen has been absorbed. Get equipment upgrade energy. Get a lot of extra mental energy. Do you want to enable the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon upgrade? Lin Feng directly clicked to open it, then pulled out a gun barrel that was inserted into the back of the Queen Mother's head. Then a golden light sank into the gun body from his body and began to upgrade it. Because it is a very important cross-level upgrade, it will take longer. Fortunately, with the additional benefit effect brought by the significant breakthrough in spiritual attributes, the time required to upgrade skills has been shortened by half, and it should be completed soon. While upgrading, Lin Feng gathered nearby team members and started cleaning up the battlefield. Take away the valuable second-level tigerback worms, and leave the rest of the low-level worms to Ling Yi to deal with. And the most important thing is to transport a giant corpse under his feet, which is more than 150 meters long, directly to Jinchang City, 100 kilometers away, for anatomical research to uncover more secrets of the Zerg Queen. This is the only Queen Mother corpse in the world. Its utilization value is actually no less than the impact that Lin Feng will bring when he becomes the first third-level awakener. The remaining 20 or so second-level melee armed members with chainsaw swords followed Lin Feng back to Wuchen to provide support. Wuchen is about to start a major transformation, so it is not suitable to add more personnel. Too many people will only bring greater pressure to logistics and transportation. Adding 300 first-stage late-stage combat soldiers will not have much impact on the situation. It is better to let them take over the task of transporting the insect corpses. However, after the decision was made, new problems were put before this huge corpse in front of us: how to move it and drag it away. Considering that the Queen Mother's head is 50 meters high, 30 meters wide, and 150 meters long, even if it is a teardrop-shaped structure with a large head and a small body, it would still weigh tens of thousands of tons. This is a rough calculation based on the density of water. The actual situation is probably far more than 1 ton per cubic meter. According to Lin Feng, the Queen Mother usually controls more than 10,000 red beetles when she is carrying out activities, crawling under her body and carrying her forward. This will relieve the pressure of the huge body on the ground and speed up the pace of movement. But now, that group of red beetles had already been killed in the nuclear explosion, and not a single piece of them was left. Even if there were any, Lin Feng had to control them personally to continue to complete the mission of the tracker. At the moment, Lin Feng only had 5 late-stage second-level awakeners including Liu Yi, who had a force of nearly 500 tons, and 300 late-stage first-level combatants, who could barely provide 3,000 tons of pulling force together. Compared to dragging this insect corpse, it's just a drop in the bucket unless the dreadnought, along with the other 60 tanks, could be used with the accelerator pedal pushed to the floor. The friction caused by its drag on the ground could be overcome. Thinking of this, Lin Feng seemed to remember something and his eyes suddenly lit up. After instructing everyone to wait where they were, he flew north to find Lin Feng, who had already arrived at the riverside. This guy was sitting on the backs of a group of red beetles and walked more than 10 miles in just a few minutes. Landing in front of her, Lin Feng looked at the swarm of scarlet beetles and raised his inner speculation. In addition to providing the chemical energy needed for life activities, does the hydrogen storage capsule in the Zerg's body also have the function of regulating gravity and the pressure difference between inside and outside? Ling was startled for a moment, then nodded in agreement, but soon realized why Lin Feng mentioned this at this time. You want to carry away the entire body of the Jiangbei Queen Mother? Lin Feng hummed and continued. If the Zerg have invaded many planets, they will have to adapt to the different gravity and atmospheric pressure of different planets, so they need to evolve an organ in their bodies that can adjust the internal and external pressures in time to achieve a certain dynamic balance. Especially a high-level Queen Mother, with a huge and bloated body, is different from the flexible and thin body of a spiny worm. According to the actual situation, it is difficult for a Queen Mother like this to move on the blue planet. The dragonfly showed a slight smile. Lin Feng's guess was correct, and he happened to be preparing to tell him about this transfer method. You are right, there is a huge stomach cavity of more than 10,000 cubic meters in the Queen Mother's body, which stores some liquid hydrogen as life energy. This is a complementary product to high-energy food, but more importantly, it can adjust the gravity of its huge body and reduce the pressure on the ground when moving. Otherwise, it would not be able to move so fast just relying on the scarlet beetle. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. If that's the case, then the actual weight of the high-level Queen Mother is not tens of thousands of tons? The corner of his mouth twitched. Of course not. Tens of thousands of tons is the size of fourth-order cosmic life. They can live in zero-gravity space, so they don't have to consider the impact of gravity. But this is also a problem that life on the planet must face after evolving to the third stage. The size of the body that represents strength is restricted by the gravity of the planet, and there is actually an upper limit. For example, the largest higher life form on the blue star, the dragon race, is unlikely to be more than 30 meters tall, and those who advance to the fourth level can overcome this problem very well. The core thermal furnace in their bodies, that's getting off topic. If you want to move the corpse, you can cut open its abdomen. The inside stomach will automatically expand and burst out, forming a huge hydrogen balloon. Although we haven't done any experiments yet, it's estimated that the buoyancy it provides will allow the Queen Mother's corpse to float directly. But be careful, the membrane of the stomach sac is very fragile. After it is expanded, even a rifle bullet can easily break it. It is best to use Miss Chen's fleet to carry the consignment. Other details. After getting the solution from Long Yi, Lin Feng left a word of thanks and hurried back to the nuclear explosion pit. Then he raised the repaired tiger tooth chainsaw sword and cut open the skin on the flank of Queen Jiangbei. The internal organs under the fascia were exposed. And after searching for a while, the long stomach sac that Long Yi mentioned was finally found. It extends from the organ attached to the neck to the end of the Queen Mother's 100-meter-long tail. Following the abdominal cavity full of pipes, Lin Feng then found a blue-green organ connected to a hydrogen storage stomach sac. According to Ling Yi's introduction, this is the thing that stores the evaporation catalyst of liquid hydrogen. As long as it is squeezed into the stomach sac, it won't take long before the entire stomach sac will expand hundreds of times and eventually form a hydrogen balloon that is larger than the Queen's body. Moreover, the buoyancy it provides is probably equivalent to the Queen Mother's weight. So after overcoming gravity, it can be easily carried away. As Lin Feng squeezed the blue-green gland, which was almost as big as he was, the catalytic substance inside entered the wrinkled stomach sac and reacted violently with the liquid hydrogen. The bubbles that were stirred up were like boiling water in a pot, which quickly propped up the stomach sac. Everyone watching on was stunned. They never thought that Lin Feng would bring back such a magical solution after returning from his trip north to Lingai. After the queen's death, her body will automatically close the switch of the hydrogen storage stomach sac to prevent a violent accidental explosion. So there is no need to worry about hydrogen leaking out. Everyone stared at the gradually expanding stomach sac, which really grew to hundreds of meters. It was like a new life that tenaciously grew in the ruins of a nuclear explosion. Was 50 meters wide and more than 300 meters long, more than twice the size of the Queen Mother's body according to the density ratio of hydrogen to air. Each cubic meter of hydrogen balloon can provide 15 kilograms of buoyancy. At this moment, the huge stomach airship in front of us can provide at least more than 10,000 tons of amazing pulling force under the pull of the muscles and blood vessels at both ends and the bottom. The queen's head and tail were gradually pulled off the ground, leaving only the heaviest chest area under the insect's head supporting the ground. This is the center of gravity of the Queen Mother's body. But the pressure of this part on the ground also became extremely small. Even at a height of several hundred meters above the head, the strong wind could blow away the suspended 10,000-ton giant corpse. Fortunately, it is now the middle of summer in August, and the southeast monsoon blowing from the sea is in the same direction as Jincheng where everyone is going. In addition, a typhoon will arrive soon, which can help a lot along the way. Now all that's needed is for someone to pull it on the ground and correct its floating direction. While Lin Feng was heading north, Liu Yi and his companions had removed all the high-voltage cables nearby and collected dozens of thick cables more than 10 kilometers long to use as towing ropes. Lin Feng pulled up the cables and flew into the air, tying them to the insect corpses one by one, and then handed the tail end to Liu Yi and others, and before leaving, he instructed, when the stomach bladder is expanded, it will become very fragile and cannot withstand bullet attacks. Remember to send people to conduct inspections within a few kilometers in advance to prevent accidents. Liu Yi nodded, and then arranged hundreds of soldiers to disperse around the giant corpse of the airship. Lin Feng led the remaining 20 or so second-level melee soldiers, looking back as he walked, watching the huge monster go away. 20 minutes later, the group arrived at the northern suburbs of Wuchen. The sound of heavy artillery fire coming from the southern suburbs in the southeast could be heard from a long distance away. The battle at the junction of the two cities is still going on. Lin Feng led the team and rushed to the battlefield. When they rushed to the southern suburbs 10 kilometers away, they saw that the dreadnoughts and other tanks were surrounded by a large number of insect swarms. Many second-level tiger spine insects tried to break through the fire blockade and attack the replica tanks on the periphery, while the second-level regiment members struggled to resist their invasion. At the front of the encirclement, a group of genetic warriors were also fighting a tough battle. The size of the Heichang Zerg is several times that of the Jiangbei Zerg, especially the number of second-order Zerg swarms, which reaches several thousand second-level tank fire beetles cooperating with warrior hunter insects to encircle and strangle the genetic warriors. The tank flame armor blocked the genetic warriors' retreat with its thick outer armor and huge size, and then sprayed hot corrosive magma to destroy the tiger armor on the genetic warriors. With their cooperation, except for the three captains headed by the genetic warriors, who can still have a certain advantage, many of the remaining 40 or so people have been killed. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng led more than 20 second-level members behind him and charged directly into the battlefield. After resting on the road, he had recovered from his injuries. At this moment, he activated the killing berserker skill again, instantly transforming into a god of war. He raised the electromagnetic cannon and tiger-tooth chainsaw sword, and killed all the tiger spine insects that stood in his way. Soon, under Lin Feng's charge, a large gap was torn in the center of the connection between the front and rear encirclements of the Zerg. Nearly 100 second-order tiger spine worms died under the chainsaw swords of the melee group behind Lin Feng. As an orange-quality melee weapon, its potential is fully utilized at this moment when dealing with second-tier Zergs. The Tiger-tooth chainsword is far more useful than the LV-19 shotgun, but as the LV-29 electromagnetic cannon has been upgraded, its LV-29 replica will become the new nightmare of the Zerg. At this moment, the arrival of Lin Feng and others instantly boosted the morale of the human side on the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Feng pulled out the tiger-tooth chainsaw sword that was inserted into the tiger-backed worm's brain, and suddenly a warm feeling came from the palm of his other hand. It was the leapfrog upgrade he had been waiting for a long time, and finally, after nearly an hour, it was successfully completed. Level 29 electromagnetic cannon upgrade completed. Successfully upgraded to level 30 ion laser cannon, LV3039, gold quality upgrade points. 0/2, basic damage 1000. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.